only two genders, Italian and Mexican. When you go to the Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar. Ya veremos si con este gran corrido me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hasan.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Newsday Tuesday. Wow, sounds like you're feeling better. I am feeling better. I've been cooking fools up. I have been bullying children in the marketplace of basketball courts. Okay, I bullied a 15-year-old today, and it was awesome. And a 15 and a 22-year-old, unk ball on top. I'm in a pretty good mood. It's March 25th, 2025, 11:14 a.m. and I'm live. I'm alive, and apparently Elon Musk is coming after me. That's right. As a Mexican that was in a bad grito, hey, you already know, baby. Okay, so folks, we got a lot of news to cover, but this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, I'm going to tell you, okay, for all the parasocialists out there, first and foremost, folks, I finished, or at least caught up to, the solo leveling, and I am a little bit confused about the power scaling system in this anime because it's just basically busted. Like, Jinwoo is aura farming, and he's the most powerful person on the planet, and I like it. Like, I think it's cool, but it just doesn't make sense. Spoilers, I'm not giving you any spoilers. The entire premise is he's the strongest guy. So you get it then? The power scaling is that Jinwoo wins. Yeah. I mean, I like it. I like that there is like a cool guy who beats everybody, and that's the premise. You know what I mean? The premise is like a cool guy beats everyone and looks super sick while doing it. But yeah, it's aura, it's hype. I like it. It's a fun anime to watch. Don't get me wrong. It's just like kind of funny that is. There's also some drama between Korea and Japan in it. I won't spoil that. It is funny though. It's just like there's some drams. There's some geopolitical drams. And I thought that was awesome because like it's what is it called, like a manhwa, right? Like that's like Korean mangas are like Korean webtoons are based off of anime and manga, and it's in Japanese, Like, it is a product designed for a Japanese audience as well, but it's actually Korean. It's a Korean product, and the characters are Korean. The story is in Korea. So, of course, it's kind of funny that there's like some anti-Japanese sentiment in it, and I like that. I like that it's cool. Like, I like that they did that, where they're just kind of shitting on the Japanese, which reminded me of my favorite video game, one of my favorite video game franchises, Yakuza, where there's always a secret Korean. Like, the guys you got to look out for in Yakuza are always secret Koreans. There's nothing scarier than a guy who is presenting themselves as Japanese, but is in secret a Korean person. And it's always if you've played any of the Yakuza games, you've seen this. This is usually what happens, like, you know, and the end of it. And then the scariest, of course, is the secret Chinese. But the Chinese ones, they can't even keep it a secret. But the Koreans, they keep it a secret. They can, like, present themselves as Japanese. But no one, and I mean no one, is scarier than a secret Chinese. Is YouTube suppressing your videos? Yes. What do you think? I made a video, and it's like monetized, by the way. YouTube is 100% suppressing my videos. Are you kidding me? Look at this video. 19 hours, 56,000 views. Okay? It's a 10 of 10, and it's not even unmonetized. Like, it's not even ad blocked or anything. They just straight up cook it. Yeah, it's 1,000,000% being hidden from your it's all of these pro Palestinian channels are getting suppressed aggressively. Yeah. In any case, I think it's because it has killed in the title, probably. It's like, I'm shocked that they didn't even hit it with a yellow button, the unmonetized button, but we'll talk about all of that stuff. We'll get to that in a second. Hasan, please keep promoting AC Shadows. I hear it makes Nazis mad. It does. So I'll get into that stuff in a second. All right, personal news wise, thankfully YouTube algorithm doesn't appear to be blocking Noah's pro-Palestine coverage. Yes, he has decided to do the drama focused informational method. It's a very effective. So that's what he's been doing. In any case, personal news wise, I watched Solo Leveling. I played some Kingdom Come Comies. I still haven't been able to fuck Capon. I don't know why, but I wanna like get to the point where I'm about to have sex with him, like gay sex, in Kingdom Comies, and I want to do it on stream. I want this to be like the big reveal. You know what I mean? I've been offline gaming. It's towards the end. Okay, well, regardless, I'm close to the literally very end of the game. I think I'm already in, like, I'm burning through Act 2 anyway, so it's fine. I also want to play the Kazan game, but they never approached me to test it out, so that's kind of lame. Is there a demo or something? Because I want to see that one. Everyone's saying it's good, but that's one other thing. Also, is the Kazan one a PS5 demo, or is it a PC demo? That's a wild thing to cover without context. All right. Anyway, I think they suppressed my YouTube Shorts clip channel of YouTube. I get like 10 likes per post compared to TikTok. I get thousands. Yeah. Oh, it's on PC as well. Okay, hell yeah. I'll download it right now, actually. Kaya is blocked by my chair and my jacket, but I'll show you her in a second. I'm in a good mood, as you guys can probably tell, and I think it's because it's not out yet, right? Like, the game is not out yet. It's just a demo that's out right now, right? Like, you can only pre-order the game, I suspect. Yeah, it's March 27th. Oh, it's gonna come out in 2 days. Let's go. You know what? I'm gonna download that demo. And I'm gonna play it. Early access if you buy deluxe. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna get that too. Frick it, let's go. But as I was saying, this is a new game. It's like Hazan the Barbarian or whatever. It's like, it seems fun. But folks, hopefully this doesn't nuke my stream while I'm downloading this while I'm streaming. It should be fine though. I've been Kingdom Coming. I've been solo leveling. I've been doing all that. Never showing us gameplay? Dude, what do you mean? This has been like the gaming enlightenment period. I've been gaming so much. I've been getting ads. Not only have I been getting hashtag ads and gaming without ads as well, that it's literally become news. It's become newsworthy that I'm like playing video games. Like the fucking literal president, which I'm going to talk about in a second. The literal current president, the shadow president, is doing call out posts, calling me a freaking fraud on his website. The fuck? How can you tell me that I am not a gamer? How can you tell me that I'm not a gamer when the president of the United States of America, perhaps the planet, is freaking out about my gaming? He's not the president of gaming, let me tell you. Why isn't AC Shadows on your gaming channel? It is. Is it not? It's supposed to be uploaded. I'm pretty sure it is. Anyway, yeah, watch us on ladies playing the game that divided the internet, Assassin's Creed Shadows. Gaming is when you play on stream. Yeah, okay. Listen. There's a lot happening and we're gonna get to it. But before we get to like the Elon stuff, what was I gonna say? Oh, God forbid a diva wants a game. I know. Muska's a fragile little boy. I know. How do we get Phineas on as a regular? Yeah, how natural chemistry shit is great, bro. I think he's kind of busy. He's like a fucking literal Grammy winning recording artist. Like it's gonna be hard to get him on all the time, but I mean he's the GOAT. But as far as personal news goes, yeah, this morning I balled up. I'm gonna do a call out post here for Ted Nivison. That's right. And Elam. Okay, Ted Nivison, this is your call out post. I know that I have destroyed you in the marketplace of basketball many times over, and I know that you're afraid. Okay, but why you got to get my hopes up? Why do you have to get my hopes up? He hits me up out of the blue. He says, Hasan, I'm back on the marketplace. I'm coming in. Okay, because Ted and I, we used to ball all the time, and he just kind of went away, kind of perished. I don't know what happened. I don't know where he went, but he just kind of left the ball sessions. Now, it's okay, you know. He was a ball knower. He was getting so good. I was so excited, right? And he bailed. But yesterday, he just hit me up. And out of the blue said, I'm coming tomorrow. And he never showed up. Also, Elam. This is the double call-out sesh. Elam also hits me up every week. Hey, mate, you're going to bowl today? You're going to bowl tomorrow? Are we doing the fucking thing? Are we bowling? And I'm like, okay, yeah, I am bowling. Sometimes I'm like, I'm not. Sometimes I'm like, I am. Okay. And Mr. Pokemon's roommate, okay, ever since he became Pokemon's roommate, he switched up. Okay. I don't see him. He's no longer a broomie, right? He's not a fucking bowl. He's not bowling. He's not fucking chefing. He's not doing it. Joshua Bingle, bruv. All Hoopers had that one friend. Yeah. Elon tweeted at you. I know, man. I know. Wait, did he tweet at me again? Because I called him out. I said he's a fraudulent gamer. Yes, we know the shadow president of the USA called Hasan a fraud. Yeah, I know that Elon knows who I am ever since the Grimes interview, and hates me ever since the Grimes interview. And I've talked to you guys about this before, and everyone's like, Hasan, you know, Elon doesn't know who you are or whatever. And it's like, no, he does. I know for a fact he does. It's all good. But in any case, yeah, Elam, Pokemon's roommate, now at 100 Thieves, too busy for me, too big time for me. Just kidding. Apparently this morning, actually he went to the wrong park. Okay, he said he was he said he was gonna pull up, and I looked at my messages afterwards, and he apparently went to the wrong park, which is crazy. So that's why he missed out the ball sesh. But hey, look, I'm back. I checked my weight this morning too. Okay, we're now switching the aesthetics. This is now the Ashton Hall style. Okay, Ashton Hall style aesthetics. Always putting a timestamp on it. So me and this dude, we're both unks, okay? This is one of the youngins, okay? And see how it is, bro. You got to get at least 10,000, okay? You got to get at least 10,000. 10,000 steps, $10,000. You got to get at least 10,000. No Saratoga water. I know, L video. But I'm going to need at least 4 minutes of hang time. Yeah. So So that's the 22-year-old, and then there was another 15-year-old who came up, and we did a 2v2 after this. I won this first King of the Hill. We're doing 3 dribble King of the Hill here. 3 dribble King of the Hill. It's a good way to like get a bag. It's a good way to set up a bag. I don't really have one, but in any case, I won the first King of the Hill. I lost the second King of the Hill, and then me and the other old man here, the other bald old man, we beat him and this other kid who was 15 years old, and I was bullying him. Yeah, at least 10,000. Are you sick? I'm getting so much better. I was definitely much sicker yesterday. I'm no longer as sick. Have you gotten the Gutenberg yet? Yeah, of course I've gotten the Gutenberg. I've been up and down Gutenberg. I've defended the right of the German swordmaster, Meister, and we won the Gutenberg tournament. So down Gutenberg. I've defended the right of the German swordmaster, Meister. And we won the Gutenberg tournament. So now the German swordmaster is actually in charge of the sword fighting club. Yeah, I've been cooking on Kingdom Come. Don't come at me with that. But yeah, this dude came up. He's like, yeah, we did 2v2, and me and the other unk, we were like, if it's just me and him against you two, like, we're gonna cook you guys. And then they got real aggro. They were like, nah, no way, we'll destroy you guys. And then we cooked them. They beat us the first game, actually, to be fair, because the 15-year-old was actually dropping a dime after dime. He was actually clean. He had a really good 3-point shot, and they won the first one, and then we destroyed them in the second game. It wasn't my fault, though. It was Unk's fault. It was other Unk's fault. But a dime is a pass. I know. He was dropping dimes and also buckets. He had a good pass. He had a good 3-pointer. He was really good. He was really good. So that was fun. I'm carrying over that victory. I asked him how old he was, and he was like 15. And I was like, oh, you stuttered. You're definitely 14. You're lying to me about being 15. And then I was like, so what do you like? Who do you watch? You watch HasanAbi? I show speed. He's like, no, I actually don't watch a lot of Twitch streamers. Like, I was like, so what do you do? He's like, oh, I just play basketball. I was like, damn, you remind me of my nephew. He's a nerd just like you. He doesn't do shit. He only plays football. Freaking nerd. But yeah, he was a sweet kid. He was nice. He had a healthy brain, surprisingly. He was not, skibbity toilet poisoned. Jock equals nerd now. Yeah, unironically, I think there are nerdy jocks, and then there are jockey jocks now. Like, if you're not in tune with metas, if you're not like active on social media, all this stuff, when you're like 14, 15, and you only play sports, you low-key are a nerd. Yeah. Like, it's kind of like that now. I mean, half of the Zoomers in this chat are most likely the archetype that I'm talking about, like, if you watch me, and if you're like 15 and you watch me instead of like HasanAbi or I Show Speed, you're a freaking nerd. Okay, it is what it is. Even if you work out all the time, even if you have athletic prowess, like, you are a goddamn nerd. It is what it is. I mean, I was that my whole life. That's who I was as well. I played basketball, and all I did was draw and play video games. I was a freaking nerd as well. So me, Buddha, and Myth balled up a 17-year-old girl, wanted to play with us. I said yes, and she beat us in 21. Oh my god. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I've gotten much better. And Buddha still does not show up the ball, but it's all good. But yeah, we that was good. That was fun. Nothing else going on in the world other than that. I'm working on I'm working on possibly going to New York for Zoran, and hanging out with him a little bit, kicking it with Zoran, showing some support for the boy. Hopefully New York's next mayor, exciting stuff there. And we'll figure that out. That's what I'm working on at the moment. But aside from that, not much is happening. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping, okay? Fraudulent gamer Elon calls me out. Colombia student hunted by ICE. Korean Colombia student hunted by ICE over pro-Palestine activism. Can I meet you here in New York? No. I show my wife one of the TikTok edits you reposted, and now she keeps sending me thirst trap edits that end up in her feed. Nice. That's good. Myth is no longer balling with us because he's training. And I think playing basketball probably wouldn't be the best idea. He might accidentally get like injured or something. Oscar winner Hamdan released by IOF after detention and lynching. I'm also trying to see if I can have get Hamdan on the stream to interview him about what took place, what happened. How much are you weighing now? A couple days ago on the scale, I saw a very scary number. I saw 234 and it freaked me out. That means I'm like 10 pounds above the lowest weight I've been since I lost all this weight. And then today I'm back down to 229. So that's good. We're like a week ago, I was like back up, or shot up to 234. And now I'm down to 229 again. So we're good. We're good. And yes, I saw that Elon called me a fraud on Twitter. Please stop. Oh my God. You guys are annoying. Oh my God. Every day now. We got to do the text every day. We have to do the text meta every day now. Probably water weight from being sick. I don't know. Old debate with Charlie's blowing up. Yeah, I know. I saw this and I reposted it recently.
Like, why are you trying to always take away their right to protest?
Hold on. I'll show you guys this one. Yeah, this one banged. Just put it on screen now before a new chatter asks you about it for hours. Yeah, I'm not going to do the text. And also, the text doesn't even matter. The text doesn't even matter. The text doesn't even matter. People don't even read the text messages on the screen because they're freaking annoying. Okay. Fraudulent gamer Elon calls me out. Korean Columbia student hunted by ICE over pro-Palestine activism. Oscar winner Hamdan released by IOF after detention and lynching. Yemen text message. Yemen Houthi group chat leak. Houthi group chat leaks. Get in now. Elon is the fourth word in your stream title. There's no device on which you can be watching the stream and not see the fourth word of the title. It's literally weaponizing competence at this point if people ask you about it. Yeah, I know. I put it on there as the top thing. And people are still behaving oblivious because they're annoying. I would read the text. What is that? Ashton Hall was noted. What is nuded? What does that mean? Daily nude? I already blasted off, chat. You missed it. I used this meme, which is not a meme at all. Woman slams selfish paragliders who made her think Hamas were invading Doncaster. A woman panicked in her village near Doncaster was under attack when she spotted a number of paragliders flying over her home and thought they were from Hamas. Free parking. I saw a sign that said free parking and I thought to myself, babe, is that fucking sign saying free Palestine? I don't know what has become of Londonistan. Hamdan is the New York City candidate? No, the New York City candidate is Zoran. Hello? Why are you both wrong? I saw license plates recently that said Mamas, and I had a weird tired moment. Wait, that was in Vegas. There was a license plate in Las Vegas in the parking lot of the Bernie rally that literally had Mamas in it. Like the license plate said Mamas. And I saw it. I didn't make a note of it. I didn't say anything, but I unironically at first glance thought the license plate was Hamas. Megaphonics is so parasocial that he saw the license plate on stream and he thought he saw it in the real world. Oh my God. Oh my God. Megaphonics. Oh my God, Megaphonics. Your world is colliding today. If only I had watched if only Ben Stiller got in on the fun somehow in this entire process, you would probably explode, okay? You would probably die if Ben Stiller and Severance somehow also was incorporated into the broadcast today. That would be the triple Monty. All of your favorite things in one place. Just perma me already is too nice out today to be inside. Okay, dude. Let's not act like if you got perma'd, you would go outside. That would imply you would miss all of the things that happen on the stream. Yeah, there you go. Severance mention for wife of phonics. Big wife guy. Yeah. Yeah, I saw Jasmine Crockett make fun of Greg Abbott being in a wheelchair, and I'm sorry, but that's funny. Get mad all you want. We're in a very different era now. You can't get mad at things like that, okay? You can't get mad at things like that any longer. Comedy is legal now, okay? I was actually on the phone with Alex this morning, Lolo, and I was talking to him about the R word and how like lame it already was and how extra lame it has become. I think now if you say the R word, if you say the R word, you are the biggest loser on the planet, because these guys like 56-year-old hedge fund managers think they're being bad when they say it, right? It is the lamest word to use. Having said that, those very same people who are like, ooh, we're being bad. I said retard. Like, oh my God, I'm being so bad. Like, those guys will then turn around and fucking cry when Jasmine Crockett says, calls Texas Governor Greg Abbott Governor Hot Wheels. Okay. It's just like, you can't do that. You can't do that. you can't be this much of a weirdo. You can't, on the one hand, be like, ooh, we got it. Like, there are accounts on Twitter called like R Word Finder. Okay. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's, what is this? Replace the R word with fetard when your brain breaks and you become extra shitty. Fetard? What? That sounds French. Saying the R word and driving a Cybertruck are the new loser meta. Yeah. This is who everyone who says the R word. Yeah. But like, this is funny and cute. They're not being funny or cute. They're being losers, dude. They're being sweaty, unwashed losers. In French, fetard means party goer. Wow. Sacre bleu. Fetard. Jasmine Crockett comes out with some good moments like the bleach blonde body stuff, butch body stuff. Trump is live, signing executive orders again. My goat, he loves that.
Many of these things should have taken place.
The R word in French means late. So if you were late in a French school, you would need an R word pass. Yeah. In any case, we'll get to all of that. Let's showcase once again the blast off meme. The blast off. We're blasting off. It's blasting off. We're blasting. I'm thinking we're blasting. Okay. I'm thinking we're blasting. That's a blast off, dude. Did you hear Trump's Kennedy Center leaks? He wants to watch musicals again. Yeah, I know, but not gay ones. He wants not woke musicals like Cats, which is, of course, obviously not a gay musical. Dude, having a not gay musical is like saying you want a not gay parade, okay? Just, it's impossible. It's a gay thing. Oh, I want to suck a dick, but not in a gay way, okay? Pause, no homo. I want to suck a penis, but like in a non-gay way. It's like, no, dude, you're still sucking a penis, okay? It's at least a little gay. Even if it's, and I'm not even on some transphobic shit. Like, even if it's girl cock, there's like a little bit. That's why there's a term for it. You can say you're pan or whatever. You know what I mean? If you're sucking on girl cock, it's still a little, like, it's a little bit, you know? It's a little bit. Not like, oh, you like dudes, but it's a little queer, right? There's just no, you can't just be like, oh, I want to do a musical. I want to do a musical, but it's not gay. It's gay. It's either a little gay or very gay. It's the same principle behind parades. Little gay or very gay. Now, is it bad to be gay? No, of course not. Trump is gay as hell. And it's probably one of his best qualities. I mean, look at how zesty he is. Look at what he's doing right now. Look at the way he's signing this. He's such a queen. Okay?
So we're going to go around the room a little bit quickly, and we're going to introduce these very outstanding people. They've had
fifth column MB. I hope you get canceled. Girl cock's the shittest thing ever. Don't read my username, please.
Incredible people that are going along as rapidly.
Trans chatter here. You're literally wrong.
Ahead of
what do you mean?
Anybody else thus far? So I want to thank John Thune. He's done a very good job, and the whole Senate. We're being delayed as much as possible by Democrats, but that's standard. It gets to be just standard.
If Gawk is even a little gay, you're saying trans women are mostly women, but not actually really? No, I'm not saying that. Trans women are women, okay? It's the same principle behind, like, high-fiving your cis girlfriend, okay? It's a little gay. That doesn't make your girlfriend not a girl, cis or trans, okay? That's it. And also, it's a fucking joke! Comedy is legal now.
The world has America First patriots and all.
Like being, or getting pegged, okay? Getting pegged by your cis girlfriend who has a strap on. It's a little gay. It's not the end of the world. It's not the worst thing, okay? But it's a little gay. Cis, trans, doesn't matter. Same principle behind getting your ass eaten, okay? A little gay. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just a little gay. Everyone's a little gay. It is what it is.
It's my honor to represent President Trump, people of America, represent our interests and values in China.
I'm Leah Campos. I'm going to represent the President in the Dominican Republic. Mr. President, thank you for the honor to serve you in the Dominican Republic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor. Look forward to working with every one of you on behalf of the President, his leadership.
Oh, my goat, Mr. Text, Mr. Group Chat. Mike Waltz. Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Mike Waltz. I like to make group chats. I'm here to make sure that everyone here is copacetic.
Honor President to be part of your ministry.
Thank you. Tom Barrett, nominee to the Republic of Turkey. Delighted and honored to be with you, Mr. President, in that host country, which is one of the most ancient in civilization, is in search for your peace, prosperity, and security program. Thank
Good place.
Mr. President.
Good leader, too.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. It's an honor. I'm Pete Hookster, you know that.
Yeah.
But I am going to Canada.
Oh.
I look forward to serving you in Canada and your agenda.
And you do a great job. Thanks, Pete.
Juan Johnson, sir, thank you for the nomination to represent you and the United States to the United Mexican States. And I'm really encouraged by some of the conversations you've had with President Sheinbaum recently and to the increase in support that we've seen out of her government along our border on the important issues. So thank you, sir.
They have stepped it up a lot,
Yes, sir.
Mexico and Canada, so see how it works, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Matt Whitaker from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm proud to, as soon as I'm confirmed, go represent you at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Okay, thank you, man.
George Glass, on my way to Japan. Previous administration, I served for you in Portugal. It is a great honor to be able to do this the second time. Thank you
very
for
much.
the opportunity.
Thank you, George.
President Trump, my name is Ken Howry. I'm your nominee to be ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, a very close partner and ally. I served for you last time, the Kingdom of Sweden. I want to thank you for the faith you've placed in me as your nominee to Denmark.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you for the honor of a lifetime. My name is Stacy Feinberg, and hopefully I'll have the honor of serving in Luxembourg. And I think this is the greatest presidency and the greatest time in history, and it's all because of you.
Thank you very much.
Nicole McGraw, nominated to serve in Croatia, and it's such an honor to be here with you today. And to
Croatia!
serve you and the American people.
President Trump, thank you very much for your nomination to the Republic of Chile. And let me tell you, Border Patrol agents are so thankful for everything that you've done for them. But
That man knows more about the border than anybody, I want to tell you. Thank you.
President, it's a great honor. Thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Brian Birch. If I'm confirmed, I'll be representing you at the Holy See. And Catholics are very proud of your work. Your team is doing an excellent job, so thank you. Very honored to serve.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you again for the honor, the greatest privilege. My name is Summer Sparkus. I will serve this great man at the Republic of Malta. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Popolo from Dallas,
I
Texas.
love this because the ambassadorship positions are basically like who's got motion. If you're a politician, if you're actively a politician and was a senator, or like if you had a formative role, obviously this is the worst demon. Hold on, let's watch this, and I'll give you
You've done more for Israel than any president.
Oh, Mike Fuckabee! You've done more for Israel.
We're grateful.
Am Israel
high?
high?
Be there by Passover.
Mike
Thank
Fuckabee.
you, Mike. And Mike is an outstanding guy. They all are. Mike, I think he's going to do wonders for Israel. He actually probably gets along with both sides, and that'll be interesting to see. But the world is watching you, Mike, so good luck. Good luck. You're going to do well. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you for this great honor to serve the Republic of Italy in San Marino. I'm so looking forward to going over there and working with that great ally, and for the pleasure to serve you. Your staff has been great working with us and have done a great job, and we really appreciate them. Thank you, sir, for pushing this along.
And have a good time. A really good time.
I'm Warren Stevens from Little Rock, Arkansas, and I have the honor to represent the President and the United States in Great Britain and Northern Ireland. And to be chosen to go to such an important ally of ours
It is.
is I know, sir, and I'm looking forward to it, but thank you for the honor.
Both of the Fuckabees are on Ozempic. Both of them. Both Mike and Sarah Fuckabee. They both are on Ozempic.
Two guys, and then you add on Mike. I think they have a little more money than Mike, but he's got some other advantages. He's got some other, like upstairs, he's got some big advantages.
Yeah, he does.
It's very
Trump has
exciting.
selected a man who wants that Barack Obama looks like a skinny
Would you
ghetto
have any
crackhead to
questions,
serve
media,
as our ambassador
for
to
the,
South Africa.
People that you just saw, so outstanding, and I thought it would be nice to bring them before you. And so if you have any questions, please.
I wanted to ask you about the talks in Saudi Arabia. It sounds like you made some progress on a Black Sea ceasefire.
Yeah, this is entirely. This is a room full of dipshits who have. This is a room full of dipshits who sucked off Trump hard enough to get like ambassadorship positions. It's only a demotion. If it's only a demotion that counts as exile if you're like a prominent political leader and then they send you off into like a shitty country, like a lame country that you don't want to be at. But outside of that, it's almost always just like rich wives of campaign contributors getting positions of ambassadorship to just like basically go and have fun. Or if you are personally a sociopathic Israel dick rider that is one of the biggest Israel dick riders of all time, like you will outflank most Jews on Israel, like Mike Fuckabee, because you're an evangelical sociopath who believes that Jews need to be sent to the desert so that Jesus Christ can come back to earth and like fight in Megiddo. Then you become the Israel ambassador. But it's basically a bullshit job for the most part, or CIA.
Mediated, arbitrated, and see if we can get it stopped, and I think it will. That'll get stopped.
What countries are you looking to work with, sir?
Nuke Hoscord.
We have other countries involved, and they're involved very strongly in the process, and that'll be resolved. That's actually, as bad as it is, that's the least of the problems. So we'll get that resolved.
Is Hoscord still locked in on the sucking a gawk? Sucking a gawk is a little queer, not in like a bad way or anything. Is that what Hoscord is trapped on? I mean, I know that was a joke, but I assume that was a little bomb that I dropped in the beginning of the broadcast as a bro thought jokes would fly.
If they're successful, I know Senator Kennedy has backed it, Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress has backed it. Would you be interested in defunding and taking away taxpayer dollars to NPR and PBS?
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased, the whole group. I mean, a whole group of them. And frankly, there's plenty. Look at all the media you have right now. There's plenty of coverage. I was from a different age, and they spend more money than any other network of its type ever conceived. So the kind of money that's being wasted, and it's a very biased view, you know that better than anybody. And I'd be honored to see it end. We're well covered. Look at all the people that we have here today. We're well covered, and we don't need it, and it's a waste of money. Especially, I don't even know what Doge's recommendation is. I assume their recommendation is to close them up.
Well, after they hear all the testimony, I think they're going to make a decision relatively sooner than later.
Yeah.
But we'll see what that turns out.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't, because they have found so much waste, fraud, and abuse, hundreds of billions of dollars, and just waste, fraud, abuse. You heard yesterday some of the new things that were found. 22 billion just in environment, billion. You know, if you had 22 million, Warren, it would be nice, but 22 billion put into environmental accounts. One was 2 billion into one account, Stacey Abrams, where they had $100 in the account, and just before I came in, they put $2 billion. And you guys are looking, so you mean 2 million or maybe 200,000? No, $2 billion were put in the account. What do you think of that, Mike? Do you think that's a straight deal? 2 billion?
Just write me the check, Mr. President. I'll take it with me to Israel.
It's a horrible thing, and we have so many of those things. So they've done an incredible job, and the country wants to hear it. I think Doge is actually very popular because of what's happening. They're hearing about all of these scams and for big money, tremendous amount. And when you add it up, just hundreds of billions of dollars being wasted, and much of it's fraud. You know, we talk about waste, and it is waste and abuse, but a lot of it's fraud
Can I
too.
follow up on something?
Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I just want to follow up on that. If Planned Parenthood is defunded, would you look into the harvesting of baby organs that they've done throughout the years and maybe go after some criminal prosecution on that?
Well, I think you're talking about a subject that is a heated subject, and we'll look into it. We're going to look into everything, but that's certainly a subject that's been debated for a long time, and we will look into it, yeah.
Mr. President, some senators have expressed hope that the White House will support a rescission package to codify some of the DOJ cuts into law. Where does the White House stand on that? And are you making progress
Which
on
package?
that? A rescission package to codify some of the DOJ cuts into law.
You know what, it would be great. I think we're going to do that. I think they're going to do it. I think we're also going to be codifying a lot of the executive orders that we've done, which have been very popular. And we're looking at one, I will tell you right now, that I think perhaps will be controversial, but not with the people, and that's sanctuary cities. We're going to end sanctuary cities for some of these jurisdictions that aren't cooperating with law enforcement. They're guarding criminals. They're taking the rights away from the citizens of this state and their city. And we're going to be ending sanctuary cities if we find it necessary to do in certain major areas. And we may just end the entire thing altogether because it's just a way of protecting criminals. And nobody else is benefited by that. And for some reason, Democrats want to keep and they want to shield criminals from being sent back to their countries or being sent to prison. And in the meantime, the crime rate has gone through the roof. Under Biden, it was through the roof. It's starting to come down, but we're taking a lot of people out of here. So we may be presenting you very shortly with a executive order ending sanctuary cities.
Mr. President, are you going to change any of the practices that your national security officials used after a reporter was inadvertently added to a group chat about attacks on Yemen?
Well, I think it's a question I've been asked now, and I've given a few answers, and they've all been the same. We have an amazing group. Our national security now is stronger than it's ever been. We have had a very, very successful, numerous attacks on that area. These are people that shoot down ships, not only our ships, ships all over the world. They're shooting down right out of the water and damaging them badly, or they're going down. They're also shooting anything that happens to be flying in the area. We hit them very, very hard. There was no classified information, as I understand it. They used a app, if you want to call it an app, that a lot of people use, a lot of people in government use, a lot of people in the media use. And I think I'll ask Mike. Mike is here. Do you want to respond to that, please?
Yes, Mr. President. You asked about lessons. I think there's a lot of journalists in this city who have made big names for themselves, making up lies about this president, whether it's the Russia hoax or making up lies about Gold Star families. And this one in particular, I've never met, don't know, never communicated with, and we are looking into and reviewing how the heck he got into this room. But I'll tell you what, the world owes President Trump a favor. Under Biden, global shipping was shut down. Pinprick attacks, months between them, our destroyers being fired upon dozens of times. President Trump took decisive action with his national security team, took out the head missileer, knocked out missiles, knocked out headquarters, knocked out communication sites. And for once, as we hear, as you all hear from every one of our allies, thank God for American leadership again. Thank God for American strength. You're welcome. And look, we had a national security team that was coordinating these efforts. As Director Radcliffe testified today, his first day on the job, he was introduced to this app on his government systems at the CIA and at the State Department and otherwise. So,
oh my God.
Look, this journalist,
oh
Mr.
my
President,
God. This man right here, Mike Waltz, his brother-in-law is the lead singer of Creed. I just found out because I saw Andrew K-File tweet. Andrew Kaczynski.
Crap out of terrorists, which is exactly what
oh
your team
my
and
God.
a good friend and fellow veteran.
Oh my
is
God.
leading charge on, and it's
oh my God.
We've had numerous successful evenings and days in that area. The worst of them has been.
Oh my God.
This should have
Oh
been done
my
a long
God.
time ago by Biden, but Biden was an incompetent president. He couldn't do anything. He didn't know where he was going. He had no clue. This guy had no clue. This should have been done a long time ago, as they shoot missiles at ships, randomly shoot missiles at ships, and they make their own missiles. You know, this is not an incompetent group of people.
My
They
God.
make their own missiles. They get
What
the
an
missiles
incredible
also from
moment.
Iran. It's an offshoot of Iran. Another offshoot. You have Hamas. You have Hezbollah. You have the Houthis. You got a lot of
You
stuff
think
going
you
on with
know a
Iran.
guy.
And,
You think
we
you
said
know a
let it to
guy,
Iran.
and then you find out something about him.
That's an app that a lot of people use, and somebody got on. I mean, happened to know the guy's a total sleazebag. The Atlantic is a failed magazine. Does very, very poorly. Nobody gives a damn about it. This gives it a little bit of a shot.
What the
And
heck?
I will tell you this: that they've made up more stories, and they're just a failing magazine. The public understands that. He's a very good man. That man is a very good man right there that you criticize so strongly. He's a very good man, and he will continue to do a good job. In addition to him, we had very good people in that meeting, and those people have done a very, very effective job, and you're going to see it. And it goes on, by the way. It's going to go on.
Can you leak more plans? Da-da-da-da-da-da.
That's what it's all about. We have
This time to a real journalist instead of Goldberg, who's a major pussy.
I don't know anything about Signal. I wasn't involved in this, but I just heard about
They let the Atlantic into that group chat with arms wide open. Yeah.
It's used by a lot of the military, and I think successfully. But sometimes somebody can get onto those things. That's one of the prices you pay when you're not sitting in the situation room with no phones on, which is always the best, frankly. But you know, the best is to be there. In fact, oftentimes I've been
here it is.
In fact, just last week I was in the situation room on something very important, and we had a couple of people hooked up my
Ex-brother-in-law,
line,
sorry.
and I said, cancel the line. Sorry, fellas. What you do is we'll tell you all about the meeting.
Can you make me fired? Fired like a missile in the direction of
We
Zanah.
had 2 perfect months. We're bringing.
Can
we are
you
bringing in
make
business.
me
We have another one
fired?
announced tomorrow, a big one, very big. Like in the history of our
Creed is
country,
guilty
nobody's
pleasure.
ever seen anything like it. And I think probably a lot of people are saying they started by saying it was the greatest first month that a president has ever had, and I think that's true. And now they say it's the best second month, and they had to find
I'm
something.
broken.
And,
Yeah, I am. I am
certainly
broken.
will look at
Dude,
this.
what are we talking about?
The main thing was
What are
nothing
we talking?
happened
Of course
without
I'm
the
broken, dude. The current administration is doing group chats on Signal, fantasizing about how they're going to bomb Yemen. And the group chat has the shittiest NatSec reporter, the most like pro State Department guy in the group chat, but like still, the very fact that this happened is insane. Okay, I like it. I would be incredibly hypocritical if I told you that this is a bad thing. This is a good thing. I think they should do that, but next time with a real journalist and not like Goldberg, who refuses to leak the classified information. Like, you're a goddamn journalist. What are you talking about? They gave this to you. This is an incredible gift to you, and you're just not going to do your job. You're a bad person. You are the reason why people don't trust media. Okay, non-contentious, non-adversarial reporting is a genuine. Is this so annoying to me? Okay, it is so fucking shitty. It is quite literally the reason why Mike Waltz has I was going to say Greenblatt, Goldberg's phone number.
Good, like that man sitting right at the end of the table who's done a great job. We shouldn't allow them to be hurt by it. Yeah, go ahead.
He could have defined his career as a journalist. No, his career as a journalist is literally to defend the State Department. That's the whole point of Goldberg. I'm going to talk about that as well. Hold on.
Number one,
we're gonna get to that.
Or app, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, if it's not classified, then dump it. Leak the name of the CIA asset. Dude, if the CIA asset that they were talking about is actually who we think it is, maybe someone who is suspiciously at in Yemen right now, talking to high profile Houthi leaders, I would lose my fucking mind. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Is that the FBI?
Anything like that, I would ask them. It's not really an FBI thing. It's really something having to do
It's
with
probably not the case, but I'm just saying, like it's.
Will somebody be able to break in? Are people able to break into conversations? And if that's true, we're going to have to find some other form of device. And I think that's something that we may have to do. Some people like Signal very much. Other people probably don't. But we'll look into it. I think, Michael, I've asked you to immediately study that and find out. If people are able to break into a system, now in this case it wasn't that this attack was going on and nobody found out anything. And again, the person that was on, as I understand it, he left very early because he didn't find it very exciting. But I think it's something you should look into.
Yes, sir, we are. We have our technical experts looking at it. We have our legal teams looking at it. And of course, we're going to keep everything as secure as possible. No one in your national security team would ever put anyone in danger. And as you
Dog,
said,
you literally did that. You did do that, though. You did do that. You did do that. You did that.
But the media wants to talk about everything else except for the hostages you're getting out of the Middle East.
You did do that, though.
Iran on its back foot.
It's not even a leak. It's not even a leak technically because you guys did it.
As we just saw today with a Black Sea ceasefire, we were just on with Steve Witkoff, myself, our team in Saudi Arabia. They want to talk about all this other stuff except for your amazing successes and the successes of your team.
Sir, on the Black Sea. And sometimes you have to move very quickly, and the devices that are very good, but they are very, very cumbersome, and you're not able to use them, and from a practical standpoint. So all we can do is find out the best we have with modern technology. They'll probably get better over the years. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, on the Black Sea, so the Kremlin has said that there were several conditions that would need to be met for this agreement to happen. This includes sanction relief for banks and some companies. Did the U.S. agree to all of those conditions that they laid out?
They will be looking at them, and we're thinking about all of them right now. There are about 5 or 6 conditions. We're looking at all of them.
The White House has said that it's looking into how a journalist got added to that Signal chat. Is it possible that there could be a firing of even a lower mid-level official?
No, Mike Waltz did it himself. There's no firing.
That we've been discussing.
We've pretty much looked into it. It's pretty simple, to be honest. It's not. It's just something that can happen. It can happen. You can even prepare for it. It can happen. Sometimes people are hooked in and you don't know they're hooked in. They're hooked into your line and they don't even mean bad by it. But it's not a perfect technology. There is no perfect technology. The really good ones are very cumbersome, very hard to access. And I think we're going to look at, we always want to use the best technology. This was the best technology for the moment. But again, it wasn't classified, so they probably viewed it as being something that wasn't that important. And it obviously, with the attack being, I mean, I don't know if it's been read out to you yet, but that attack was a tremendous success for the U.S., a tremendous success.
Who said the information,
Go ahead,
was
please.
not classified? Do you think that Mike Waltz made a mistake and does he need to apologize?
No, I don't think he should apologize. I think he's doing his best. It's equipment and technology that's not perfect, and probably he won't be using it again, at least not in the very near future. What do you think?
That's sir. I agree with you. Let's get everybody in the room whenever possible.
A lot of times you find out defects by exactly things like that, but I don't think it's something we're looking forward to using again. We may be forced to use it. You may be in a situation where you need speed as opposed to gross safety, and you may be forced to use it, but generally speaking, I think we probably won't be using it very much.
The Secretary of Defense, on that train, the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and J.D. Vance, the Vice President, said that the Europeans were freeloading. Do you agree with that assessment?
Do you really want me to answer? Yeah, I think they've been freeloading. The European Union's been absolutely terrible to us on trade, terrible. And as you know, NATO, I got them to pay hundreds of billions of dollars. They were way behind. And if you look if you look at Ukraine, so we're in for $350 billion because of Biden. Should have never happened, this war. All these dead people should not be dead. All these broken cities, that are demolished down to the ground, those gorgeous towers, the most beautiful in the world, the most beautiful spires in the world. The spires in Ukraine were said to be the most beautiful of all. Just about every one of them is lying on its side in a million pieces. It's so sad to see what's happened to a heritage. No, I think that when they say the European Union and you could say NATO also. Look, NATO, and I don't blame NATO for this. I don't blame Europe for this. I blame Biden for the fact that he didn't make them equalize. And to this day, I said to him, you got to catch up, you got to equalize. But why are they in for $100 billion and we're in for possibly $350 billion? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. And you could say more important for them because we have an ocean in between. So, you know, it's one of those things. You'll be seeing Liberation Day. I call it Liberation Day in America. You're going to be seeing on April 2nd. Didn't want to do it on April 1st for the obvious reason, April 2nd. But you'll be seeing tariffs. And I think I've been very fair. I have them set. But I think I've been very fair to countries that have really abused us economically for many, many decades.
Mr. President, that information was not classified.
Another
Which
question,
is your national
please.
security
Go
advisor.
ahead.
Just following up on your comments on the economy, there is reports that consumer confidence fell for the fourth straight month. What is your message to Americans who are concerned
Well,
about
I know
terrorism
this, that for the first time in like 50 years, right track, wrong track, we're on the right track. And I think people see that. And if you look at prices, prices are way down. You know, when I first came here, the first time I met with you people officially, they were screaming at me about eggs. I said, I've been here for a week and I'm being yelled at about eggs.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're a president, and egg prices skyrocket due to a fucking avian flu. That's just, you know, kind of your job, dude. That's what you did to Biden.
Great job.
That's why you won. You won because everyone was screaming at the president about the cost of living crisis.
We brought eggs down at a level that nobody thought we could get at. I inherited that situation, and I inherited a grocery situation. The groceries went way up, an old-fashioned word, but it's a very descriptive word. Groceries have gone through the roof. And I used to campaign on it. I used to say, we're going to get groceries down, and we have got it down. I watched a certain newscast over the weekend, and a congressman, Democrat congressman, said, well, Trump's done a lot, I agree. He's been great on the border, he's been great on the military, but, you know, he hasn't brought prices down. That's false. Gasoline's way down. Eggs are way down. Groceries are down, very substantially, but down. Almost everything's down. Now, I'd like to see interest rates come down a little bit, and you're going to see billions of dollars, even trillions of dollars coming into our country very soon in the form of tariffs, because we were abused by presidents that, frankly, in all fairness, it wasn't their expertise, but they had no idea what they were doing.
Mr. President, you say tariffs will create more jobs here in America.
Oh,
so
yeah, sure.
Which
It's
states?
going to
Which
it'll create a lot of money and more jobs. But if you look, so in the last, these gentlemen would know about it, and ladies, because some of the ladies are great businessmen in this room that are becoming ambassadors. Great, really great, top of the line. When you look at the number of companies that have said, like we're close to, I would say close to $4 trillion. We never had numbers like that. The number one chip maker in the world from Taiwan coming in with $200 billion. We have Apple. Look at Apple. $500 billion. $500 billion. They're going to build plants all over the United States. They were all being built in China. You have many, many companies, and maybe above all, you have the car companies coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. We have Honda is opening up one of the biggest plants in the world in Indiana, and many car companies are coming in. We have AI. We're leading China by a lot in AI, and we're going to keep it that way because we've made it very good for them, and we're going to protect them once they're here. We'll protect them through taxes, through incentives, and also through tariffs. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Based. Yeah, based. Yeah, he's being based. HasanAbi, history is written by the victory. This saying used to mean after enough time went by, historians all agreed to what leaders at the time had accomplished. More so today, it means what lies can the leaders tell the news enough times to establish a false truth. Okay, fair. Yes, I know that Jasmine Crockett was being ableist, and everyone is now crying about it. Crockett refused to apologize. Good. I'm not even the biggest fan. I'm not even the biggest fan of Jasmine Crockett, but like, this is good. You know, who cares, man? Who cares? Stop entertaining this shit. It's all noise. It's background noise. It's all background noise. It's dumb as hell. I hate it. Conservatives are ginormous hypocrites, and I think we have to stop. We have to stop conceding. Democrats, liberals, leftists, you have to stop conceding to the right. You have to stop. Please. It's so fucking annoying. It's just, they use this shit against you. Are you that dumb? Do you still not understand what's going on? All of this like woke scolding shit only works on the left. It only works on liberals because they're constantly trying to present themselves as like perfect deities, perfect vessels of information. Okay? Anyway, I'm going to show you this real quick as well. This is it got 100,000 likes, and it's filled to the brim with pro Hasan comments. I couldn't believe it. Okay, we're back, baby. We're back. This is my first ever debate at Politicon with Charles Jebediah Kirk. Before he became a prominent Trump administration figurehead. Yeah, man, let's let the ableist rhetoric run rampant. I'm sure that's great for everyone. Dude, I can't tell you what I think should be done about Governor Greg Abbott. I can't. Okay? I think like ableist rhetoric is the least consequential thing in that situation. Okay? There are dudes and ladies and non-binary people in this chat in fucking wheelchairs being like, yeah, no, he's Mr. Hot Wheels. Fuck that guy. Like, what are you talking about? So many people has Jedediah as their middle names. Yeah. Stop conceding to Republicans on issues that they objectively don't care about. Not a single Republican. Like, Republicans not only do not care about the optics of ableism, okay? They literally want to melt disabled people, okay? They want to melt disabled people. They want to turn them into biomatter. And you're over here being like, well, this disabled Republican governor of Texas who unironically shut off litigation access to other disabled people after he won a fat lawsuit when a fucking tree fell on him, ironically enough. That guy, you can't make fun of him. Like, shut up. Yes, it's fine. You're stupid. Like, you're just being ridiculous. If you are using any space, any opportunity, any moment to just be like, yeah, this was a bridge too far. Yes, these people are being mean, okay? I love trees, by the way, unrelated to this situation. All right, here it is. Here, look.
It's so hypocritical.
You can peacefully protest.
No, it's not hypocritical.
Colin Kaepernick peacefully protested, took a knee. How is he doing that? You can't do that. Then if they protest on the streets, it's not acceptable. If they protest peacefully, it's not acceptable. It seems like you just don't want them to protest because I didn't hear you yelling at Tea Party people when they were burning Obama. People should only protest when it's things that you're in favor of.
No, I'm okay with this protest.
Seem like it.
So when you start interrupting a speaker and pulling the fire alarm and throwing objects, isn't that something wrong with that? That's entirely.
It's funny, but yeah, there is something wrong with that.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. You're making a straw man argument about something. I believe that everyone has a right to protest peacefully however they see fit. You're creating this.
As long as they're not Colin Kaepernick.
No, you could say whatever.
As long as they're not the 30 students at Notre Dame who protested Michael. They did what you want me to do.
Yeah. Dude, look at this. People mad at Hasan talking over Charlie when Charlie made a full career talking over college students. This is the real reason Charlie seeks to debating college kids. His entire demeanor is passive and meek with Hasan. They were mad at Colin Kaepernick for disrespecting the flag, but then applaud the January 6th posse. Let's face it, sometimes protests don't have to be peaceful. Charlie Kirk is the worst. Guys, come on. Hasan isn't a 20-year-old college sophomore. This ain't fair for Charlie. Charlie meets an adult and starts losing debates. It's kind of crazy. Hasan put Charlie in his place. Lord forgive me, I'm about to go back to my old ways of being a debate monster, dude. This is when I was like a baby, too. This is like 2015 or 2016 or something. Yeah, this is like 2016 or 2017, not 2015, sorry. Yeah, this is woke bay. This is woke bay. Libs are libbed up, dude. Using Charlie's own tactics against him. Oh my God, I just realized this is almost 10 years ago, dude. But yeah, hella people love this. You look the same, skinny and young. Thank you. Never age a day. That's not true. I straight up have white beard now. Like I have white beard hairs now. The shirt says Obama 08, stop the drama, vote Obama. And in the back, this is an unsanctioned Barack Obama, authentic Barack Obama 2008 campaign shirt. In the back, it says black man running, and it ain't from the cops. It is one of my favorite pieces of political merch of all time. Lots of compliments I've gotten on the shirt many, many times over. I wore it at the main stage at Politicon. It was unofficial merch. It wasn't official merch, obviously, but it's a real 2000. It's from 2008. Like it's a real. It is a real piece of merchandise from 2008. Bro felt like he was at the cookout. When I'm wearing the shirt, I'm always at the cookout. Your country needs you, Agent Woke Bay. Just one more job. Not anymore. We hate Obama. I mean, I wasn't a fan of Obama back then either. I just love the shirt. I think the shirt is awesome. Nice bathroom. Not even watching it still clocked you. Yeah, that's a classic nice bathroom moment. All right, before we get into this stuff, Oscar-winning Palestinian director Hamdan Bilal, freed by Israel, friend says, before we do all of that, let's talk about Jasmine Crockett. Because Republicans are very mad at Jasmine Crockett. And there was a chatter in here that was also very mad at Jasmine Crockett, or very mad at me for defending this. As you guys know, the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, is someone who has to roll around in a wheelchair because of an accident where a tree fell on him and he was wheelchair bound for the rest of his life. Now, Jasmine Crockett, at the Human Rights Campaign, which makes it even funnier, who is also a Texas politician herself, had this to say about Governor Greg Jedediah Abbott. Let's hear what she had to say.
Because we in these hot-ass Texas streets, honey. Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. And
oh my God, Fox News, jaw-dropping insult. Oh, dude, dude, no, soy right, dark woke. It's happening, dude. Dark woke versus soy right. I'm telling you right now, dude. Donald Trump literally in 2016 looked dead ass at a disabled reporter and went like, I don't even know how to do it. Like he straight up made fun of a disabled reporter. And did the most childish, most gross thing I've ever seen. And these guys who voted for him and loved that he did that are trying to be like, wow, ableism, sweetie. You're doing an ableism. It's ridiculous. You wouldn't attack Caitlyn Jenner for being trans. Why do you think this is different? Great question. Okay, great question. Caitlyn Jenner being attacked on the basis of being trans is appropriate if you literally message it correctly, okay? Just calling Caitlyn Jenner by her dead name is not the same in this situation, okay? In terms of Governor Greg Abbott, calling him Governor Hot Wheels or making fun of him in this regard. Oh no, this is terrible. Hold on one second. I just got to update. Uh-oh. Man, I get it. By no means am I defending the right to Republicans, but I think it's important to remember the harm that ableism and ableist terminology has on disabled people across the board. I think there are light versions, okay? There are light versions of pejoratives and things that you're saying in comparison to higher degrees of doing an ableist act, okay? It's the difference between someone using the term lame, which is still a way to describe someone with a disability, versus just slamming the R word when you're talking about a child with Down syndrome or something, okay? Like, there are degrees to this. I don't know why people always just like have this capacity to blow out the context and make it so that like anyone and everyone is engaging in the same egregious act. Okay? Like, the example I will use is, like, for example, a white person calling a black conservative or a black Republican or a black Republican like a token, right? It's inappropriate and many people will get mad at it, but it's not the same as like saying the N-word, okay? There are degrees to it. And I always find it really strange that I like even have to have this conversation. It's always weird to have this conversation because like everyone has a different metric for it. And for me, it's like when people say, oh, you're fat shaming a cop. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, dude, that cop killed people. Okay. I'm fat shaming him. Like, I know it's like not the best thing to do. I never said I'm a good guy. You know? Does that make sense? Do you understand? Like there's degrees to, there's nuance to this. There's degrees to using a pejorative against a individual. And I understand that on the other side of it, you're like, well, that person might not hear you say that word, but like your disabled friend will. But like most disabled people, I think in this community at least are, I've said way worse shit about Governor Greg Abbott. Does that make sense? Where it's like when you express your frustration, when you express your frustration with something like this, you're just basically handing a rhetorical W to the Republicans who don't give a fuck. And it's not reaching the bar, in my opinion, because this is my arbitrary designation. This is all subjective. And I'm not physically disabled aside from, being 33, which is like a physical disability in and of itself because my back is constantly fucked up. But like, you know what I mean, right? So as someone who is otherwise able-bodied, you can say, well, of course you have a different metric for it. But I still think overall that this doesn't reach the standard of like, oh my God, this is the most insane thing that someone has ever said. We have to immediately call to question Jasmine Crockett's rhetoric here, and we have to make sure that this wrong has been corrected, and then have her apologize for this. I think it's silly. I think it makes us look silly, and it also hands a genuine rhetorical victory to the fucking Republican Party in this regard. That's why they do it. That's why they cynically ham this shit up. It's also really stupid because like the people that not only do these people not care about this, but they can cynically get you to care about it because it's like in many circumstances it's something that you do genuinely care about because you want to be as like woke as possible. You want to be as clean as possible with your optics. But it's just the own goal. I think it's okay to sometimes be like, yeah, this shit is irrelevant and people are cynically trying to make this the new meta, the new discourse. You can say that. It's fine. You know what I mean? You don't have to be a champion of accessibility rights at every point. And this is the thing. This is your cause now. Like, it's just stupid. And I say this as someone who's not even a big fan of Jasmine Crockett. Okay? This is more so the principle. Yeah, Dan Crenshaw. When I said, things about how he lost his eye, okay, and I was wrong about the facts of how he lost his eye, that was ableist, That was ableist. That was part of the reason why I got banned off of Twitch for a week. Okay? That was an ableist statement that I made about a veteran, a decorated veteran, okay? And it's like, you understand that. You understand what the point was. I will not say how he lost his eye. Okay, Jon Stewart said it recently as well. He said something different than me, but like if the only people that care about hypocrisy are fucking dumbass liberals, then we're just cooked. Republicans will keep slamming that button over and over and over again. And for the record, I'm not saying that there aren't things that the Democrats can say that like go above and beyond, or anyone can say that goes above and beyond, right? There are. This just simply is irrelevant. That's what I mean. It just doesn't meet that metric.
Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. Him is that he is a hot mess, honey. So,
it's also not the best delivery as well. Kind of weird. The Voiding Crusher eye socket is a perfect negative. The most alleged what? Oh. Jasmine Crocker is supposed to be the liberal darling right now for being a fighter and being a shit disturber, and then they dunk on her and drop her as soon as she gets a little too spicy. Worse enemies. Yeah. I think maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys do care about this a lot. I don't think you do. I don't think anyone that gets upset or offended at this is being honest. Are there things that people say that are significantly worse than this? Absolutely. Okay? And a lot of people get away with saying infinitely worse shit. But I just don't think any real human being genuinely gives a fuck about Jasmine Crockett saying this. They just hate Jasmine Crockett. And woke people, on the other hand, that want to sanitize language to the best of their ability are going to use this as a talking point to showcase their moral infallibility. That's it. And when you do that, you're doing it in a way where most normal people will look at you and go, okay, dude, all right, fine. That's it. Check my last message. By the way, Republicans are the party of abolishing DEIA, where the A is accessibility, so they're literally functionally and systematically more ableist than any joke could ever be. Exactly. It's always the same dynamic because everyone is a liberal at the end of the day, right? Drew from New Jersey, thank you for the 5 get the subs. By the way, subscribe to the stream if you want me to stop being ableist. If you subscribe hard enough, I will defend. I will be the #1 disability activist. Okay, all jokes aside, getting back to the main point. It's the same exact dynamic of like, oh, people saying globalize the intifada hurts my feelings, and that's significantly more damaging than like multiple nukes worth of munitions that are being dropped on top of babies, children, women, the elderly in Gaza. Like that, like hyper focusing on my feelings over what these people are saying and what they're advocating against. Like, it's just one of those things that just like makes me so angry, where it's like, you're a fucking piece of shit. Okay. Your advocacy is around defending the Republican Party. Okay. Your advocacy is around defending the Republican Party that is actively undermining every matter of like of disability activism that has taken place so far. They want to like they say like ramps are woke now, okay? And you're over here fucking complaining now about, you know, Jasmine Crockett calling Governor Greg Abbott Hot Wheels. He deserves to be called significantly worse shit. He deserves way worse, okay? I'm not going to say what I think because I will get banned, but that's it. I don't care. I can't get myself to care, and I don't even like Jasmine Crockett that much, okay? She is seen as like a liberal media darling right now, and I think she, like a lot of what liberals like about Jasmine Crockett is exactly what I think is just like the optics of looking like a fighter, but not necessarily being there for issues that truly matter. I want fighters to actually fight on the issues and not just, you know, coming across as sassy on television. Lakshya Jain, this is pretty gross. It's not cool when Republicans do it, and it's not cool when Democrats do it. It's bad on the merits. It is not something that voters like, and it's a great way to further solidify an extremely toxic image of a party. Like, it's the Daily Caller post. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, Florida debates lifting some child labor laws to fill jobs vacated by undocumented immigrants. Like, the Republican Party at the national stage just removed a whole bunch of healthcare funding that specifically goes to disabled people. The Republican Party is abolishing the Department of Education, which funds a lot of the disability programs around the country. And now these fucking douchebags are going to be like, I can't believe it's not a paralyzed governor, is Governor Hot Wheels, okay? Get the fuck out of here. You don't give a shit about this, you fucking animal. And liberals who actually align with the Republicans on this to like be like, oh, I can't believe she said that. It's actually really bad because Governor Greg Abbott might not hear what she had to say about him, but your disabled friend will. It's like, shut the fuck up, okay? Shut up. Shut up. Lock in. Lock the fuck in. Your rights are under attack. They're destroying everything. I don't give a fuck about what Jasmine Crockett said. I'm sorry. I don't care. And you will never be able to get me to care about this. Like, what are we doing? Donald Trump is president twice now. And you're over here being like, voters hate when politicians are mean. No, they don't. They want politicians to be fucking mean. Now let's hear these douchebags complain about it.
Of Texas Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett appears to be desperately trying to capture her party spotlight, even if it means turning up the rhetoric against Republicans. It's a far cry from her comments before.
My criticism of Jasmine Crockett, by the way, is entirely on the basis of her doing exclusively this as a mechanism, as a substitute for being a real fighter. Okay? I don't care. I don't care that she's making jokes at the expense of Governor Greg Abbott's disability. You will never get me to care. I don't want to tell you what my feelings are on the matter. Like I said, I will get banned. Okay? Having said that, this is not a real substitute for being a fighter. Okay? It's not. So my real criticism of Jasmine Crockett is that she does this shit instead of going out and being like, hey, how about you don't deport people for being pro-Palestine? Like, that's an insane erosion of American civil liberties that were constitutionally afforded to everyone unconditionally. That is a direct violation. Fight on that. Who gives a fuck? Or if you're gonna call Governor Greg Abbott Hot Wheels, pair that up with all of the awful erosions of civil liberties, specifically on disabled people, to be like, this guy almost got killed by a tree and then has to literally roll around everywhere he fucking goes and is simultaneously advocating alongside a party that wants to melt the rest of the disabled people. Like, it's psychotic. Talk about actual issues. Talk about the inherent hypocrisy of Governor Greg Abbott's like advocacy. You can say it in an educational way, like if you are a Twitch streamer, whatever you do, don't say this. It doesn't matter. People will still advocate to ban me over it. Yeah, we all made fun of Biden law. Why are we pearl crutching now over this? Because being in a wheelchair is not a disability that hinders your job as a politician, but being demented does. Okay? I've talked about this before. Like, I am the most ableist when it comes to elected representatives. That's why I make fun of John Fetterman too. That's why I made fun of Brandon too. Like, yeah, you shouldn't have a significant mental disability and then also be in a position of power. Unfortunately, like, what, 90% of Congress is demented.
For the election, when she swore that Democrats would never, ever do this.
She's backtracking. Oh, God, this is so cowardly. I wasn't thinking about the governor's condition. I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles used to transfer migrants in the communities led by black mayors deliberately. Oh, shut up. This is some straight up. Oh, God, this is the worst. It's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, too, because, like, if you double down on it, then your advocacy is what? To be ableist? Like, it's stupid. The best way to get out of it is by saying, yeah, nobody cares about this. You don't care about this. Obviously, it doesn't matter to you, because if it did, you'd be infinitely more angry at, Governor Greg Abbott's actions against disabled people than you would about me calling him Hot Wheels. Okay, and then post a meme of him in a Hot Wheels car wheeling around.
Democrats have never endorsed political violence, but he will go to a rally and he will endorse it. This is the equivalent of playing with a loaded gun and then it backfiring on you.
Just a few months later, here she is appearing to egg on some of the agitators against Elon Musk.
Yeah, comedy is legal now, dude. I'm tempted to call this guy R-word, but I won't use it because I've used that word many times. Like, shut the fuck up.
I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes, we are fighting for...
Wait, what do you mean? Yeah, okay. I cannot believe that she said that.
Our country, we're fighting for democracy, we're fighting for our freedoms. And when I say fighting, I'm saying that figuratively. Obviously, everything that I am promoting is nonviolent.
And now she claims Democrats need to punch their opponents.
How do you win elections in Texas as a Democrat? What do you do?
I think that you punch. I think you punch. I think you're okay with you okay with punching. I think, and I love Colin, and I think towards the end he started to punch a little harder. But like, it's Ted Cruz. I mean, like, this dude has to be knocked over the head, like, hard, right?
I mean,
wow. I can't believe it. This is literally what they did to you with the Rick Scott clip. I know. And I don't care. I don't care. And you shouldn't either. It is so incredible. Oh, God. It's so stupid. It's so disingenuous. It's so unserious. Stop. Oh, my God. Dude. Oh, my God. Utilization of a metaphor. How dare they? look. I hate this fucking thing that people do, okay? And people are going to get mad at me for saying this, but people have yelled at me for saying this before. But like, there's this tendency for people to behave. I guess I won't use the term that will get people to be mad at me because I'm, we're already talking about disability activism here. But there's a tendency for people to constantly make their political enemies look like they have no nuance, no room for nuance, no context whatsoever. I don't believe that you can embellish or use a metaphor or try to make a joke ever. If you are my political enemy, I don't think you are capable of those things. I'm going to be the most neurodivergent I can possibly be in analyzing your speech and think you are being 100% sincere with your statement. It's fucking stupid. It's the most annoying tendency that every single person has. It's one of the most annoying tendencies, this lack of charitability, and like, I think most people understand it and they just still refuse to admit it. I despise it, okay? I despise it. It's like, oh, I'm sorry.
I mean, Steve, like, to just choose the verb punch, and then knock over the head.
Calling him Governor Hot Wheels because he's in a wheelchair is pretty bold. Move from Congresswoman DEI. Dude, come on. Exactly. Thank you, Matt Walsh, for doing the point. Thank you for proving my fucking point, dude. You see, they don't care. And you want to know something? They love that you're stupid enough to eat this bait every fucking time, okay? They love it. They love that you are the dumbest rubes of all time. The liberal tendency and the leftist tendency to constantly fucking purity test their own is the number one weapon that the right wields against the left all the time. And they do it in open ways like this, okay? It is so clear. They're laughing at you. You're a fucking moron. If you spend any time getting offended, getting fake offended about this shit, you are the biggest rube. That's it. They're laughing at your face, okay? They are laughing directly at your fucking face. They think you are the dumbest person on the planet. Hold on. Wields will openly purity testing. It's so funny that the right will openly use the dumb purity testing on the left and liberals as a weapon every single. They're laughing directly at. Anyway, you see Elon calling you a fraud out on a of all things a gaming post? Yeah, I did. I'm gonna cover it in a little bit. The phrase is in your face, not at your face. No, I'm saying at your face and directly. You don't gotta name names or anything, but have any politicians ever asked you to help them with their public responses? Yes, but I'm not gonna name any names. Would a fraud have this? What is this? Amazing. Was it Dan Crenshaw? Yeah, Dan Crenshaw hit me up. Anyway, let's hear what else these disingenuous assholes had to say.
It's interesting language choice.
Of course, and but you can.
You know, a dog needs to move most of the time and not lay down like a Hamas hostage. Why is your dog always in the room like a hostage? You need a power grip. What the hell's a power grip? Yeah, this is the saddest dog of all time. Gets to do like 2 hours of uninterrupted outside time and is basically sleeping all day long because she's so tired. And then my mom walks her again as well. Thank you. You know better. Dog that lives an infinitely better life than you, by the way. Straight up. Let her walk outside. Man, shut the fuck up. Why are you justifying yourself to a random psychopath? No, I think it's always funny whenever like a random chatter will be like, I actually don't like the way you treat your dog. I actually don't like the way you treat your dog, where your dog that sleeps a minimum 12 hours a day gets to have incredible amounts of outside time, incredible amounts of fun time, all the best chew toys on the planet, you know? How about you let me do my thing, okay? You've maybe never seen a dog that is actually well-trained and happy. I don't like how you treat your viewers. Okay, take a week off then. Literally the most spoiled, best trained dog, like off-leash trained, mind you, is so funny.
Can see that this, for her, is working, right? This kind of amping it up, and some of the comments we're seeing, and it gets more and more over the top, lower and lower, frankly. But this is what they seem to want in the Democratic Party now. They want this kind of rhetoric. They want this kind of attitude. I don't think it's helping them at all, but it's helping lift the profile of people like Jasmine Crockett.
It's a great point, because some Democrats say they want to fight. It may be a figurative fight, but she's given them maybe a literal one. I don't know. You know, Kennedy, there is this moment of Jasmine Crockett. I think this is probably the most shameful bite we're going to play. Listen to how she talks about Governor Greg Abbott of Texas, who I would remind everyone is in a wheelchair.
Y'all know we got Governor Hot Wheels down there. Come on now. Him, is that he?
Every statement, dude, every statement that the right makes is violent. Their policies are inherently violent, and the statements that they make are violent. I talked about this quite a bit at the time when the Trump failed assassination happened, and the Republicans tried to do this thing where they were like, oh, it's the violent rhetoric from the Democrats that caused this to happen. And ironically enough, most people didn't eat the bait on that. And guess what happened? It fizzled away. It was a moment where, like, collectively, every single liberal, all the way from the rattiest of libs to the hardline Maoists, were just like, dude, shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut the fuck up. What do you mean, the violent rhetoric of the left? Get the hell out of here. Okay? And guess what? It went nowhere. They kept it up. They kept talking about how, like, this violent rhetoric is crazy, whatever. And it didn't work because everyone knew that Republicans completely own the space of violent rhetoric. Okay? And the idea that, like, you should be canceled over this is also incredibly silly because, as I've said before, time and time again, cancellations are not real. Cancel culture is not real. The only way you can actually be canceled is if you get canceled by your own fan base, by your own constituents, by your own supporters. Okay? And there's nothing that will allow a right-winger to be canceled. Nothing. Nothing at all. On the other hand, liberals and the left routinely get quote-unquote canceled by their own fans. Now, I'm not saying we should let, I don't know, sex pests and criminals and awful people to get away scot-free, right? And do whatever they want. That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm just saying exercise a little bit of fucking caution, okay? Have a little bit of messaging discipline. It's incredibly stupid to constantly look at, like, the tiniest things and just be like, yeah, we gotta really fix our messaging on this. Like, yeah, you're right. Especially when it's like especially when it's being advocated by, what is this? She heard the chatter be like, she wants to walk around. Hold on. The hostage is escaping. I know.
He is a hot ass, honey. Yes.
I don't know what her intent was with that, but I find that to be a disgrace.
No, she's trying to demean the governor in order to score cheap political points. She's an attention whore. And it's annoying. So when you are void of ideas, you ramp up the rhetoric. I mean, how incredible would she be if she actually laid out an economic plan for the people in Texas, for her specific constituents, and for families across the country? She would be applauded. She would be celebrated, but instead, she's kind of at the bottom of the barrel. I don't like it when people in either party do it.
Get the fuck out of here. You don't like it when people in either party do it? I don't see you fucking doing endless amounts of critique on the Republican Party. Get out of here.
She thinks she's doing it for cheap points, but it's not grounded in political philosophy, and I don't have a ton of respect for her.
It's interesting you bring up the ideology, political philosophy, and legislative ideas. She even admits she doesn't have those. Listen. Okay, we don't have it, Carly, but I have it in front of me.
Yeah.
So she says this. She says on a Lone Star Politics interview, I should probably be a better politician and tell you, yes, we've got all this amazing legislation, and I can absolutely imagine Donald Trump signing it into law. Not gonna lie, I think right now it's about preserving our basics and getting back to some norms. She goes on.
Nice clip, dude. You guys were so horny that you couldn't even like get a clip out. Nice. Professional media broadcaster.
No ideas, but she wants to preserve.
She says right now, I could tell you that unfortunately I'm not working towards very much.
Yeah.
That's the next line that she says.
I think we noticed.
And
Yeah, this is the guy they
Right
love, by
after.
the way.
A couple of good paragraphs.
This is the guy that they voted for 3 times, who is now president the 2nd time. This was the first time he was running for president.
And it's talking about northern New Jersey draws the prober's eye. Written by a nice reporter. Now the poor guy, you got to see this guy. Oh, I don't know what I said. I don't remember. He's going like, I don't remember. Oh, maybe that's what I said. This was 14 years ago. They didn't do a retraction.
Like, get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Are you for real, dude? The entire right-wing movement has collectively decided that they will say the R word. Like, that's their whole thing. Is saying the R word, okay? That's like comedy is no longer dead. Hasan is such a chicken shit retard that he blocked me. No, I just didn't want to see his fucking spam, dude. What does he think I'm dude, you are 60 years old, man. You own the fucking platform. What are you talking about? There's a follow-up. Busted that I blocked him. This guy is such a fucking loser. I can't believe it. I can't. Oh my God. I'm going to have Grimes on again on the broadcast. You keep this shit up, Elon. You keep this shit up. I'm going to have Grimes on the broadcast. I'm going to have your daughter on the broadcast. You keep this shit up. You keep it going. I'm going to interview everybody, okay? Time to learn, Blue Sky buddy. No, this is the whole point. No, I did block him. Yes, it's not a lie. It's right here on screen. Of course I blocked him. I don't want to see his fucking post, dude. What do you mean? If there's a post that is relevant, Megaphonics will let me know. Okay? Trust me. Yeah, I blocked him because I couldn't. It was so much. It was always. He posts so much. He constantly fucking tweets, and he's such a narcissistic man-child that it's just unfucking bearable. It's unbearable. I constantly see his fucking dumbass posts. Hold on. I'm going to quote tweet him, though. Force everyone to see your dumbass tweets 7K times a day. If you say something particularly stupid, I blocked you at Elon Musk because you bought this website and forced everyone to see your dumbass tweets 7K times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream. Such a big man. Read Megaphonics' logs. Oh my God. Megaphonics got fucking banned. Bro, he's going to come after me next? No, he's not, dude. You're his #1 dick rider. Oh my God. He got so horny to post. Fossabot clapped him, dude. This is Megaphonics' Super Bowl, okay? This is literally his Super Bowl. Here, I'll throw in the screenshot of this too. Fuck it. Why not? Send him back that video of his eyes rolling high on Ket. Yeah, I blocked you, Elon Musk, at Elon Musk, because you bought this website and forced everyone to see your dumbass tweet 7K times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream if you're such a big man. Anyway, all this guy does is tweet all day, man. Why are you beefing with the president? I don't know. Yeah, I blocked you, Elon Musk, because you bought this website and forced everyone to see your dumbass tweet 7K times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream if you're such a big man. He's going to buy Twitch? Oh, God. Well, I guess I'll go somewhere else, you know? Elon blocked HasanAbi Productions? Wait, he did? Guys, every moment that Elon Musk is busy yelling at me is a moment that he's not able to gut Social Security. Okay? Who's really doing work here? Okay? Who's really doing work here? I'm trying to save the goddamn country. I'm just trying to make sure that the disabled and the elderly are not melted into biomatter. And you guys are out here fucking... I'm taking one for the team, baby. I'm putting in more work than the Democrats ever did. This is real activism. Y'all never seen anything like it. If I can get Elon Musk to cry, on Twitter about how, you know, some random dumbass streamer doesn't like him, then, you know, it's great. I've done my job. When you started your career as a political commentator, is this what you imagined it would come to? No, I didn't even think that. As much as I am aware that the American government is an oligarchy, I never would have thought, I personally never would have thought that like Elon Musk would directly control the reins. Like I didn't think it would be this out in the open. And I certainly thought that Americans would be at least a little bit smarter about this shit. Send him this. What is this?
Attack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I like working out.
Okay, y'all are trying to get banned. Like, he might not ban me, but he will ban you motherfuckers. You know that, right? I mean, he might ban me too, but just saying. He will send a drone and nuke if you show him that Twitter account. Say he's a loser. I'm not getting any notifications for your tweets. You're already shadow banned. I don't think that's how it works, man. He has an automatic community note on that photo, Lamau. Well, this photo is real. Both Elon and a spokesperson have said several times that this was not intentional. They do not know each other, and she photobombed him. I think his app is built like shit. It is. I'm not shadow banned, okay? You guys are being crazy. It's probably because I'm like, it's probably because I am tweeting up a storm right now. That's probably what it is. But yeah, all right. Let's move on from the Jasmine Crockett saga, and let's instead talk about the Elon Musk saga. The final note I wanted to make on the Jasmine Crockett saga was this way of talking about it is the most cowardly way to approach the subject matter. She should have just like talked about how stupid and hypocritical Republicans are, but instead she's like, I wasn't thinking about governor's condition. I was thinking about the planes, trains, and automobiles he used to transfer migrants into communities led by black mayors, deliberately stoking tension and fear among the most vulnerable. Literally, the next line I said was, he was a hot ass mess, referencing his terrible policies. At no point did I mention or allude to his condition. So I'm even more appalled at the very people who unequivocally support Trump, a man known for racially insensitive nicknames and mocking those with disabilities, are now outraged. Keep that same energy for all people, not just your political adversaries. Finally, this is yet another distraction. Instead of obsessing over and hanging on to my every word, maybe my political vote should focus on doing the work of the people who elected us to improve their lives. Yeah, no one believes this explanation. You should have just been like, you should have just stuck to, yeah, nobody cares about this. Stop being soy, okay? And now the Republicans are moving on to censure Jasmine Crockett. Relevant. What is this?
Good idea for an electric jet.
Pedophile says, what? Get away from me.
Yeah, good idea for an electric jet.
Pedophile says, what? Get away from me.
Guess every moment he spends crying on Twitter is a moment away. Hold on, I'm fucking posting on Instagram. Censuring seems a little more than a formal scolding. Are there actual any penalties? No, it's just scolding. It is what it is. Elon Musk is so funny because just like the rest of these animals, okay, these billionaire parasites, he could just have kept quiet, moved in silence and did his damn thing behind closed doors. But he is so desperate for people to adore him. And he doesn't care who those people are. Like, it doesn't matter if it's the biggest loser of all time. It doesn't matter if it's like a cryptocurrency dumbass or whatever. He's going to get that attention anywhere he can. Yeah, Randy Weber is introducing a censure resolution against Jasmine Crockett for calling Texas Governor Greg Abbott Hot Wheels. Draft resolution obtained by Fox News. Wait, I don't see your last tweets on my feed? What do you mean? Like, when you go to my profile, it doesn't show up? Maybe he deleted them. I doubt it, though. I think the reason why you're not seeing it is because it's like, the reason why you are not seeing the tweets is because it's, I'm tweeting a lot and the website is broken. That's what it is. The website is broken. Don't attribute malice immediately to a much simpler explanation, which is that he broke the website. Chad, if you have Elon blocked, it won't show up in the notifications. If you have post notifications for Hasan, yeah, most of you guys also probably blocked Elon as well. So yeah, that's probably the reason why it's not showing up, myself included. Aren't there only like 3 people working at Twitter now? And one of them is in a constant K-hole. I mean, Elon Musk is never working. Let's be real. But yeah, all of this started, the Elon Musk saga Let's talk about it. Okay. I am under attack by a billionaire, by the real. Hold on. Let me. Oh, fuck. God damn it. That's crazy. That is what the camera turned to. The last image that it had on it. Oh, shit. It started recording? What the fuck? Uh-oh. How do I turn this off? All right, I'm going to turn the camera off and then turn it on again. God damn it. Why isn't it fucking straight? Oh, there it is. I think I fixed it. I hope I fixed it. It's Hasan, but no green screen. Yeah, that's what it is. Hold on. Uppies. Elon Musk hacked me. Yeah. Okay, this is better. It works now. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm under attack by the real president of the United States of America, by the wealthiest person on the planet, Elon Musk. All of this started when baby formula breast milk stealer of Blizzard, allegedly, Grums, a 60-year-old man, decided to post this. You can tell a lot about Ubisoft at Ubisoft with how much money they are throwing at terrorist platforming streamers. Okay? That was Grums, who has been on a conquest to attack Assassin's Creed Shadows. He's been on a journey, and it's been relatively unsuccessful so far. Having said that, he's still trying. Elon Musk, being the absolute loser that he is, that spends way too much time on his own platform that he purchased for incredibly narcissistic reasons, turned around and replied to it saying, Hasan is a fraud. Then he doubled down, double tweeted, and said sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game just for the money. To which I screenshotted and, quote, retweeted, this bitch literally paid someone to power level his character in Path of Exile 2, Lamau. What do you mean I'm a fraud? Elon, I challenge you to a duel in Elden Ring. I will cook your fat rolling ass. The reason why I said that is because Elon is not a real gamer, but a fake one. And also because From Software games are the only games that I'm above average competent in. Even though I am not the best gamer, Elden Ring is one of the games that I am decently good at. Elon Musk has also reportedly power leveled his Path of Exile 2 character to a degree where he was one of the top players, allegedly, in the entire planet. All of this was, of course, revealed by Crip and Quen and the work that they put in. Something that also Asmongold refused to call out until his own community called him out, because Elon Musk is a big Asmongold fan. They're in the DMs of one another. Elon Musk basically exposed how fraudulent he was in that process. But it seems that Elon had not had enough, because he went back and he's still apparently crying about me. That's right. He turned around and called me a chicken shit R word. Again, 60-year-old man, by the way, just so you understand. Nobody pays Elon to play Path of Exile 2. How much money do they pay you for Assassin's Creed Shadows? Says Grums. These are the real shills and grifters. To which Elon Musk replied, Hasan is such a chicken shit R word that he blocked me. My editor also then joined in on the fun set, and you're so fucking dumb that you thought that Asmongold's YouTube editors control what he does, which was a good own. Congratulations. And then he double tweeted again and said, and showed that I was, blocking him, which I did. Of course I blocked him. For people wondering why Elon is so focused on Hasan, oh, that's funny. Oh no, everyone is posting replies. Everyone is Grimes posting in the replies.
Attack is too high. The noise gets too high currently.
Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I like working out. Attack.
Now, what I find to be particularly strange about this saga is that no one is addressing the fact that I said I would have him on the stream. I would 1v1 him in Elden Ring and expose him for the fraudulent gamer that he actually is. Now, I'm rusty on Elden Ring. I haven't played in a while. I don't know what the new metas are, and I still think I could cook his ass. That's number one. Number two, if we are not going to test our mettle in Elden Ring, we could also do it as interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas. I responded to him, a 60-year-old man who's the wealthiest person on the planet and yet still a ginormous narcissistic crybaby, with this. I said, yeah, I blocked you out, Elon Musk, because you bought this website and you forced everyone to see your dumbass tweets 7,000 times a day. Why do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on the stream if you're such a big man. Elon Musk, noticeably, has refused to respond to me at all. Perhaps it's because I've blocked him. So In the interest of fairness, I will unblock him so he can reply to me directly if he chooses to do so. Elon Musk, of course, is a coward and narcissistic and thin-skinned. I will most likely subsequently block him once again because, as I said on this tweet, I hate seeing all the posts that he boosts on purpose. It is so annoying. If he actually had something interesting to say, if he actually had something worthwhile to say, perhaps I would not have issues with his tweets. But he tweets so much, instead of running any of his many companies. That's all he does, as a matter of fact. And as you guys know, I've talked about how Elon Musk is someone that I truly love because his ineptitude in broad daylight is single-handedly destroying the myth of meritocracy. Because if someone as stupid and as thin-skinned as Elon Musk can be the wealthiest person on the planet while demonstrating that he doesn't do anything real, then I truly hope that one day many Americans will start recognizing that perhaps these billionaires didn't actually work super hard or super smart for their wealth. That's it. You can even extrapolate further by looking at someone who is as silly as myself, as a Twitch streamer. I have also seen tremendous success. I'm not particularly smart or uniquely charismatic, and yet I have been able to achieve financial success to the degree that I have. It's obvious that to even my haters that meritocracy is a lie. Jabri also had a funny tweet on this. The richest man on earth having a meltdown over a Twitch streamer just proves that no amount of money can make you any less of a fucking loser. There it is. This is the Elon Musk saga. There you have it. My challenge is still simple. Elon Musk, come on the stream. Show everybody how not afraid you are. Except, Elon Musk, you have backed away from challenges time and time again. When Jon Stewart said he wanted to have you on the broadcast, you said you'd be down to do it with as long as it was in real time. Then you turned around and ran away from that. And you claimed that he was compromised. Elon Musk also backed away from fighting after entertaining the notion of fighting Mark Zuckerberg. Imagine being afraid of Mark Zuckerberg. Will Elon Musk run away from a challenge once again? Perhaps he will. Anytime, any place, Elon Musk. I'll come to you if necessary. The ball's in your court. I will say that every moment that he spends crying on Twitter about how a Twitch streamer blocked him is perhaps a moment that he is not spending on eviscerating the administrative state and potentially cutting Social Security. So I'm doing my part, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. What have you done today? Did I just make a YouTube video? Yes, I did. Can you make a screw Elon meme coin? No. It does. One last note that I will mention is that I have talked time and time again about how Elon Musk has known who I am and has not been a big fan of me for quite a while. I've talked about this quite a bit. And people used to tell me, Hasan, you are so full of yourself. He has no idea. I knew, because of sources that I cannot reveal, that Elon Musk has actively had a grudge since I had his baby mama, friend of the show, Grimes, on the broadcast, where she said this. This could perhaps be one of the reasons as to why Elon Musk has been so angry and so resentful about my existence for quite some time.
Because the attack is too high. The noise gate's too high currently.
Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
What? I don't know. I like working out.
Yeah. You miss long hair Hasan. Long hair Hasan wasn't that good. I wasn't a fan of long hair Hasan. That was a particularly good hair day. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, let's see if he tweets a little bit more after this, but I think this will most likely shut him up again. Now, let's get back to the news. There's a certain amusement in Elon screenshotting your profile, complete with the PFP of your armpit. Yeah. He's gonna put a hit out on you. I don't think so. I mean, if it happens, it happens. It is also kind of funny that award-winning journalists are sending me the Elon Musk tweet. I won't name who, but Nothing like two heavyweight fake gamers doing what they do best for the love of the sport. Yeah. Apparently, Grok thinks you would win in a 1v1 versus Elon and Elden Ring. Ask it 1v1 in Elden Ring, who would win, Elon Musk or Hasan Piker? I don't know how to use Grok, and I don't want to use Grok. I don't know how any of that works, but I'm not going to do that. If he responds, you have to end your response with, now be quiet, and then he will have to respond. If he takes you out, know that you died, how you lived, posting. Yeah. Someone asked Grok to analyze the Elon Musk fight. Predict the outcome of an Elden Ring 1v1 between Elon Musk and Hasan Piker is speculative, but can be informed by what we know about their gaming experience and approaches to the game. Elon Musk has publicly shared his Elden Ring build, which became infamous for his unconventional and suboptimal choices. His character at level 111 leaned heavily into intelligence deck setup with high stats in those areas. But his equipment choices, like wielding 2 shields, 2 swords, and a staff while wearing heavy armor, resulted in a heavy load status. That's why I said he was fat rolling, by the way. This severely limits mobility, making dodging slow and ineffective, a critical disadvantage in Elden Ring's fast-paced combat. Musk is claimed to have completed the game, suggesting some level of persistence, but his build indicates a reliance on summons or range magic, rather than mastery of mechanics like dodging or melee combat. Critics, including gamers and commentators, have mocked his setup for a lack of optimization, with some suggesting he might not even play as skillfully as his completion claim implies. Hasan Piker, on the other hand, is a Twitch streamer with significant gaming experience, having streamed Elden Ring extensively. He's known to have tackled the game's challenges live, including rage quitting after struggling with NPC invader Mad Tongue Alberic, despite quickly defeating the first boss, Margit. This indicates he's comfortable with the game's difficulty and has practical experience with its mechanics, even if he's not immune to frustration. As a seasoned streamer, Hasan likely has a better grasp of builds and combat strategies, honed through hours of play and community interaction. While his exact build isn't as publicly dissected as Musk's, his streaming background suggests he's prioritized a more balanced or effective setup, likely medium armor for mobility and a mix of melee and magic tailored to his playstyle. In a 1v1 duel, Elden Ring heavily favors skill, reaction time, and build efficiency. Musk's heavy, clunky build would leave him vulnerable to a mobile opponent who can dodge and punish slow rolls. Hasan, with a streaming experience and likely better understanding of the game's meta, could exploit this by using a faster weapon like a katana. It is my weapon of choice. Or spacing Musk out with spells while avoiding his attacks. Musk's high intelligence and spell slots, e.g. Comet or Danny's Dark Moon, could pose a threat if he lands hits, but his lack of flash in the quick menu and poor mobility make it unlikely he'd outmaneuver Hasan. Given these factors, Hasan Piker would likely win. His practical experience and adaptability as a streamer give him an edge over Musk's quirky, inefficient build and questionable combat prowess. That said, it'd be a hilarious spectacle. Musk's fat rolling onto Hasan's blade while tweeting about it mid-fight. Why is Grok constantly dunking on Elon? This is the thing I don't understand. Doesn't Grok sometimes call him a pedophile and stuff? Also, once again, if you would like to support the stream, please subscribe. Especially at a time when I might be assassinated by the wealthiest man on the planet. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Use it on your favorite streamer who actually stakes it to the man, Elon Musk, no matter what the damaging consequences of that may be, considering the awesome power that he now holds, that he now maintains. What are the odds he actually comes on? Less than 0. Are you kidding me? He has never in a million years entertained contentious conversation. Are you kidding me? He lost his shit at Don Lemon, dude. A lot of my naysayers would much rather stick to their own platforms and cry over and over again rather than talk to me directly. It's actually rare that he mentioned you. Yeah, yes and no. He has in the past, but only tangentially. This is one of the first instances where he's directly mentioned me. Burgles, thank you for the 50 bones. Yeah, he won't even do Jon Stewart, which I understand why he wouldn't do that. He would be thoroughly embarrassed by Jon Stewart, So it is fun, though. It is fun that we can all unite.
Company.
Yeah, remember this conversation that took place with Elon and Don Lemon?
So you said if they kill the company, it's them. But doesn't the buck stop with you? I mean, you're on.
I have to say,
Cussy Connection, thank you for the 10 big ones.
Choose your question carefully. There's 5 minutes left.
Odds on if he's watching the stream right now, there's a likelihood.
Okay, but so
is this the question you want to ask?
The same question is you said that they are killing the company, but you're the head of the company. The buck doesn't stop with you?
I acquired X in order to preserve freedom of speech in America, the First Amendment. And I'm going to stick to that. And if that means making less money, so be it.
So I have to be, listen, I'm just being honest, right? I'm not trying to, get you or anything. I was just surprised that you would blame other people for killing the company. I mean, when you say the buck stops with the president of the United States, regardless of what happens, right? So, why would that question upset you? You seem upset by it, are you?
I think you.
And I'm not trying to upset you.
Well, you are upsetting me because the way you're phrasing the questions, I think, is not cogent.
It's not what?
Not cogent.
Cogent.
Yes.
Go ahead.
If given a choice where an advertiser is saying, like, you have to censor all this content on the platform, irrespective of whether advertising appears, then our answer will be like, look, you can choose where you want your advertising, what you want your advertising to appear next to, but you can't insist on censorship of the entire platform. And if you insist on censorship of the entire platform, even where your advertising doesn't appear, then
come from.
I was born that way, and I had a tough childhood.
You did.
So yeah.
How so?
So tough.
Right, Walter Isaacson goes into it in the book, and we only have a couple minutes left, so.
All right.
Too long to describe. So the one or two questions I can do, and then we'll have to call it.
Okay. Again, I don't mean to upset you. Why are you just?
No, I have a whole room full of people waiting to meet with me.
Okay.
So we're just going over time.
Okay. All right. I understand that.
Anyway, I had a difficult childhood. My father was spectacularly wealthy. We basically had slaves. It was very difficult. Can everybody stop fucking demanding that I make meme coins? Are you guys so dumb as to think that I would ever entertain making a fucking meme coin? Y'all are literally zero IQ if you think I'm gonna fucking make a Elon coin. Shut the fuck up, dude. Oh my God. What is happening right now? No. It is the diametrical opposite of my values. The fuck? Like, what is going on? Are the Elon haters and Elon lovers alike all operating on the same brain wavelengths? What's going on? What is this? I did unblock Elon on the website he paid to make a right-wing echo chamber. It's ironic because did you see this clip of Elon crying because his hero hates him?
There are American heroes who don't like this idea. Neil Armstrong, Gene Cernan have both testified against commercial spaceflight and the way that you're developing it, and I wonder what you think of that.
I was very sad to see that because those guys are, those guys are heroes of mine, so it's really tough. I wish they would come and visit and see the hardware that we're doing here, and I think that would change their mind.
They inspired you to do this, didn't they?
Yes.
And to see them casting stones in your direction.
It's difficult.
Did you expect them to cheer you on?
Certainly hoping they would.
What are you trying to prove to them?
What I'm trying to do is to make a significant difference in spaceflight and help make spaceflight accessible to almost anyone. And I would hope for as much support in that direction as we can.
I didn't even know he was capable of crying. All right, moving on. Moving on from Elon. Yeah, this explains why he wants to kill NASA. He's like, if my heroes don't like me, then they can no longer have NASA. No more space travel for anybody. Only I get to do it. Only I get to have space travel. Okay, so where was I? Let's talk about some real news. Obviously, friend of the show, Hamdan Bilal, who only a couple of weeks ago was sitting right there, has won an Oscar for No Other Land. He was one of the co-authors and co-directors of No Other Land, a story documenting the day-to-day existence of Palestinians living in the West Bank under the illegal occupation of Israel. Hamdan Bilal was attacked by a group of rabid settlers in the West Bank. He was lynched by them. And then the Israeli occupying force came in and kidnapped him and detained him. Now, this is a normal part of the process, unfortunately, albeit cruel, but a regular part of the experience for every Palestinian, regardless of whether or not they have won an Oscar for detailing these exact events. Luckily, Hamdan is he's alive. He's not dead. And the lynch mob and the subsequent false detention did not I mean, it harmed him physically, but he has now been released. There's updates from other friend of the show, Israeli minister of the Knesset, Dr. Ofer Kasif, which I will get to in a second. Let's talk about what happened that led up to these. You've all retracted the use of the word lynch. It's confusing people.
Has just been released after being detained in the West Bank. Activists say police arrested Palestinian filmmaker Hamdan Bilal after Israeli settlers attacked him, leaving his head bleeding. The IDF says the altercation started when several people, quote, hurled rocks at Israeli citizens, damaging their vehicles. Israeli officials say when police arrived to break it up, attackers threw rocks at them. Bilal is one of 3 Palestinians accused of throwing those rocks, and ABC's Matt Rivers is in Tel Aviv following this story for us. So, Matt, what's the latest now?
Well, it does appear that he has been released out of police custody, and that's going to be to the great relief of his friends and family who have been extremely concerned.
Say attack because Americans get confused by the word lynch. Okay. It is a lynch mob. They did not kill him. They attempted. And then the Israeli occupying force came in and they detained him.
Since he was taken into custody yesterday.
Yeah, and the interesting part about this story, of course, is that immediately the framing that you hear by Western news outlets is that the Palestinians themselves actually kind of deserved it. Okay? Why did they deserve it? Oh, they were throwing rocks. Immediately adopting the idiotic pro-Israel framing on the matter. Like, oh, they did something that deserved the right-wing, far-right Jewish KKK mob coming in and brutalizing this person and their families. And then the ultra-nationalist military force that illegally occupies the West Bank coming in and packing him up and falsely imprisoning him. Ridiculous. Giving any air to the Israeli side on this matter as though they have any side whatsoever is basically defending Israel once again.
Evening over in the West Bank. We've been in touch with them ever since, and the big concern was they didn't know where he was being held, how he was being treated, and what he would eventually be charged with. We still don't know all the answers to those questions, but it does appear that he has been released. We've been in touch with his friends who say he is on his way home to go see his family. As is often the case with the West Bank, you have competing narratives about what happened here. You have the Israeli security forces version of events, which often say that it is Palestinians who start these things, that they are simply responding to Palestinian.
Why would you even bring that up? Like, there's no reason to bring that up.
Attacks, and then you have the other side, which is the Palestinians who live there.
Isn't this what Bad Empanada was saying about you? I don't know what you think you're saying in this situation, but I find it really funny because we're talking about a real issue, okay? A real act of violence that someone who was on this broadcast a couple weeks prior was subjected to, and your attitude on the matter immediately demonstrates your lack of interest in learning anything new because you fucking turned around and tried to make this about drama with a goddamn YouTuber. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Some of you people are so fucking pathetic. Okay, you fancy yourselves to be intellectuals. You fancy yourselves to be people who truly care about political acts. Okay, and you consider yourself to be motivated by empathy. And then when the opportune moment rises, you immediately turn around and just go, oh, this is like kind of exactly what you do on a daily basis, according to a video that I misunderstood. Shut the fuck up.
The activists who are there, and they say that this was Jewish settler violence, people coming into their town as they do all the time. And we have seen rising incidents of settler violence over the past several years, provoking people.
Aren't you conflating being Jewish with the policy goals of the apartheid state of Israel by referring to it as a right-wing Jewish mob? What? No, dumb fuck. Saying people who are part of the Jewish Power Party or saying people that are Jewish themselves, like Jewish settlers themselves, operating like the Klan, okay? Saying that right-wing rabid ultranationalist settlers are the Jewish KKK is not conflating the entirety of Israel with Judaism. That's just what their ethno-religious background is. Yes, I've been wanting to be called a dumb fuck by Hassan for so long. Okay, have fun with that. There's never been a moment where I've maintained the position that like Israel is doing anything for Judaism. I always talk about the false conflation of Judaism and Israel and how damaging that is with regular frequency. Yeah, that's like saying you're conflating Christianity by saying right-wing Christian nationalists. Exactly.
Attacking them, harassing them, throwing stones, and that it is simply people like Hamdan Bilal who are simply defending themselves and often get caught up in this violence and then are subsequently blamed by the Israelis for starting it in the first place. That is the constant competing narrative on both sides here, and it is a big topic of the film that ultimately won that Best Documentary Oscar just a few weeks ago. So now Bilal directing a film about this now is squarely in the middle of it. He is a resident of the West Bank.
Dude, how can you look at a documentarian who documented his day-to-day existence and then unironically experienced it again after winning an Oscar for documenting his day-to-day experience and still go, oh, well, you know, this is a hotly contested debate about both sides. It's like, no, dude, there is no both sides in this situation, okay? There's no circumstance where I think this guy would turn around and say, well, in the Emmett Till lynching, a hotly contested debate took place. Did he actually whistle at a white woman or did he not whistle at a white woman? Like, no, we know what happened. We know what happens in the West Bank every day. That is literally what the documentary was about. And now there is a living, breathing example post-documentary, because the documentary itself was already the experience that these guys had. What are you saying when there's no hotly who want to cynically defend Israel by muddying the waters, by saying this is simply a narrative? There is no debate here. Israel is 100% an apartheid state. That's the case.
And this is something he has lived before. And unfortunately, these kind of events, these incidents have happened in the past with increasing frequency. They are happening right now.
All right, Matt Rivers.
Yeah, the only hotly contested debate here is inside this person's mind as his conscience tries to speak out, but his mouth fights back and spits out fucking nonsense. Yeah, the only debate in these circumstances, is unironically a debate between wanting to maintain a fucking career and keep getting elevated in the media, in your media job, versus saying the truth. That is the only debate here. And unfortunately, careerism wins out virtually every single time. Every single time they pick career.
Hey, no! Can we go back to the car? Guys, to the car, back to the car!
Hasan, I was formerly a very pro-Israel person, and you've helped me look at the situation with much more critically, and I'm ashamed of my former views, which I did hold quite deeply. It's been a source of serious internal turmoil for me recently, and I'm struggling discussing with my friends and family, but I do thank you for your messaging. It has helped me see how I've been misled my entire life. You and chatters may think you were preaching to the choir, but I've done a complete 180 on my Israel-Palestine views. No, I don't. This is why I do what I do. And there is no reason to feel shame about your former self. It's important. What you do now matters more than what you said in the past. Okay? Never forget that. Don't let anybody ever hold you back about your former views or your former self. This is a fundamental part of my worldview. Okay? And you're not alone in this community. Trust me. You might think that I'm preaching to the choir, but this choir certainly did not have all of this knowledge pre-October 7 or even longer than that. I've been talking about this issue for 10 plus years at this point, very publicly. Having said that, there are plenty of people that also understandably had a pro-Israel position due to a metric ton of social conditioning before ever encountering someone who just helps them understand it. Where it just somehow clicks. That's it. You are surrounded by people who have had similar experiences. Trust me. I actually retweeted something about this recently from one of my favorite Israeli historians, as a matter of fact, Avi Shalem. He had this to say. Hold on one second. Let me see if I can find it. I retweeted it earlier last night, I believe. I'm going to show you real quick. Moin Rabbani posted Avi Shalem's words. He said, Avi Shalem, by the way, is a Israeli Jewish historian, a very famous Israeli historian, as a matter of fact, whose family is from Iraq. He's from Iraq as well. I've used some of his work in the past to describe to you ironically enough, while responding to Ethan Klein's context nuke, talking about how like Jews in Iraq actually were under threat for sure. Synagogue bombings had taken place. Those synagogue bombings were conducted by Mossad because they wanted to create an environment of uncertainty, so that their Zionist goals could be accomplished. Why won't he debate you? I don't understand. Because what do you mean? Because he would look like a fool. He does not know anything about the issues he speaks on. He would much rather yell about me from his hug box about increasingly silly things in an effort to besmirch, in an effort to poison the well, in an effort to make it seem like I don't know what I'm talking about, when in fact it is he who does not know what he's talking about, either omitting key details deliberately in an effort to craft a stronger argument by just straight up lying by omission, or because he just doesn't know. That's what it is. He is a hurt man, but this is not about Ethan. This is about Avi Shlaim. Listen, Avi Shlaim, I was radicalized in the archives. I was indoctrinated at school in Israel, and even more so when I served in the Israel Defense Forces in the mid-1960s. I believed that Israel was a small, peace-loving country surrounded by hostile Arabs who wanted to throw us into the sea, meaning that we had no choice but to stand up and fight. I accepted this Zionist master narrative until I became interested in the Arab-Israeli conflict as a historian. I spent a whole year going into the Israel archives every day, looking at the records which told me a completely different story, that Israel was aggressive, that Israel was deliberately provoking fights with its neighbors, and that Israel was not interested in peace. Israeli historian Avi Shlaim, one of the new historians in Israel that played a formative role in uncovering the actions of the early Zionist brigades in the lead up to the Nakba and in the aftermath of that. His most formative work, of course, his most famous work, of course, is about the Mossad actions taken in Iraq. Avi Shlaim himself is an Iraqi Jew originally. His family is from Iraq. Interestingly, growing up in New York City as an Orthodox Jew in yeshiva and in a radically pro-Israel environment, my experiences are very much like that of Professor Shlaim's, except without the military service. It had been my impression that Orthodox Jews were less beholden to Zionism than the secular counterparts, at least throughout 1967. Wrong? Question mark. Asked Moen Rabbani. Zachary Foster, who I've also had on the stream, is another Jewish academic, specifically a historian of Palestine from Princeton University. His attitude and many other people's attitude about Israel changed only when they arrived at the truth about what Israel had done in perpetuity. This is but a blip on the daily activities of this hostile, ethno-religious supremacist apartheid state in occupied territory that it illegally occupies, the West Bank.
Back to the car!
Get in the car, get in the car.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Car window was broken.
Whose car? I can't go. This is a military. I think.
That was so scary. I'm so
Is this
sorry.
military?
This is the dashboard footage of the event where mass settlers, please stop saying poisoning the well, look up the phrase's history. Are you saying poisoning the well in common lexicon now, especially in like debate circumstances, is actually about the blood libel that Jews poisoned the well? Is that where are you implying that I'm actually secretly being anti-Semitic by saying a very common term that nobody associates with blood libel? That is incredible, dude. Poisoning the well in modern application in a conversation like this is something entirely different than blood libel, okay? It means that you are trying to get the other person to look bad to your fucking audience in the way that I'm using it, okay? Thank you, woke of the day. Yeah, it's a type of fallacy, dumbass. Poisoning the well is a type of informal fallacy where adverse information about a target is preemptively presented to an audience with the intention of discrediting or ridiculing something that the target or person is about to say. Poisoning the well can be a special case of argumentum ad hominem. The term was first used in this sense by John Henry Newman in his work Apologia Pro Vita Sua in 1864. I don't know how you deal with this. I don't have to. I usually will just like tell people to shut the fuck up. And most people don't care. They know. Like most people don't go, oh yeah, that guy's actually making That guy's actually making some real correct points here, you know? Maybe Hassan is secretly an anti-Semite or whatever. What is going on? Did a baby F occur? Did a baby F take place? I didn't see it. I didn't experience it. I don't know what's happening. No F? Okay, let's continue. Yeah. Totally frozen now? Wait, what? Is this still effing? It's not effing on my end. What are you guys talking about? I can't tell if people are memeing or not. I just don't understand it. I don't get it. Anyway, here, this is asked about Israeli settlers attacking and beating Oscar-winning Palestinian filmmaker Hamdan Bilal, who was then detained by the Israeli army. Diana Butu explains the settlers and the army work in collusion, and the settlers are doing exactly what the army wants done. Here it is. I got to go.
Israeli army, as well as Israeli settlers, have been going after the people who are living in this area of Musafir Yatta. And we also know that in this area, the settlers have been emboldened because it's often the case that the Israeli army is backing these settlers as they're going out and attacking Palestinians. So we saw the video yesterday of these settlers attacking him. But beyond that, we don't know any additional details because he was very swiftly taken and put into Israeli custody. So even though he is the person who's been the aggrieved, he's the person who's been harmed, he's the person who's been attacked, he's also the person who's going to face the wrath of the Israeli army.
How concerning is it that no one has been able to contact him since he's been detained? And what rights does he or anyone that is detained by the Israeli military actually have in terms of legal access to a lawyer?
Well, look, in terms of what's happened to him, it's not at all unusual. What we've been seeing, particularly over the course of the past year and a half, is an escalation of these attacks by Israeli settlers. And despite the fact that there are often complaints filed against these Israeli settlers, we've seen time and again that the vast majority of these complaints go nowhere. In fact, it's more than the 98% rate of closure of these files. In other words, nobody is held to account. And there's a reason for this, is that it's not just the settlers who are acting alone, it's the settlers in combination with the army. And so while the army will sometimes say that these are rogue settlers, at the end of the day, it's the settlers who are actually doing much of the work that the army wants to be done. In other words, they want Palestinians off of their land so that they can ethnically cleanse the place and build more and more settlements. In terms of what their rights are, that's a totally different matter altogether. And because there is a dual system of laws, there's a system of apartheid, where one set of rules applies to Palestinians, another set of rules applies to Israelis. You can only imagine what it means for somebody like Hamdan, where he's going to have to try to get lawyer after lawyer to represent him.
What's also ironic about this paradigm is that Palestinians have a legal right, not only a moral right, but a, what the hell is happening here? Come on, camera, fix autofocus. There it is. Okay. What's also interesting about this is that the Palestinians that are living under a belligerent occupation that is illegally occupying their lands, ironically enough, actually have a legal right to resist against Israel and Israeli settlers. So technically they are, like, even if they were to attack settlers in that regard, they would be well within their legal rights to do so under international law. Like, for example, there is the Jenin brigades, right? And Tulkarem, and in different parts of the West Bank where the Israeli government is actively bombing the West Bank and actively rolling tanks through the West Bank in an effort to squash any kind of resistance against the Israeli occupying force. This is a right to self-determination. They have that right. They have that moral responsibility and the right to fight back. Israel does not have a legal right to attack Palestinians in the West Bank. Israel's occupation of the West Bank is completely illegal. Its settlements are completely illegal. Do you understand? This is important to understand. This is important to recognize. So it's like doubly messed up that these guys will try to be like, oh, they threw rocks in our direction. You have no right to be there. In any case, Democracy Now! did some coverage on this as well, but we've talked about this issue extensively at this point. I don't want to belabor the point here, and I want to talk about Ofer Kasif, who went to the West Bank and interviewed Basel and Hamdan after he was released.
Hello, everybody. My name is Ofer Kasif. I'm a member of the Knesset with the El Jabba, with the Democratic Front for Peace and Equality. I came here not only on my name, but to represent the Communist Party and the Hadash, El Jabha, to express our solidarity with the people of Mesafriata, of Susia, especially with Hamdan, and to wish you all the best. We are firmly with the people with the all Palestinian people who've been going through hell, especially in the last 18 months. Genocide in Gaza and ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. And what we saw here is only one example out of hundreds, if not thousands. And I call, like my
Did he say communist? Yes. This is the Communist Party in Israel.
friend said, I also would like to appeal to the whole international community. Don't leave the Palestinian people behind. Don't leave the people of Mesafar Yatta behind. They need your support. We all need peace and justice. And the settlers, the settlements, under the auspices of the occupation forces and the encouragement and support of the fascist government, they are responsible for the whole bloodshed. Do whatever possible to stop it. We want to live together as brothers and sisters, Palestinians and Israelis, Arabs and Jews. We are not enemies. We are not enemies. The real conflict is between those who do evil and those who seek justice, not between Arabs and Jews. Don't forget that. Be on our side, the side that seek justice.
Isn't this guy like a pawn of the Israeli government? That's such a funny way to talk about a member of the Knesset. Yes, Dr. Ofer Kasif is a member of the Israeli Knesset, okay? He is one of the few people in Israel that is an open anti-Zionist. I've had him on this broadcast before. As a matter of fact, directly after October 7, I had him on this broadcast. One of the things that we talked about was how disappointed he was in Bernie Sanders, who he had reached out to numerous times leading up to October 7, specifically on the issue of the West Bank pogroms that were taking place, and how Bernie Sanders did not respond to him. So he is a real, straight up anti-Zionist, one of the rare few.
And Bassett, they got like the Oscar, whatever. And the main aim for that, just to explain about the situation and what's going on in Mesafar Yatta and Susia and Tuan and everywhere. So, as you heard like the story of Hamdan, it's happening for everyone. But to target someone like Hamdan and Bassel and other activists, it means like there is like a very strong message. They don't want like our Palestinian message to go all over the world. And it's like the time for everyone who believe in the human rights, who believe in peace and dignity, to listen to us. We are facing a very organized militant militia that took the law in their hand. Settlers, moving around with the military uniform. It means we are under military control. It means we have to obey their rules. It means we are victims of all these militia that's supported by this fascist government, the government of Ben Gvir and Smotrich. So it means we are here, we will stay on our own land in spite of all these crimes, okay? But we need your support. It's so needed, at least like to say your word. It's the time to end this, Israeli occupation.
Yeah. I want to remind people that the American government actively shipped small arms to the West Bank that got into the hands of these violent, rabid settlers. They were directly handed to them, as a matter of fact, by Itamar Ben-Gvir, and that those settlers have unironically done some damage to other Israeli people that they have assumed were Palestinian. Just something to remember. On the topic of Israel, friend of the show, Noah Samson,
since I released my
has done another video after his previous video of how YouTubers defend genocide. He did another one. The YouTubers who backed the genocide 2 weeks ago with 777,000 views. A lot of those YouTubers have retaliated against Noah, and I guess he has another response. Now, the reason why I'm watching this, well, also simultaneously, there is an additional note since this video came out, where Mudahar, one of the YouTubers mentioned in the video, has stated that he intends to sue Noah Samson. This is his statement on the matter. Apparently, Ethan Klein is also choosing to sue Noah Samson as well. In the last couple of weeks, a YouTuber, Noah Samson, has uploaded a few videos labeling me a genocide supporter in the title and thumbnail of the video. Today, me and the team sat down to watch them and could not find a single clip of me supporting the Israeli government or any of its genocidal practice. Normally, I'd not engage with this discourse, but this has affected my business and has bleed into my personal life. As a Muslim, I've always supported my people, and I never talked about this topic with much political knowledge. That said, you don't need to be knowledgeable to stand against the injustices by the IDF. Journalists and civilians have been recently killed in a wave of attacks, ending a short-lived ceasefire. That is never okay and needs to end, and I hope in my lifetime it does. It's really interesting that the first time that Mudahar has come out with like a bold declarative statement singling out Israel for its crimes is after he claims that he was being defamed by Noah. Ironically enough, Noah's argument was not that these people are directly saying that they love Israel doing a genocide, but instead was the fact that while Israel is doing a genocide, a lot of these people have shifted their priority directly to drama slop and to attack people who call out Israel's genocide. And in a way, making tacit endorsements or sometimes direct endorsements like Ethan Klein has, or by omitting the truth, creating a defensive posture against, or creating a defensive posture in support of the Israeli government, maybe being a useful idiot. Now, from what I understand, here is Ethan Klein. He's gathering evidence for a defamation suit against Noah without having even watched either of his videos. By the way, Lamau, if you guys have any good, potentially defamatory Noah Samson clips, drop them on the subreddit. Free speech lovers galore. Their bar is advocate rather than understanding what manufacturing consent means. Yeah. Anyway, so let's watch, without further ado, Noah Samson's video. The genocide supporting YouTubers responded.
My video, the YouTubers who backed a genocide, there have been some developments. Ethan Klein responded to the video with an Instagram story shortly after its release, where he wrote, "God, these bread tubers are such pathetic fucking rats. When the fuck did I ever support a genocide? I criticize your idol Hasan, and you all resort to straight up character assassination and horrific lies. A campaign which resulted in the CPS call and harassment like I've never experienced in my 15 years on YouTube. Fuck you and fuck your movement. Socialism deserves better representatives." Soon after this post, Ethan brought my video up during his live show where he threatened to sue me.
So this fucking little scumbag here who put me and Mudahar, Turkey Tom, and Destiny in a thumbnail and said the YouTubers who backed a genocide. This is fucking disgusting, and I'm not okay living in this world where these little fucking punk ass scumbags can just say this shit and get away with it. Like accusing people, usually defamation can be all different types of things. Someone supporting genocide, we throw this term around a lot. That's one of the most. I mean, can you say something more fucked up about somebody than that? Sounds pretty defamatory.
Yeah, I think there's a very simple solution to this, right? There's a genocide that is ongoing. If your criticisms during that process is entirely about people who call out this genocide, consistently smearing them as anti-Semites, lying about them over and over again, at a time when the Trump administration also is actively going after people who do criticize people who, Trump administration is actively going after people who do criticize the Israeli government, even deporting them, then yeah, it seems like you're not pro-Palestine at all. It seems like you are running cover. You are playing either inadvertently or directly the role of a soldier in the disinformation war in the Western world against Israel. if the amount of times that you have spoken out against Israel for the heinous, barbaric war crimes that it engages in on a regular basis is much, much, much more limited than the times that you have criticized those who speak out against such atrocities, then you probably aren't the number one advocate for Israel. I mean, the number one advocate for Palestinians. Sorry.
And again, I'm not taking any prisoners. If my attorney thinks there's anything in here, if he thinks that there's like a decent shot of defamation, I'm suing this fucking piece of shit.
Yeah. This person has consistently called me a terrorist, an anti-Semite, and a million different things. Like turning around and being like, I'm now going to create a frivolous defamation lawsuit against another YouTuber because I don't like that they recognized all of this and made a YouTube video about it is so funny. Like the hypocrisy is so glaringly obvious. This dude straight up made a context nuke with clips directly cut out of context in an effort to smear myself for, and others as well, for speaking out against Israel. And now he wants to do a fucking shitty defamation suit on a video that he himself did not watch. Because if he had watched that suit, if he had actually watched Noah's video, he would understand the point.
It's a little scumbag.
So he is threatening to sue me for defamation on the grounds that accusing someone of supporting genocide is messed up. I can think of something even more messed up than accusing someone of supporting genocide, which is, actually supporting genocide. I can't imagine that it's pleasant to be confronted with the idea that you might be supporting a genocide, so the instinct here to deflect and deny without even offering any sort of actual defense against the points is an entirely predictable response. This is how the liberal media
Also, I do want to say this is a classic conservative move. Like I'm more offended that you're calling me a racist than the actual act of racism that I engaged in and entertain. It's the same shit. That's exactly what's going on here. Oh, dude, what? You called me a racist? How dare you? That's what it is. I think the funniest thing is that you have real grounds for defamation. No, dude. And Ethan knows that he doesn't have real grounds for defamation against Noah either. Okay? Public figures suing one another for defamation is kind of idiotic. I have grounds to sue Destiny and Ethan for defamation. I would never do that in a million years. Okay? Part of the reason why I would never do that in a million years is because what kind of financial damages can I fucking point to? Like, the context nuke flopped just because someone defames you. Like that's one of the aspects here is just like what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Since his context nuke didn't fucking work, he's been brigading everything that I've that I've been a part of, literally calling out journalists that have interviewed me even before the video came out, constantly telling people like, how do you engage in talks with a person who is like a rape denialist or whatever. I don't know, just like ridiculous shit over and over again. Stop saying you won't sue them. Why do you lay yourself fucking prostrate in front of fascists? Because I'm not a bitch. That's number one. And number two is I also understand how defamation suits work. Okay? For the most part, Ethan's lawyers, I think, are just farming him for money by saying, yes, King, there's definitely something we can get out of here. Kind of how Ryan Kavanaugh's lawyers have farmed Ryan Kavanaugh, seemingly. Law student here, the Supreme Court set a very high standard for defamation suits against public figures on matters of public concern. You would have to prove that Noah's statements were made with knowledge of their falsity or reckless disregard for the truth. This actual malice standard is a very high threshold to meet. Yes, law student here is correct. The actual malice standard is a very high threshold to meet, and so any lawsuit is definitely meritless. There also needs to be like what are the material damages that you can show in that situation? You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why Americans love litigation so much. They constantly fucking act like suing someone is a power move. It's not. You're bitch made, okay? Trash Taste not inviting you back. Oxbridge Talks not coming out. At least a loss of business. Is it a stretch? Trash Taste not inviting me back. Okay, dude. Yeah. I'm going to go to a court and be like, hey, guys, this anime podcast might not invite me back, which they probably will when I go visit Japan anyway, but That's going to be, it's really hitting the bank big time. Oxbridge, Oxford, you mean? And the Oxford talk's not coming out. Has nothing to do with Ethan. What the fuck are you talking about? They knew I was a radical before they invited me, dumbass. That's why they invited me. No, the reason why the Oxford talks haven't come out is because it's a bunch of students. It's run by a bunch of students, and they're not very good at responding to emails. I like that. Maybe that's why people keep constantly asking me about the Oxford talk. They think that like it's hidden or something. Like, dude, they had way more controversial back and forth on Oxford. Oxbridge is Oxford and Cambridge. The Cambridge one is out. I filmed it. Anyway, let's continue.
Class will operate in the coming decades when it's time to answer for their crimes of manufacturing consent for a genocide. They will simply say, no, I didn't. If they say anything at all. Most of them won't. It's happened throughout history. It happened with the Vietnam War. It happened with the invasion of Iraq. And it'll happen again with Gaza. What makes Gaza a bit different, though, is that unlike prior US-backed atrocities abroad, we all know what's been happening there the entire time. Israel's genocide of Palestinians in Gaza has been called the first ever live-streamed genocide because we've seen the entire thing as it's happened with high-definition cell phone video. The mass destruction, the ruthless attacks on the healthcare system, the deliberate targeting of men, women, children, medics, aid workers, the intentional starvation used by Israel as a weapon of war, and then the massacres that followed that starvation when Palestinians crowded around aid trucks trying to get what little food Israel...
Yeah, it's ironic because like they do try to get financial damages. They do try to like materially harm me by constantly calling out my sponsors. Yeah, E was the first guy to cry about your Ubisoft sponsor. Now Elon is doing that. Allies in your hatred for you. Yeah. It just hasn't worked. You know what I mean? It just has not worked. So what am I supposed to do? Yeah, they're defaming me. It's true. They are. But what happens when defamation is unsuccessful? You know, what do you do? Plus, even if it was successful, I still don't care. I just don't care. I don't want to spend any time on this shit. It's not me capitulating to fascists or whatever. I just, you know, I have more important shit to worry about. Okay? Like, what are you talking about?
Was allowing into the Strip, the 20,000 slain children, many of them slaughtered with their entire families, the IDF terrorists recording and posting their war crimes, acts of humiliation, degradation, their torture and rape of Palestinians, the full support of Israel throughout all of these atrocities, the vile, dehumanizing racism that is required to uphold a project like this.
I just think we need to kill them, every one of them, and that's it. And if not that, because the country will not let that happen, the government. Just the least we can do is just kick them out of our land. Because this is our home, this is our land, and we deserve it.
What do you think about Palestinians?
That I hate them, and I wish they all died. We didn't stop, and we killed everyone.
You're gonna kill everyone?
Yes!
You guys are animals. You guys are f***ing animal terrorists.
You killed 10,000 kids.
10,000 terrorists that would grow up to be the next. 10,000 kids that would grow up to be the next terrorists. That's
Really?
Because it's Palestine.
But I'm Palestinian. Does that mean I'm a
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'm a
Mm-hmm.
Do you want Palestinians in Gaza to die?
Yes.
All of them?
Yes.
Oh my God.
We've seen all of this, which is why the whole no I didn't defense doesn't hold up because, you know, yes, you did. We have you on video during this genocide that everyone saw, spreading propaganda that's been used to justify that genocide.
It's so vile to deny the suffering and trauma of the victims just because you need your heroes at Hamas to be perfect.
My friends. Yeah, like, that's the thing that also frustrates me. Like, these guys actively made YouTube videos and, like, shit on people like myself for calling out Israel, or worse, because they didn't even have a position on Israel. Like, with Mudahar, I don't think he did it specifically because he wanted to defend Israel. Okay? I don't know what is in his mind and the way that he operates, but I think his reasoning for making that video was unironically to just, like, farm some fucking ad revenue out of it. You know what I mean? It was just a grift. He openly admits he's not very knowledgeable on the situation and then actively takes a position. And it's so fucking sad. It's so pathetic to do that for clout, dude. Oh my God. The least you could do with a massive platform like you have is to do a little bit more reading on this matter. You know what I mean? Mudahar just wanted to stay with mainstream commentary people that hate you. Exactly. They're all in the fucking group chats with one another alongside Keemstar. They all did that. Like, they all actively have done this. So Oh my God, did the Assassin's Creed social media account came into the rescue? That's crazy. Okay, this is a sidestep from the issue that we were talking about, but that's so funny. Elon Musk calling me a sellout. Assassin's Creed, is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Oh no. Oh my God. Oh my God. W intern, W social media intern. All right, let's continue.
Defeating our brutal enemies requires both courage and clarity. Clarity begins by knowing the difference between good and evil. And these monsters, they rape women, they burn babies alive. Many anti-Israel protesters, many choose to stand with evil. They stand with Hamas. They stand with rapists and murderers.
The Gazan Health Ministry, which, by the way, Gaza Health Ministry is run by Hamas, terrorist organization. I think a lot of people are all too happy to not look too deep into these things. But again, Gaza Health Ministry
is crazy. I'm glad that there is the bottom text here from Noah talking about the Gazan Health Ministry. Its numbers have historically been considered reliable by United Nations, the World Health Organization, and Human Rights Watch. In relation to the Israel-Hamas war, 2 letters published in the Lancet Journal did not find evidence of inflation or fabrication of Palestinian casualty numbers. We've talked about this quite a bit at the time when Joe Biden went forward with this gross, egregious, genocide denialist lie. Oh, it's the Hamas Health Ministry. I don't trust their numbers, said the American president at a time when Israel was doing a genocide. After that, every media outlet changed the way that they covered it. They kept repeating it over and over again. This was Israeli propaganda through and through, besmirching the otherwise completely accurate numbers, oftentimes, unironically, an undercount, as a matter of fact, by basically associating it like Hamas-run health ministry. We can't trust it. Okay? Now, what's interesting about this, what's incredibly frustrating about this thing that Ethan is going along with, by the way, what's insane about it is that every single party, including the American State Department and the Israeli government, use the Hamas-run health ministry numbers. They always have, and they continue to do so to this day. They simultaneously lied and said, we disparage these numbers, we don't believe these numbers because it's like run by Hamas, but they still use it and they know full well that it's the most accurate assessment you can make. How fucked up is that? How incredible is that? The question remains here for Ethan. Is he stupid or is he lying? Maybe both.
Is Hamas. There was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba.
We have you on video attacking and delegitimizing the only groups in the world militarily resisting that genocide, with arguments plucked directly from the US State Department, the #1 material supporter of the genocide.
Terrorist groups.
We have you on video attacking and delegitimizing the most prominent media figures in the YouTube space who have been advocating against the genocide and breaking down the propaganda used to justify it.
Hassan loves all terrorists.
We have you on video running defense for the primary architects of the genocide.
Just the other day, Bibi fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about, and he fired him because they had a disagreement, and that's like so Trump coded.
Well, he was like a moderating voice in the war room.
Yeah.
Yeah, a complete siege on Gaza. No electricity, no food, no fuel, no water. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we act accordingly. That's what he said. And then he launched a genocide on the Palestinian population as the defense minister. Ironically enough, that statement, alongside many other actions that Yoav Gallant took, led him to be on the arrest warrant by the International Criminal Court. The International Criminal Court's arrest warrant also names him as a war criminal, alongside Benjamin Netanyahu.
We have you on video attempting to portray the perpetrator of that genocide as some kind of beautiful, free, diverse, democratic state.
We're planning to go to Israel in June with my parents and all the kids. It's going to be such a great trip. And I'm actually really excited to go there. I want to show you guys.
You haven't been there in so long.
It's been a long fucking time. What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, like crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys how beautiful, how multicultural, how...
Like, this right here is enough. That That right there is enough to be like, I'm going to go to the Jim Crow South to show you guys that these fucking wokes are talking about segregation, separate but equal, okay? What is this? I'm going to go to apartheid South Africa to tell you, to show you guys how multicultural, multi-ethnic apartheid South Africa is. All these freaking wokes who love the terrorists within the ANC are just disparaging the good name of South Africa. It's crazy, dude. What do you mean? You're just straightforwardly doing fucking propaganda here for an apartheid state that is currently conducting a genocide, like your goddamn Michael Rappaport.
Like free it feels for people, or just it's a beautiful place. It is.
They need to like look into the camera and say, I support genocide. I think it's good. More of that, please. And while we do have examples of certain parties to the conflict here doing just that, like Destiny and Asmongold,
I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people.
I'm pro-genocide. Like, it sounds really shitty, but like, I think that Israel should just draw up its fucking borders about where it is now, and basically Palestinians can go live in another place.
The most common and effective way to back a genocide doesn't look like that. Mainstream Western outlets don't say those Palestinian kids deserve to be killed. No, they say that some kids died when bombs dropped, that Israel says it was dropping on Hamas, which is a US designated terrorist organization. The mainstream Western media doesn't say that there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. They simply quote the death tolls as being reported by the Hamas, aka terrorist-run health ministry, and then report uncritically the IDF saying that most of them are soldiers actually, and soldiers are terrorists by the way, so who's to say what's actually true? The mainstream Western media doesn't say that Yemeni children deserve to die because they're all Houthi terrorists. They simply cite the Houthi-run health ministry, aka terrorist-run health ministry. So when the US and Saudi Arabia kill those children, it's a sad event in the overall morally righteous fight against terrorists. Terrorism is bad, remember, and terrorists are the bad guys. So if some kids died while they were going after terrorists, you know, I guess that's just war. We saw the same response of no I didn't from Mutahar of the large YouTube channel Some Ordinary Gamers. When Hassan Piker shared my video on his Instagram story, Mutahar responded to this post writing, I get watching other people's videos is all you're really good at, but try vetting out slander before promoting. I have never defended...
Which is ironic because, like, he's literally slandering me in that process. Like, the notion that I only watch other people's YouTube videos is such a fucking stupid one, especially because every single week I'm either interviewing another journalist, an activist, including the guys that just won an Oscar for No Other Land, or fucking Bernie Sanders and AOC at their rally. Like, these people don't care about anything. That's what's so frustrating about it. Like, you're a fucking slop tuber. Just stick to Linus video, the Linux videos, okay? That's all you got to do. I don't know why you have to, like, enter this territory and then establish your flag as a guy who just, like, hates this fucking Hassan dude. It doesn't make any sense. Dude who's too lazy to fucking take a shower and, like, clean his goddamn t-shirt in his fucking videos. Dude who's too lazy to do any research whatsoever before he just goes, you don't do anything else. I said Linus, sorry. I meant Linux. It's so weird, man. How the fuck did Ethan and a lot of these guys go from like being people who care about the truth to this, you know? To whatever the fuck this is.
Or backed the Israeli genocide on innocent Gazans, never will I ever. Following this, there was a bit of a back and forth. Hassan responded to Mutahar on Twitter, writing, in your only video on Gaza, you admit to not knowing about politics, you try to cover Israel-Palestine as drama slop for a centrist audience, you defend Asmongold for his inferior cultures and genocide comment, then attack pro-Palestinian voices. Mutahar wrote back, yes, I do admit to not being an expert on the topic. I didn't cover it as a drama since it isn't one. Serious situations with dead people and attacks happening every day. I just don't downplay rapes and sugarcoat violent organizations like you. Also didn't defend Asman in vid. Later, Hassan wrote, we were a year into the genocide here. This was your only video on the topic. It downplayed and ran defense for Asmongold's takes, while the bulk of your commentary revolved around how evil the pro-Palestinian streamers were from clips you compiled off of Snark Reddits. Mutahar's final response was, it's almost as if the bulk of the commentary matched what the video was titled and centered about, Twitch allowing violent and unfiltered rhetoric from your camp on its platform. The clips were actually sourced from the creators who streamed them. So what do we make of this exchange? Well, first, Mudahar denied covering the genocide as drama, but that's exactly what he did. He has never once uploaded a video covering this topic, except for when that coverage was filtered through a smear campaign that was making the rounds in the commentary community about a content creator they all don't like. You know, Hassan Bad. He denies defending Asmongold in his video, once again making no effort to actually defend himself on that point, but that's also false. Mudahar whitewashed Asmongold's comments further than anyone else, really. He went so far as to change the content of what Asmongold actually said to make it seem like he wasn't talking about Palestinians when he was.
In this situation, one could, if they were to extend the charitability, could say that Asmongold was probably referring to extremists in the Islamic religion.
Even Asmongold himself admitted that that's what he said when he apologized. This is why he was banned. Now, whether Mudahar stands by this characterization of Asmongold's genocidal rhetoric or not is a different question, but he did do that, and the record shows this. His video is still uploaded on his channel. You can go watch it. Denying this seems to be just indicative of a lack of reflection on his part. Entirely predictable, but worth noting nonetheless.
I think a lot of these guys also don't care because they know their audience won't check them and then try to maintain any sort of accountability for false statements. We are now officially living in the post-truth universe. I know it sounds kind of libbed up and silly whenever I say this, but it quite literally is the case. Nobody cares. No one fucking cares about what the truth is. That's precisely the reason why so many people come in here and will hear me advocate for certain things and refuse to listen to my advocacy and still operate on the basis of like what motivated them to come here because they watched a smear video. Like, even when the truth is hitting them directly in the head, they still refuse to grasp it. Absolutely. When I was in that echo chamber, there was just no outside source that could matter or change my opinion on you that I had pre-built. Nothing to do with politics at all. Yeah, that's the other side of it. It is also, once again, poisoning the well. Because they don't want to actually go after the arguments that I'm presenting, they just attack the messenger instead. And they do so by smearing. Like the silliest, from the silliest things to the most severe allegations that are completely untrue. And also easily dismissible, for the record. And yet, because most people don't care about that context, it doesn't matter. People are just like, interested in participating in the smear campaign themselves as they feel as though they're doing something that gives them a sense of purpose and as though they are a part of a community. Is there a way to fix the issue? I don't know, but I won't stop trying to abide by best standards and practices, no matter what other people do. Your only comment about Muda is that he is dirty and does not shower. I'm sick and tired of this anti-Indian racism. Why is your comment for Muda that he does not shower? Come on. Dude, he literally has stains on his shirt like while he was doing this video. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, dude, I'm secretly doing anti-Indian racism. That's not my only comment on Mudahar. The fuck are you talking about? Did you not hear half of the commentary from Noah? Or him literally reading my comments against Mudahar? The fuck are you talking about? This is unironically the example, the example that I was maintaining, like right here. This is it. Guy comes in, doesn't hear a fucking thing I said, immediately grabs on to something and just basically fucking angles it in the most cynical way possible.
Watch it. Denying this seems to be just that, and the record shows Gold's extremist. This is why he was banned. Now, whether Mudahar stands by this characterization of Asmongold's genocidal rhetoric or not is a different question, but he did do that, and the record shows this. His video is still uploaded on his channel. You can go watch it. Denying this seems to be just indicative of a lack of reflection on his part. Entirely predictable, but worth noting nonetheless. The no I didn't defense is the expected response from centrists and liberal Zionists alike, but I don't know how well it'll hold up in court. I didn't back genocide. How could you say that? I just sat silently the entire time it happened, except for the one time I spoke up, which was
Didn't Hassan speak out against the racism that led Mudahar to leave Twitter? Of course, dude. Because yes, I think the endless faucet of anti-Indian hatred online that is so super fucking normalized is insane.
actually to attack pro-Palestine activists with bad faith smears that originate from a community of openly genocidal Zionists.
I'm pro-genocide.
They're terrible people.
Best of luck to you in your legal endeavors should you pursue them. I don't know how well that'll hold up, but have fun, I guess. In his last tweet, Mutahar seems to deny his participation in the smear campaign, writing, "The clips were sourced from the creators who streamed them." This is false. Mutahar did not source these clips from Hasan's stream. He sourced these clips directly from the smear website. He cited the website out loud and said, "Go check it out, guys."
That was a website known as DanClancySucks.com.
That was, yeah, this was also insane. Insane. Like, he highlighted the fucking shitty ass, like, smear campaign website. Like, how do you, oh God, how do you fucking live with yourself, dude? Well, so gross.
Of some of the most popular streamers on the site. One of the most popular political streamer, Hasan Piker.
As we went over, this website is a compilation of out-of-context clips and arguments attacking pro-Palestine creators that openly embraces the support of genocidal Zionist organizations like the ADL and genocidal Zionist politicians like...
Yeah, also, if you don't know anything about anything, like the Amsterdam quote-unquote pogroms, right? Virtually everyone, including people that were there at the time, including media outlets that ran with the pogrom happening, the anti-Jewish pogroms that were happening, went back and corrected the record because it was a fucking lie. They even literally used footage from an on-the-ground reporter that showed that it was actually the Maccabi football hooligans from Israel that were fighting against the locals there. They were like hunting down locals, and they genuinely presented it as though the situation was the exact opposite. It was that it was actually the local Muslims that were hunting down Jews, right? If you don't know the context of that and you just literally look at this and you listen to the ADL and you go, oh, when one of the largest streamers on Twitch, Hasan Piker, spends the hours after the Amsterdam pogrom minimizing his harm without consequence, it's clear the platform still has far to go. That's it. You're like, oh, I guess this guy's bad. He's a fucking anti-Semite, I guess. That's why so many of the people that fucking come in here and agitate at the behest of these other dumbasses are doing, sometimes they're fucking pro-Palestinian, literally, but they just are oblivious. They don't know enough. And then the random Jew hunts happened after. No, it didn't. Shut up. Jesus Christ. People still going after fake bullshit, dude. Oh my God. It was fucking football hooligans. What are you talking about? No, the other on-the-ground reporter was a 16-year-old Nordic kid. That's not who I'm talking about. There was like a photojournalist there who was filming the events. And they literally ripped her fucking video to be like, to say the exact opposite of what she shot.
Support of genocidal Zionist organizations like the ADL and genocidal Zionist politicians like Richie Torres. The community from which all of these allegations originate is that of a content creator who says things like this.
He is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know from this point, that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's going to happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like... and fatally wounded. They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. There's like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy done? Oh, shit. Well, okay. Well, we brought the white flag so we can put that over the bleeding part. Assuming he got shot in it, actually, right? Flag and then this guy, what, is this guy running back to grab the wife?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
And then, like, what does this mean? The wife has heard what happened. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. I mean, remember, these people, we actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. However, now I haven't gone down this road because this is way more it would require me to make a lot more assumptions, but it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name of the guy? Is he actually dead? Do we even know if this is his wife? These are a whole bunch.
I had never seen the full clip. I don't remember him going. Notice how he almost said way more conservative and then stopped himself because he has to aesthetically maintain that he is like a liberal, a true liberal. Way more. I mean, this would be way crazier in terms of speculation, or maybe conspiratorial. I don't know. Maybe he wanted to maintain. Maybe he wanted to say conspiratorial, which it is, by the way. It is a conspiracy, and it's conservative, for the record. It is conspiratorial, and it is conservative. He just didn't want to admit it because he has to be the liberal who only says the truth. He doesn't speculate about conspiracy theories. I don't think he was going to say convoluted. Not that it matters. Look at what he's doing, okay? My speculation on this is utterly irrelevant.
Bunch of questions that would be valid. Now, if I was way more on the pro-Zionist side, I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound. Right? It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. So Pallywood might be, this, right? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up and you just want like a clip here of the IDF shooting them.
It's crazy that this person is not seen as like a violent radical by the very same drama slop tubers who are friends with him and get their notes from him. But I am for speaking out against these actions. Like, think about how distorted your worldview has to be, where you are fantasizing about an apartheid state murdering Palestinian civilians with a white flag and then saying, oh, they deserved it. Victim blaming to this fucking degree. Jesus Christ, dude.
For no reason because they're civilians with white flags. And you kind of ignore the fact that, like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like, that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. It's like a setup. It's not fake, but they're doing it to themselves.
Speaking of that guy, Destiny, the genocidal Zionist sex criminal video game streamer, he also had a crack at responding to my video where he made some interesting points. Destiny criticized my characterization of the 2018 Gaza border protests as being overwhelmingly peaceful by citing instances of violent actions that protesters took part in during the 2018 border protests, or the Great March of Return, which were recognized by human rights organizations as being overwhelmingly peaceful.
Overwhelmingly peaceful. Just as a quick thing, because people love to talk about the Great March of Return, the Peaceful March of Return. All of this is like the peaceful Great March.
Dude, how are you not recognizing this is the same shit that, like, liberal, by the way, saying the same shit about the Palestinian marches, about that people say about Black Lives Matter. Doors open! Doors open! Sorry.
March of Return. Remember this, okay? This is all the peaceful Great March of Return.
Now, when I use the word overwhelmingly in my video,
he says it's about Black Lives Matter too. I mean, he is a Kyle Rittenhouse defender, to be fair, so yeah, he does.
I used it as the word is meant to be used, which is to mean overwhelmingly, which means what the word means, which is to a very great degree or with a great majority.
Overwhelmingly.
Some instances of violence during these protests do not contradict my use of this word. The protests were overwhelmingly nonviolent, which is exactly what the UN report found.
The protest camps set up along the fence can make you do a double take. In parts, they look like a community festival, a carnival, a fair, like a distant cousin to Burning Man. Women prepare falafel sandwiches. Barbers give haircuts and trim beards. Lip syncers and dancers perform in the shade. Actors ham it up playing cruel Israeli soldiers. Families come with their children.
Ultimately, though, regardless of how the protests were characterized overall, the reason I brought them up in my video was as evidence that Israel has a history of intentionally targeting Palestinian civilians for slaughter. That's what the UN report found. Israeli snipers intentionally targeted medics, journalists, men, women, children, elderly people, and disabled people. Cite whatever instances of property damage, tire burning, flag planting, rock throwing you want. These are irrelevant to the fact that Israel intentionally targeted thousands of civilians with sniper fire. The commission interviewed an international journalist covering the demonstrations at the Malika site who described the scene that day. What was notable was the amount of injured people and the slow, methodical shooting. Every few minutes, you would hear a shot ring out and you would see someone fall, and then another shot and another person fell. It went on for hours. I saw a man who had been shot in the throat. I didn't.
Yeah, the IDF also took credit over every bullet on a tweet. I don't take this as an offense, hopefully, but what happened that you and D grew apart? Did you at one point realize that his worldview was messed up, or did he turn on you once you had more success? Like, what's the story here? I don't want to get into to the weeds of it, but I realized that his community was not as progressive or as liberal or genuinely empathetic as I thought it was initially, and that he himself was not really interested in advancing a cause, but more so just simply in it for the blood sport. And yes, in the same time frame, I was also growing as a content creator and had actually eclipsed him, and he can't stand that. He literally needs his orbiters in his mind, okay, people that he has a very transactional approach to constantly be by his side. And there are logs to prove this point. This is not speculation. There are logs all the way back from, like, I think 2018 or 2019, not 2018, sorry, 2019, talking about how frustrated he was that, I had more exposure than he did. I never really cared about or thought about it like that. I think it's, like, really fucking sad that this was the primary motivator for him. But, I mean, he has voluntarily revealed that he has no interest in anything really other than elevating his own personal status and, like, winning arguments and shit like that. So that's pretty much it.
See it happen, but I saw the immediate aftermath. He was covered in blood. I saw a man who had been shot in the head. There was a constant stream of bloody bodies being carried back towards the ambulances. It was surreal and endless. It became almost normal. It was happening so often. A shot, a person falling, people carrying the body away. The number of wounded was astonishing. I couldn't say how many people I saw who were shot because it was so high. I have covered wars in Syria, Yemen, Libya, and I've never seen anything like this. The slow, methodical shooting. It was just shocking. Presenting this fact is only a one-sided history if you think intentional civilian targeting is somehow warranted due to other unrelated instances of violence, which definitionally cannot be true. This is, of course, if we're taking international law into account, but Destiny's a Zionist, so that's not high on his priority list.
I'm pro-genocide.
Destiny has had similar Israel glazing-induced English language difficulties in the past. He had this same response when Norman Finkelstein brought up the 2018 border protests in the Lex Friedman Israel-Palestine debate early last year.
In 2018, there was the Great March of Return in Gaza. By all reckonings of human rights organizations and journalists who were there, it was overwhelmingly nonviolent. Along the Gaza perimeter, there was Israel's best trained snipers, correct?
I don't know best trained, there were snipers.
Fine.
Snipers.
Okay, all right? Because,
editorializing
hey,
support.
laugh. It's hilarious. The story is so funny.
You're lying about
It's
the Great
so
March of Return
funny.
had aspects of
Okay.
violence to it.
Okay.
According, even the UN says it themselves.
Okay.
But you only collect what the UN says that you like.
You see, the problem, Mr. Morelli, is you don't know the English language. You don't.
I can read from the
Did you
UN
hear-
website
did
itself.
I
In regards
say-
to the Great March of Return,
Please
they said,
stop with your
while the
idiotic-
vast majority of
with your
protesters
idiotic-
acted in a peaceful manner,
No, listen to what
during
he
most
said.
protests,
Did-
dozens have
did you
approached the
just
fence,
agree with
attempting
me,
to
Mr.
damage it,
said there was
burning
all-
tires,
Did I
throwing
say
stones and Molotov
overwhelmingly
cocktails
nonviolent?
towards Israeli forces and
Okay.
flying incendiary
Okay.
kites and balloons
Okay.
into Israeli territory. The latter resulted
Yeah,
in
but-
extensive
but
damage
you
to
don't-
agricultural
you-
land and
okay.
nature reserves inside
Okay.
Israel and risked the lives
Yeah,
of Israeli
because
civilians.
Mr.
Some incidents of
Mr.
shooting and
Borelli-
throwing them explosives
Yeah,
have also been
talk
reported.
fast,
I'm
so
just
people
trying to-
think that you're coherent.
I'm just
Notice Destiny's retort to Norm's description of the protests being overwhelmingly nonviolent is that there were actually aspects of violence. This is not a contradiction. Overwhelmingly means overwhelmingly.
عمري 16 سنة صابت في يوم الأرض تاريخ 30/3 يوم الجمعة كنت على الحدود الشرقية في رفح كان في آلاف المتظاهرين والمتظاهرات شباب وفتيات ونساء.
Yeah, they had to snipe, like, pregnant women and medics that were clearly defined as medics, by the way, because they were throwing stones, I guess. Random people were burning tires and throwing stones. I guess that's totally valid and not an insane overreaction. They shot people in wheelchairs, man. They celebrated the act of shooting a pregnant woman by memorializing it with a t-shirt, famously calling it a 2-for-1 special. Get the fuck out of here. It's a truly depraved country.
وأطفال وشيوخ وصلت على الساعة 9 صباحا بدينا إنه أول ما وصلنا قعدنا شفنا وين رح نقعد وبعديها رجعنا صلينا الجمعة ورجعنا أنا وصاحبتي لما وصلنا لقينا كل الشباب راجعين كلهم لورا ما حد متقدم فمسكنا أنا وياها إيد بعض ووصلنا نقدم قدامهم واجوا باقي البنات صاروا يمسكوا ايدينا والشباب صاروا يهتفوا ويشجعونا اكثر مشان نقدم اكثر. كنت امسك الاعلام واغرسهم واقرب اكثر واكثر. غرست العلم ومسكت علم ثاني وصرت الوح فيه. فالاحتلال يعني ما عجبه هالمنظر يعني. طبعا يعني كنت انا محروقه يعني من جوا كنت بغلي يعني تعرف شوفي كل الظلم اللي انت بتعيش كل يوم. كنت من الاقليه الموجودين يعني كنا بنعد على اصابعي اللي قدام. وانا قدمت كثير وكنت بعيد عن اليهود اقل شيء 20 متر. لما لوحت في العلم سمعت صوت طلع صابت صدمه يعني كابوس. أول ما شالوني وقعت على الأرض بعدين شالوني ثاني مرة ودوني على الأمبلاس. كنت يعني بدي أنام كنت وجع كتير.
Now you find it so far-fetched. Israelis purposely, deliberately targeting civilians? That's such a far-fetched idea. An overwhelmingly non-violent march. What did the UN investigation find? Brace yourself. You thought it was so funny, the idea of IDF targeting civilians. It found, go look this up on your machine.
I already know what you're going to say. You're going to say it found that only one or two of them were justified killings.
Targeted journalists, targeted medics, and here's the funniest one of all. It's so hilarious. They targeted disabled people who were 300 meters away from the fence and just standing by trees.
Zionism's crazy because it kind of backs you into a corner of having to defend the indefensible. And I don't know, if you're as shameless as Destiny is, that's not really an issue.
They're doing it to themselves.
But for most rational human beings, you see someone arguing that and you say, oh, that's an insane person. And that's the high ground we have on Zionism. The more people understand the truth, the less people...
It's so funny that Destiny still thinks he didn't lose this debate. It is because he has to maintain a posture of strength because he understands that his audience only responds to that. If he were to ever admit defeat, then they would go, oh, you're a fucking moron. That's it. That plus we live in the post-truth era. It doesn't matter. He both lost on the optics and on the substance. He bit off more than he could chew. He was not going after like a fucking random misogynistic podcaster for once. He was actually going after someone who was infinitely more knowledgeable than him on this issue. Norm Finkelstein, at least on the issue of Gaza, is one of the most solid chroniclers of the truth. It's crazy. How come Norm doesn't fuck with you anymore? What are you talking about? There's no planet where he didn't fuck with me. He doesn't even know who I am. I live on the internet. He does not. He doesn't even have a phone. He has a landline. Mudahar called Norman Finkelstein unhinged and emotional. I have a clip of him, Turkey Tom, and D giggling like a bunch of hoes, but I will get clipped if I share. Link, not sub. By the way, D said, all right, get permission from mods. And they, you can link it then. Yeah, you just got a permission. You can link the clip if you want now.
To be publicly willing to defend these crimes. Destiny later nitpicks my comment about the media's use of terrorist designation in articles before covering the attack.
I don't know.
Is everyone you bring on a troll?
No, usually I verify people, but I was like, fuck it, because it's really
Is Norman
big.
Jinkelstein a troll?
That's a good question. That I don't know. I'm not too sure about that.
Bro, what was that fucking debate even like, dude? I saw like a bit and piece on Twitter about it. Apparently they were like, yo, Destiny got owned in every clip that I watched. I'm like, the other, like, the guy who you were debating was just getting emotional the whole time. It's like, you're reading Wikipedia. It's like...
That second voice that you're hearing in the background is Mudahar. He was just getting, like, emotional the whole time, dude. He seemed to be such a brilliant orator, dude. Yeah. Oh, is it surprising to you that Mudahar took these idiotic stances, also going along with the smear campaign against pro-Palestinian voices, while also, you know, still trying to maintain a presence where he's like, oh, well, I think, like, you know, I just don't like death, dude. How did that happen? Oh, man. Oh, man, how did that happen? Here's the problem. People who don't want to fucking learn about anything, people who don't want to read about anything, would much rather get their information from this fucking dingus on screen. This fucking sex pest on screen. They like him. They think he's brilliant because he has the capacity to present himself as much smarter than he actually is. That's all it is. So they respond to the optics of it. It's ironic because he did this against Jordan Peterson so expertly all the time. I remember a time when Destiny used to shit on Jordan Peterson and his fan base aggressively because Jordan Peterson or Tim Pool or many other right-wing commentators would present themselves as like intellectual authorities on the subject matter that they were talking about when they very clearly didn't know what the fuck they were saying. And their fans believed them. Now he's been doing this for the past couple of years at this point. There is no better sign of your intellectual inferiority than listening to an argument, listening to a debate between two people and not actually seeing the veracity of the statements, not actually recognizing which side is presenting factual arguments, which side is presenting cherry-picked points and doing not such a great job at it either. And instead going, oh, well, he just seemed really emotional, so you lost. You won the argument, King. You were so unemotional.
Bro, they have sources attached. He's not clicking on the source.
Well, and also I never read Wikipedia to him. I was just I was like quoting like the either Amnesty International or the UN or the ICJ, but he was ultra triggered, but you know.
Yeah, but I read real books, not websites. I was fucking unhinged.
The funniest part about it is that Destiny is smarter than this. So I know in this moment, he has a little bit of fucking resentment towards who his allies are. Like, he'll entertain it because at least someone is on his side, and this is like him licking his wounds. But you can tell he's just like, ugh. I don't even think he fucking likes Ethan. I think he probably thinks he's surrounded by fucking dumb fucks by his own perspective because he thinks he has a heightened sense of his own intelligence where he just like he thinks he's super brilliant and he's very narcissistic. So he probably fucking despises that there aren't any like genuinely intelligent people on his side on any of these issues. He'll take the help wherever he can get, and his fan base certainly uses Ethan like a fucking fleshlight, you know, uses him as a weapon basically. But you know, deep down inside, he's like, ugh,
dude.
Look at his face. He's like, yeah, good point, Muda. Really brilliant point, man. Yeah, he surely was emotional. I definitely didn't get owned there.
These outlets always, of course, make sure to mention Hezbollah's U.S. designation as a terrorist organization. Don't worry, guys. They were just terrorists. Nothing to see here. We got the bad guys. They were bad. We are good. Mission accomplished.
Relying on a U.S. terrorist designation is retarded. But you don't need to do that. You could just know what Hezbollah is, which is like a paramilitary militant group that's funded by fucking Iran that now has like seats in the fucking Lebanese government that is like hostily taken over the southern part of that country, right? You could just know that. You don't have a U.S. terrorist designation. But we're gonna start simping for them now? Is that what we're gonna do? Okay.
Even if we're going to explore the reasons why this terrorist designation is to him not illegitimate, it only reinforces the circular logic of the terrorist label. You don't have to call them terrorists to know that they are terrorists. Just look at what they do. They kill civilians. They violently overthrow government.
Yeah, it's so fun. This is the other aspect of Sex Pestany's commentary is that on the one hand, he tries to present himself as this like incredible debater. A lot of why the audience thinks he's a brilliant debater is because he is a skilled orator. Okay. He is not necessarily intelligent or knowledgeable on the matter. He's just very good at rhetoric and trapping people into and pinning them down into a rhetorical corner, oftentimes with the heavy utilization of logical fallacies that he tries to rationalize with a lot of confidence backing him, a lot of unearned confidence, really. But it's so funny. It's so funny when you are more knowledgeable on an issue and you listen to him talk. You're like, oh, I know what you're doing here. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're just manipulating the conversation to an area of pre-couched statements that you developed ahead of time. It's a rhetorical trap. And when the interlocutor knows better and doesn't fall into that trap. He just tries to like yell at them. The famous example of that is obviously the Michael from Pennsylvania argument that he had over was it buy, borrow, die? Like, it's so obvious that he's in the wrong, and in the wrong because he's not knowledgeable on the issue, but he just tries to aesthetically win the conversation by yelling at the other person. Your prop clipping? What is that? What? Yeah, so stock buybacks, yeah.
Governments. They take over entire countries. Okay, well, the US does all of those things, but it isn't on the US designated terrorist list, is it? Israel is US backed, the US being, by the criteria we just looked at, a terrorist state, but they're not on the list either. It's almost like these designations are selective and used to reinforce US imperial hegemony. Oh my god, no way! What?
These subhuman, Neanderthal, knuckle-dragging, white dipshits, like Noah too, will sit here and fucking defend Hezbollah, which is what he's doing, as like a legitimate governing party. Hassan, the terrorist supporter as well, who is also very white, don't ever be mistaken by his background or the way he looks sometimes, depending on what he's trying to present. Hassan is also one of the whitest people in the West, okay?
This is also such a weird, like, pathological obsession with the way that I look that these guys constantly fucking hit on. There's never been a moment where I haven't said that I'm white. Like, I will always say that I'm white. But depending on which side of the argument that you're on that suits your purpose better, these guys will literally call me a fucking brown Islamist, fundamentalist terrorist, or a white guy who's out of touch. It literally always changes. They are the ones who change the dynamic, and then they act like I'm the one who's changing the dynamic. Who was it? I remember... There was a guy who was literally saying that I was trying to appear Arab because I was trying to appear Arab because it was the summer and I was going out and playing basketball, so I was more tan. One of his fucking dumbass fans was like, "Oh, look at you trying to look like an Arab, dude." Yeah, I'm a anti-white racist, but also an out-of-touch white guy. Fantastic.
One of the whitest people in the West. He's one of the whitest people in the West, folks. You've never seen a whiter guy than this Hassan guy. Ultimately, we don't need to take people like Destiny seriously. Zionists criticizing Hezbollah is not doing so in good faith. Obviously, he is a Zionist. He supports the genocidal Israeli regime and opposes resistance to it, which is what Hezbollah is. The group exists as a response to Israel's repeated colonial killing sprees in Lebanon, which are not terrorism, apparently, because Israel's the good guys. So he's not a person we need to take seriously in any of these conversations on what needs to be done. That's the sort of criticism trap here on YouTube. You know, a guy who isn't a part of your movement criticizing your movement. I don't like having to even bring him up. I honestly just like that white boy's clips. I thought it was funny.
One of the whitest people in the West. Subhuman, Neanderthal, knuckle-dragging, white dipshits.
So I'll look at some more of this stuff in future video responses. I'm going to split them up point by point, see if we can dive a little deeper into these topics. I think that has potential to be worth it, but we'll see. Today, though, I want to look at just a few of the common arguments I saw from Ethan Klein, his supporters, and other participants of this campaign. And because this video is more influencer drama focused, I'm going to take that opportunity to do a sponsor now. That's when I'll do them, when I'm talking about random internet micro celebrities. For as long as I need to do them, which hopefully isn't much longer. Support me on Patreon to make them stop. There's been an escalation in the trend of crackdowns over free speech and the right to protest in America. The US government and intelligence agencies have the ability to deploy warrantless surveillance against anyone. This is done through things like Section 702, geofencing warrants, sales to data brokers, and national security letters, all of which are used by the government to bypass the judicial system to monitor your communications. Basically, if big tech has access to your information, so does the US government, which is an issue if you want to be protesting that government. This is why I'm excited to talk about the sponsor of today's video, which is Proton Mail. Unlike the majority of other email platforms, Proton Mail is end-to-end encrypted with zero access encryption, meaning that emails from non-Proton Mail accounts are encrypted with your public key before reaching your inbox, which ensures that no one but you can access them. This keeps you totally immune from data breaches and surveillance. Most popular messaging apps offer this kind of end-to-end encryption, but many major big tech email services do not, like Gmail, for example. Proton Mail allows you to create email aliases whenever you sign up for new websites to hide your real email address, which you can easily deactivate if they're ever revealed in data breaches or start receiving spam. They offer other helpful features like email scheduling, tracking links.
Ethical Reacts also, before I forget, you can subscribe to the HasanAbi broadcast in order to help me maintain my editorial independence, and I won't burp into the microphone any longer. I keep forgetting to do call outs. That's right. You can subscribe for $6 or for free with a... He was like, this is a very serious issue. This is the arch anti-Semite who loves terrorism. One of the most important issues of all time. Pestering the Western world with his discourse, radicalizing the youth. Maybe he loves Hamas and also Hezbollah. Also, here's an ExpressVPN ad. Like, dude, what are you doing? Every single fucking accusation is a confession. He'll cry about snark pages while also using his subreddit as a snark page. This is why it's like pretty funny whenever I do like a fraction. Whenever I respond with a fraction of the smoke that he has had for me for the past half of a year, he loses his goddamn mind. He's like, I'm going to sue every human being on the planet. I'm going to go chain myself to the headquarters of YouTube because people are being mean to me on YouTube now. I'm going to chain myself to the fucking Reddit headquarters because my former fans hate me. Or yeah, that's the other thing. When he also says like, I'm obsessed. That's so funny. It's like, oh, this Hasan guy, he's so obsessed with me. It's like, dude, come on, please go one fucking stream. Go one goddamn stream without having my name on it. Okay. You try to desperately bring back the new fans that you've developed in your community that are only there for the toxic anti-Hasan rhetoric. So whenever you can't fucking go over 20K, you're like, no, guys, I promise, there's anti-Hasan stuff in here. I promise. Yeah, I see the titling and thumbnailing. It's all over fucking Twitter. It's all over fucking Reddit. Yeah. No, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. Now, what's funny about it is that I warned Ethan months ago where I was like, dude, if you keep doing the fuck Hasan button, you're just going to become like a incredibly toxic community of people that desperately want that. And you're going to shed away your actual loyal fan base slowly but surely because even they are not dedicated to hating me as much as you are. And then those other guys, in order to recultivate the fan base that you once had that care about the goofs and gaffs, you're going to move away from the anti-Hasan shit. And then you're going to lose the fucking new fans that came in just for the anti-Hasan shit. I said this months ago. I was like, listen, you're fucking up your own bag. You're fucking up your own content. Because the new fans that come in because of the crash out, they're not like real loyal fans. They, as a matter of fact, hate you. They don't care. They have hated you for a very long time, and they probably still hate you, but they love that you're attacking me. All the while, you're losing your fans who love you and constantly fucking criticizing them and acting like you want to dox them and shit. The moment that you now turn off the anti-Hasan commentary, those new guys are going to fucking leave. They're going to probably call you the R word again, like Destiny used to call you until he realized he could use you as a weapon.
Link blocking and inbox cleaning. Switching to Proton Mail is really easy. You can import past emails seamlessly and forward Gmail messages to your new Proton Mail address, or you can start fresh with a clean slate. It's up to you. Proton Mail has over 100 million users and is 100% funded by customer subscriptions, and all services are completely ad-free. They operate out of Switzerland, where they benefit from robust privacy laws. Proton got started with a public crowdfunding campaign and is owned by the Proton Foundation, which is a non-profit dedicated to ensuring privacy and data protection. Sign up for free using my link at proton.me/Noah Samson to protect your privacy and also support the channel. All right, back to the video now. In this Instagram story, Ethan asks the question, when did I ever support a genocide?
When did we ever back a genocide?
I'm sorry.
When? Like, show me.
I have an answer to that. Let's go over it once again. Ethan Klein was the primary signal booster for the smear campaign against pro-Palestine activists that was orchestrated by a group of openly genocidal Zionists during the active genocide of Palestinians in Gaza. Every point raised in his content nuke video was borrowed directly from Destiny and his community regarding Hasan's alleged terrorism support, his alleged anti-Semitism, and his alleged extremist views.
Hasan uncritically interviewed this kid for about an hour. It was the most brazen display of disgusting terrorist propaganda that I have maybe ever seen in Western media. Okay, fine. He likes Hamas. He watches their propaganda. But he's not going to deny the the violent rapes that took place, that is way beyond the pale.
Ethan himself in
Oh my God, he's just showed sources. Oh, he's sourcing it directly back to the subreddit. Once again, a subreddit that when we first started the Leftovers podcast, fucking despised him. A subreddit that actively called him the R slur. A subreddit that actively made fun of him, made fun of his wife, made fun of all of the employees, made fun of Teddy Fresh, everything. In ways that I have not, by the way. Like, people will say, oh, you make fun of Teddy Fresh? Like, yeah, sure, there's like some of the merch that I've made fun of. But the shit that these guys used to say about Ethan, and then only to turn around and act like they're massive fans of him, specifically because he became an anti-Hasan loyalist. And it's funny because I don't even think they still like him. They think he's stupid. They just like that he is constantly elevating the smears. It is hilarious. It's also kind of sad that he just doesn't recognize that.
this very stream reveals that he is
They see Ethan as a useful idiot.
aware of Destiny's comments that openly endorse the genocide of Palestinians.
The only person he's probably not defaming here would be Destiny because of his comment about, he said, I believe in genocide. He said, I think, and during one conversation, like that the Palestinians should just leave. So if you're talking about defamation, that's like an easy out, right? For legally speaking.
So that's one way to back genocide, is by functionally collaborating with an openly genocidal Zionist who you know is openly genocidal on a video that reached over 3 million people exclusively using arguments and out-of-context clips that were compiled by the community of that openly genocidal Zionist. The other major way that Ethan backed the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza with his video was by spreading atrocity propaganda narratives that the Israeli state, military, and its backers in the West have used as rhetorical justification for their genocidal actions. This backing precedes Ethan's content nuke, as he was one of the first major content creators to spread the 40 beheaded babies hoax.
They found 40 dead fucking babies at this kibbutz where like tons of people got killed. Now, I don't know if they were beheaded, okay? And some people really care about that detail. So to me, the 40 babies is enough.
I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children.
A false claim that he has yet to rescind or apologize for making. In the content nuke, he doubles down with this sort of propagandizing for the state of Israel by spreading the Hamas mass rapes hoax. He cited the documentary from Sheryl Sandberg.
Bro, Israelis don't even believe these fucking interrogations are valid. The purpose of these interrogations are to humiliate Palestinians. It's not actually it's torture. Like, these are tortured people. What the fuck? I didn't even realize he was like, did he actually use the fucking interrogations? Like the torture confessions as proof that like Hamas was doing mass rapes? Is he fucking that stupid? No, he did not. Oh, they're saying Sheryl Sandberg used them. Okay, good. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was going to say, also, by the way, he used, the reason why Noah's bringing up Sheryl Sandberg's video, Sheryl Sandberg's documentary, Sheryl, who, by the way, has allegations against her that came out recently. The reason why he's showing this is because he did use a clip from Sheryl Sandberg's documentary, in air quotes, about like the mass rapes hoax. How was it found that they were confessions under duress? First of all, there is no confessions under torturous conditions anyway, but it's not a secret. Like there are no acting. There's no way to get actionable intelligence under torture. There's an entire conversation that I had recently about America doing torture in Guantanamo Bay and how they found zero actionable intelligence. That's number one, because people, when they're tortured, just fucking tell you what you want to hear. They just cop to it. But these guys, or these torturous confessions, are specifically designed to repeat whatever the fucking Israeli narrative is at the time. Like they would get them to say, yes, Hamas is just like ISIS, shit like that. I remember watching it at the time, and it is not a secret that Israel tortures Palestinians, including these guys. You can literally see that he's like fucking bloody and beaten up in the confession. Like, what are we talking about? They don't even try to hide that they're doing this. it's usually done, these interview confessions or these interrogation confessions under torture are just done simply to like elevate whatever the Israeli claim is and to have like Palestinian captives repeat those talking points. They've done this to children too, by the way, which is fucking insane. I remember covering it a while. Like, there's a very famous incident of a child who's like 14 years old in a similar situation, and they're just like making him say whatever the fuck they want.
Relied on testimony made under duress in Israeli detainment centers and unverified claims from witnesses.
Earlier this year, former Facebook executive Sheryl Sandberg produced a documentary that was screened at the White House and on Capitol Hill.
Last year, Hamas committed horrific acts of sexual violence. Cheryl, I thank you for all your work to bring to light the horrors of this issue and for your film about what happened on October 7.
The way that Sandberg proved her case, shockingly, was significantly through the use of coerced interrogation videos. The documentary, of course, won praise in the pages of the New York Times and is, to this day, sitting on the White House website. The White House website now says, quote, preventing and responding to conflict-related sexual violence is a top priority for President Biden and Vice President Harris. Since October 7th, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and our entire administration have consistently condemned Hamas' horrific sexual violence. On June 17th, the Vice President hosted an event at the White House, which included a panel discussion and remarks by advocates and survivors of CRSV from around the world, and a partial screening of Sheryl Sandberg's documentary, Screams Before Silence, on Hamas's sexual violence on October 7th. Now, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, B'Tselem, and Physicians for Human Rights Israel all rejected the use of hostage interrogation videos in the months after October 7th.
What? No way. Another group of anti-Semitic charlatans, once again, saying Israel's usage of tortured confessions is not viable and actually... lo and behold, a direct violation of international human rights. Oh, they must be Hamas. They must be anti-Semitic. Isn't it strange how everyone is anti-Semitic? It's just crazy. The United Nations is anti-Semitic. Human Rights Watch is anti-Semitic. B'Tselem, the Israeli Human Rights Organization, is anti-Semitic. It's just so crazy. The coincidence that all of these fucking groups, many of them, like Human Rights, was it Amnesty International or Human Rights Watch? Like literally created by a Holocaust survivor who is a Zionist. Like, understand something here. They're calling that guy fucking anti-Semitic, dude. Yeah, Human Rights Watch was created by a Holocaust survivor who himself, in the aftermath of October 7, was like, whoa, I don't know, this is not a genocide. And then he saw the situation. He was like, okay, dude. He was like, I'm a Zionist. I love Israel. Holy fuck, they're doing a genocide. Oh.
And most news outlets chose to reject their use as well, citing the likelihood the confessions were extracted by torture. Sheryl Sandberg, the White House, and Hamas have all gone a different direction.
Now, my point about this propaganda claim seems to have been misconstrued by some viewers of my video. The claim in question is not that rapes occurred, rather that Hamas systematically weaponized sexual violence during the attacks. This was the claim spread by mainstream news outlets like the New York Times and used by the US government and the Israeli government as a pretext for blowing up occupied apartment buildings.
It's interesting because what's really fucked up about this, especially because like they put me in the crosshairs on this issue, is that there was never a moment where I was like blanketly applying that no rapes had happened and you're just fucking wrong, right? Even to this day, I maintain the position that there is a likelihood that in times of conflict, especially when like criminal elements penetrate the security boundary of Gaza, like, or not criminal elements, but just like fucking random people that are not a part of a militia movement, there is a likelihood that it could have happened. It happens in times of conflict all the time. And having said that, Israel has been the only person, the only unit, the only organization that stood against justice for victims. Okay? They, one, undermined all the forensic evidence initially, and two, have never allowed any sort of independent investigation to be committed and to simply take their word on it without showing any evidence whatsoever. To this day, there's not a single piece of first-hand account, like real first-hand, reliable testimony. As a matter of fact, all the first-hand testimony that has been presented in the aftermath of October 7 and repeated in perpetuity were very quickly dismissed because people found out that these guys were just fucking lying. Meanwhile, the claim that there were systematic mass rapes that happened on October 7 that were directed by Hamas was complete bullshit. That's it. The only evidence in that regard is actually evidence to the contrary, that this was not a thing that happened. Meanwhile, if you want to look at systematic evidence, look no further than the Israeli prison system. Plenty of real hard evidence there, including footage, like CCTV camera footage of concentration camp guards raping Palestinian prisoners to death. Look no further than the mentality of the Israeli society, at least certain segments of Israeli society, that did a pro-rape riot after the Israeli government, the Israeli prosecutors wanted to prosecute 6 of the concentration camp guards that had raped Palestinian prisoners to death with a metal rod. And the far right in Israel fucking went up in arms with weapons and balaclavas and shit and stormed the goddamn... HasanAbi, you're spoiling the video? Okay, well, I'm sorry. This is very frustrating. All right, let's just keep going. Let's hear
target low-level Hamas commanders. The UN report that was released and cited widely by defenders of Israel as evidence that this is true says the opposite. The mission team was unable to establish the prevalence of sexual violence and concludes that the overall magnitude, scope, and specific attribution of these violations would require a fully fledged investigation. Ethan's citation of the conclusion to this report, point 86, that there are, quote, reasonable grounds to believe that conflict-related sexual violence occurred at several locations, does not at all verify the claims made in his...
Yeah. Unlike Ethan, I actually read that report on stream. Because unlike Ethan, I actually do fucking research. And ironically enough, if Ethan had done at least a little bit of research on what I've said on this issue, he could have found that video of me going through line by line of the fucking report itself. The report itself does not say what any number of these different pro-Israel morons claim it says. The report itself actually is quite damning if you understand the language that they're using, where they say, beyond circumstantial evidence, beyond a forensic analysis of footage where we are speculating that someone might have been victimized due to the crime of rape, there is no hard evidence on this. The only instance that reaches beyond the hearsay or now falsified firsthand accounts is the hostage testimony. One of the Israeli hostages testified that she was sexually assaulted. That is the only instance of real hard evidence. And that was after October 7. That wasn't even on October 7. That's what's so crazy about it. It's like these guys fucking literally... And that's unjustifiable, by the way. Just make no mistake. Obviously, there's no like fucking, pro-resistance rape or whatever. That's not what I'm saying either. But it's wild that these guys unironically refuse to do the research and then make it your fucking problem. Like I have to deal with this for the rest of my life now. You know what I mean? People just being like, oh, dude, I saw some shit about you, dude. What the fuck's going on? It's like, get the fuck out of here.
Video in the central piece of evidence which he cited for it, which was Sheryl Sandberg's propaganda film.
What happened on October 7th was mass, systematic, planned rape and genital mutilation of women.
Nor in all the places that systematic sexual violence was alleged against Hamas, which it was many, many places, mainstream places. This conclusion also does not contradict anything Hasan has ever said about October 7th. In every clip cited in the video, Hasan is talking about the systematic rapes claim.
The systematized mass rapes that Hamas dealt on October 7, not a single bit of that has been verified.
The clip that was cited repeatedly by Ethan, what he seemed to think was a smoking gun,
downplaying the violence, specifically the sexual violence, which he's done a lot of.
Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not, like, so good. They have magical bullets.
Ethan's presentation of this clip is dishonest, though.
It doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much.
Hasan isn't talking about sexual violence in a vacuum. He's talking about it in relationship with something else, in relationship with the struggle for Palestinian liberation. It's like saying that it doesn't matter if rapes occurred during a slave rebellion. That doesn't change the dynamic that slavery should still be abolished, which is an entirely uncontroversial statement, if you're against slavery, of course. Some noted that the UN report called for further investigation.
You know what's funny? Even Noah's video doesn't show the fuller context. Do you guys want to see the full context of that famous clip that Ethan used in his context nuke? Because I'm not even just talking about like, I'm not even talking about just that like rapes does not mean genocide is justified. It's me literally debating a chatter who's like, why won't you dismiss the rape claims? And my position in this is that there is still a likelihood that sexual assault took place. There is still a likelihood that sexual assault took place on October 7.
Many hostages have records of saying two different things. Also, how are you sure Israel didn't force them to lie? That's ridiculous. By the way, none of which justifies Israel's actions. So it doesn't even matter. None of this justifies that Palestinians have a right to dignity, a right to emancipation, a right to live fucking free lives, free from this occupation. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if fucking rapes happen on October 7. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So
the original time he reacted to that comment, he agreed with you. Isn't that crazy?
That's the other part of this problem that many people don't.
Isn't that wild?
Into these alleged crimes, and that's true, it did. However, further investigations have been repeatedly denied by only one party, and that party is Israel.
Why not put the responsibility and blame the atrocities quite simply on the perpetrators and say it was Hamas who did it?
When I accepted the invitation from the government of Israel, we had a number of meetings and we discussed the parameters and explained clearly the purpose of the mission, which was only for the purpose of gathering, analyzing, and verifying information.
But still, it is pretty clear who did it after talking to survivors and hostages returned, right? It wasn't the Belgians who did it. It's pretty clear.
I understand the frustration of the people of Israel. I mean, like, I was distressed when I came to Israel because I saw a traumatized nation. So I understand the frustration, but I think it's up to your government to give access, and that's one also of my first recommendation.
What's interesting is that Ethan has showed some level of skepticism for these sorts of allegations before, but only when the victims were Palestinian.
Palestinian females freed from Israeli detention said more than 15 fellow Palestinian women were raped by Israeli interrogators to force them to confess to charges leveled against them and collaborate with the Israeli intelligence. Quote, Israeli investigators and intelligence officers keep videotapes of raping to blackmail the female detainees. So according to, I guess, this website, this doesn't seem like super credible, at least, or I mean, it might be credible,
Do you have an issue with... AB's dad works for CARE, by the way. AB's dad works for fucking CARE. The website and the organization that he's considering to be not credible. Council for American Islamic Relations.
With CARE or Islam.net or the...
Well, what is this?
The lack of...
I mean, listen, that's a huge claim. 15 Palestinian women were raped.
Mm-hmm.
I was sexually abused in photographs, she said. But, like, what? I don't know what this is. What is this?
What do you mean?
Is this a source?
You're asking if it's credible.
Yeah.
Yes, CARE is credible. I think, at least.
What is
CARE is
There's no source. There's like nothing here. Like, shit. I mean, that's a pretty extraordinary.
Yeah. It's interesting because there's so much evidence for this. And I told him that I would return to him with like additional evidence. And I think he even found it himself. And I remember the Destiny community at the time found this like insane source that claimed that Israelis were too racist to rape the Palestinians. And that was the argument that they were going with. Like in Destiny's subreddit, I remember they were like, Hasan is so stupid for lying about Israeli systematized rape in Israel and Israeli prisons. Because here's this proof from a scholar that Israelis think Palestinians are too subhuman to actually rape them. They literally fucking did that, by the way. That was a real thing that they did at the time. I don't know if someone can fucking find it in the Destiny subreddit. I'm sure it's still out there. Around like a day after or the same day the same day that this video came out. I remember seeing it. I always thought it was gross. They had this clip prepped and never even warned you so that you could bring in sources. He just put you on the spot. There's so much confirmed evidence on this. Oh, you found it. There it is. Archive post examining the Israelis raping Palestinian women's claims. There's a paper that claims the lack of rape by the IDF is due to racism. W racism. I owe you an apology. I wasn't really familiar with your game. This is them like just having fun because they wanted to dunk on me. Having a conversation with Ethan about like the credible allegations made by numerous Palestinian victims under Israeli prisons. If you want to know how someone can be so consistently on the wrong side of every fucking argument, here it is. Okay? The bastards won't rape them. My sides. This paper claims that the lack of race by IDF Palestinians is due to strong adherence to ethnic national ethos and a need to reinforce said ethos. It doesn't claim racism, though. As far as I know, rape inside the IDF soldiers by other personnel is much, much more common than rape on Palestinians. Source, Israel Defense Co. IL. Title says 26 cases of rape in the IDF in 2020 out of 1,542 reports of sexual harassment. Yeah. They literally were running defense. This is where it first began, by the way. This is where it first began. By a group of people that call themselves the Taliban or even the Hezbollah. It's the other thing. How is this subreddit not banned? They meticulously deleted all of the fucking brigading when they wrote, Hassan claimed on stream that Israelis raping Palestinian women is a well-documented part of Israeli apartheid apparatus. On leftovers, Ethan played the clip to Hassan. Hassan failed to provide any decent evidence of his claim. He conceded that he could have been more careful with his words and they would get back to Ethan with more sources. I've seen a compilation of sources floating around that proves Hassan was right and attempts to vindicate his claims of Israelis raping Palestinian women. I saw it first on the H3 issue sub, where it got uncritically accepted and highly upvoted, then locked and Moz deleted a ton of comments. Now I see it on Hassan's sub, where any dissenting voice is banned, so replaying there is worthless. I look through each source. Source article summaries. TLDR, Palestinian women raped by an Israeli investigator in 1969. Physical intimidation tactics, sexual harassment used by Israeli interrogators. The real reason why this person did not find any fucking Western sources, I didn't fail to provide evidence. I did show him something, but I didn't give him more hardline evidence. But the reason why, is because one of the most famous Palestinian prisoner advocacy networks is called Adamir. Okay. Now, you might know that name or you might not know that name, but let me tell you why you might have heard about that name. Because a former State Department official that actually quit over America's handling of Israel in the genocide went on Christian Amanpour's show and openly admitted that Adamir was a Palestinian prisoner advocacy network that had documented extensive cases of Israeli torture in prisons, including but not limited to sexual violence. He also admitted that after this report came out, that Israel declared them to be a terrorist organization and then went in and seized their hard drives and made them functionally illegal. The United States government followed suit shortly thereafter. This is a process in which Israel does everything it can to actively undermine the truth. They will consider you a terrorist organization and will shut your operations down. This is the same country that, yes, I'm talking about Josh Allen on Christian Amanpour, where he openly talked about the story. The report was that the Israeli prisoners had, yes, raped a 13-year-old boy. That was a bridge too far for them to have out there. So they fucking went back. Same claim back when he operated in good faith. Yeah, this is the other side of the story, where when Ethan first heard me say these things, he understood what I was talking about. But that was, of course, 4 months ago, streamed on, no, not even 4 months ago, but streamed on October 30th, 2024, where he heard this, where he initially encountered this claim. He had a very different attitude than the one he presented in the fucking content, the context nuke.
Hey, come on.
That's a Jew joke.
Mr. Piker has all but exposed himself as an apologist for sexual violence and savage R words of October 7th. Doesn't matter if R words happen on October 7th. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. What's interesting about that quote specifically is that I get what he means in that one. Like, I felt like he said worse stuff than that. Because he's saying, he's saying even if the R words happened, well, I think the way he phrases it is fucked up. Even if it happened, they did happen.
Yes.
But he's saying even if they did happen, it wouldn't change the calculus for him, which I understand what he's saying. But I guess the way he's saying it is horrific. Even if...
She's like literally in real time correcting him. He gets what I'm saying. And it's a moment of honesty. And then she's like, no, don't say that. And he's like, okay, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for understanding the point that my previous podcast co-host made, who also actively defended me against accusations before I went and became a fucking full tilt Zionist who defends Israel and talks about how fucking multicultural it is.
If it didn't happen, it's fucked up.
Yeah, I would not argue that.
I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here.
It's just a devil take, not devil advocate.
I don't even think this, but just to play devil's advocate for a second.
I mean, just imagine to the girls that did survive, somebody's saying,
That's a very
I don't care if it happened. You know?
Well, so like the ones
Wait,
that
what do you mean? Yeah. No. If someone survived a horrific act of rape that is completely unjustifiable, and then they fucking turned around and said, like, now I want to genocide everyone. Okay? Is that valid? What a stupid way to make an argument. Like, what? No. The argument is that rapes do not justify genocide. That's it. It's that simple. Rapes do not justify genocide. Okay? The fuck are we doing? I've never been an advocate for perfect victimhood regardless. Like, it's just so dumb. People always have this notion that, like, you have to be completely perfect. No one is. No one is a perfect victim, okay? Palestinians are fairly close to it overall, but it doesn't matter. Even if they're not, it still doesn't fucking matter. What are we talking about? The Nat Turner rebellion was very violent. Very violent. Does that justify slavery? No. Holy shit. Don't you hate when you slip up on accident? No, this is back when his brain rot wasn't full tilt at that point, I don't think. But yeah, we arrived at this ironically enough because I was talking about how, like, I was I wasn't even like saying no rapes took place 100%, which even to this day, by the way, there is no evidence of rapes on October 7th. Like, and I don't even know if we will ever be able to get evidence now because it's fucking so far in the past and Israel stopped any kind of investigation from taking place.
Claim. I mean, fuck. Like, it's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
On March 13th, the United Nations released a report called More Than a Human Can Bear, which concluded that it's actually Israel who is guilty of this crime, the use of systematic sexual...
Yeah, but according to Chuck Schumer, it's fucking, you know, the UN is Hamas, and they're anti-Semitically claiming that Israel is doing a genocide. They're doing so anti-Semitically. That's Chuck Schumer. That's his own statement. That's his own words.
Violence, along with various other gender-related crimes like the deliberate targeting of reproductive healthcare facilities and violence against women and girls, all of which amount to crimes against humanity and acts of genocide. This report is absolutely damning. Everything that the US government, the State of Israel, the New York Times have ever accused Hamas of doing, Israel is guilty of with actual proof. Despite this, the Western media has been silent. In what little coverage the report is receiving, the findings are being downplayed in a repulsive manner. The New York Times, for example, let's just read how they covered it. The Israel is guilty of genocidal mass rape.
They always say accused of. Accused of. Palestinians definitely did it. So much evidence. Actually, we'll just fucking fabricate it. You know, like with the Screams Without Violence, Screams Without Words report. That was so insane. That did not meet the New York Times' own editorial standards. There was internal chaos at the fucking New York Times over it. Because they were like, how could you publish this? Like, this is an insane thing to publish with a fucking paper of record. Do you have no decency? Do you have no care? There was internal strife within the New York Times over Screams Without Words being reported as proof that Hamas had done systematic rape on October 7th. It is shocking. It truly, because like, look, I know they lied to go into Iraq. They lied about fucking WMDs, all this shit, right? But even then, I still think like there's definitely, you know, there's a bridge you won't cross, right? Like for Israel, they crossed it. By the way, the initial UN report that Noah did not mention in this video that much says that the overwhelming amount of evidence, there's different standards within the UN report. I covered it back then. But if I recall correctly, there are different standards for evidence, okay? There is direct evidence, like forensic evidence, which is much harder to manipulate. there are secondhand testimonies, firsthand testimonies. There's, like firsthand eyewitness testimonies that can be wrong, okay? But it's like still a higher standard of proof. And underneath it, like at the bottom of the barrel is like the forensic analysis that they do by looking at photos, where they'll just be like the famous case of that one girl who had what looked like blood on her pants. The assumption at the time from everyone was that person was, trigger warning, I'm talking about some really fucking horrifying things, right? Trigger warning depictions of rape, sexual assault, violence, all that stuff. People had speculated that person had been raped and there was blood in her pants. Okay? That is not a standard. That is not a standard for a rape claim, because there's no proof that is what happened. Like she could have sat on a fucking pile of bodies. She could have sat on, it could not have, it was mud. Like it could have been mud. Like there's so many different circumstances that could be the reason. That's why doing forensic evidence, or she could have been shot. You know what I mean? So there is a lot of speculation that goes into forensic examinations like that. And that is the reason why you need a higher standard for making claims like this. Yeah. Also, collaborative evidence, multiple people telling the same similar stories. Exactly. None of these instances are. No, you can't say she was taken hostage regardless. You can't say that. That's not what we're talking about. Everybody knows she was taken hostage. I've never fucking said that she had not been taken hostage, let alone I've never even said that like there was no rapes that took place on October 7th. There's a difference between the statements. There's a difference between a examination of the readily available evidence and whether or not it actually fucking reaches the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. There was no investigation conducted beyond hearsay or beyond statements made by the Israeli government and the Israeli police. That's it. Israeli prosecutors even a couple months ago said no one has come forward with claims of being victimized by sexual violence. Now, there could be societal reasons for why women might not speak out on this front, because they're embarrassed, because they don't want to say it. But having said that, yes, you did, weirdo. You said what rapes? I don't think you're hearing what I'm talking about right now. I'm going to unban Peekaboo's Portia because you are having a hard time comprehending the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay? There is, as it stands, no hard evidence on rapes taking place on October 7 beyond forensic examination of photos and circumstantial evidence. There have been numerous investigations, even internally, conducted domestically inside of Israel, where prosecutors have... Oh, did they fix it? Oh, thank you so much. Oh, okay, Saul. Of course. Eyvallah anne çok sağ ol. Neymiş sıkıntı? Okay, all right, thank you. You are a terrorist supporter. You back all the things that fit a pro-Palestine narrative. Multiple people have reported it. Yeah, I am pro-Palestine, you fucking idiot. What are you talking about? I love that. I love that this guy openly admitted, like a fucking moron. Yeah, I'm pro-Palestine, you dumbass. Yeah, you caught me. Arrest me, officer. The fuck do you mean? That is amazing. Yeah, multiple outlets have reported on it. Reported on my pro-Palestinian position. I don't know, CNN, New York Times, Los Angeles Times, numerous other outlets that have reported on the fact that I am, as a matter of fact, pro-Palestine, uncompromisingly, and pro-Hamas. Oh, okay. You are a terrorist supporter. Well, you can't go back on that. You already said if you're pro-Palestine, you're pro-terrorism. You know what I mean? While the actions on October 7 were entirely avoidable, the power in that regard is entirely in the hands of the responsible party, the settler colonial enterprise that is Israel. That's it. These violent desires, i.e., maintaining an apartheid state, which maintenance requires a tremendous amount of violence, will inevitably have violent ends, i.e., October 7. There it is. And if you were to ask me, for example, out of the two parties that are not even operating on the same moral playing field, which one is genuinely a more moral actor, yes, I would say Hamas is better than Israel. That is the truth. Hamas has not killed whether because of logistical hurdles or whether because they don't have an air force or whether because they're not backed by the largest superpower on the planet, doesn't matter. Hamas was a more moral actor on October 7 than Israel has been since October 7. That is a factually accurate statement that will probably warp your fucking mind when you hear it, right? Because you go, what? What do you mean? That is an undeniable fact. Go ahead. Explain to me how I'm wrong. The Israeli occupying force has a higher standard of morality as a state actor that is backed by the largest terrorist force on the planet, the American government. In terms of targeting civilians versus enemy combatants, Hamas is a more moral actor than Israel. In terms of targeting children versus adults, Hamas is a more moral actor than Israel. In terms of targeting women versus adults, male combatants, enemy combatants in general, Hamas is a more moral actor than the state of Israel. The faster you reckon with that truth is the easier you will understand the dynamic at play. I do not condemn the Nat Turner rebellion because it is not my place to do so. Okay? The same goes for the ANC, the same goes for the IRA, the same goes for the FLN. Resistance and the violent standard for resistance is set by the oppressive colonial party. Okay? There you go. He's baiting you for a clip. No, I know he is. I know. He's like, come on, please, please, please. Please say you love Hamas. Please, please say you love October 7 and Hamas so I can clip you and then blast you into oblivion. I already gave you a clippable take. Is it not good enough for you? Are you worried that other people will hear what I have to say and go, wait a minute? Yeah. I feel like people will get the Warsaw Ghetto connection to what's happening. Yeah, the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. Exactly. You can try to fucking condom hummus your way out of this, but less and less people since October 7 agree with your position because they also, too, recognize that what Israel has done is infinitely. Hit up my people. Adrian's down for the show, but Elon's busy this week. Yeah, the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. Think about how fucking stupid you would sound if you were like, I don't understand why the Jews resisted in the Warsaw Ghetto Intifada. They should have just sat around and waited for their untimely demise. I don't understand. No, only peaceful resistance, please. You know?
Report. The headline reads, UN accuses Israel of targeting reproductive health facilities in Gaza. A report by a UN committee found that Israel has committed genocidal acts intended to prevent births. Israel quickly rejected the findings as biased. Thanks for the heads up on that. Okay, so no mention in the headline or the subheading of the systematic mass rape and sexual violence campaign by Israeli forces. It just groups those in with the genocidal acts there. And then an immediate citation of Israel's defense. Incredible. Let's read on. A United Nations commission on Thursday accused Israel of targeting hospitals and other health facilities in Gaza that provide reproductive services, including an IVF clinic where thousands of embryos were destroyed in what it called an effort to prevent Palestinian births. The report by the UN Commission.
Damn, it almost feels like they're, trying to cut the population size to the best of their ability.
Of inquiry on the occupied Palestinian territory called that and other actions that cause harm to women and girls, quote, genocidal acts, and accused Israel of punishing Palestinians collectively for the Hamas-led October 7th, 2023 attack that killed 1,200 people. So that's how the New York Times reports mass rape campaigns from Israel. Other actions. Other actions. Which other actions? Mass rape? Weaponized sexual violence? Credible evidenced allegations this time? No. You'll have to wait a bit to hear about those. First, the IDF is speaking. Israeli officials have long accused the Rights Council of singling Israel out, arguing that UN officials and committees condemn the country with far greater frequency than it does dictatorships like North Korea. In February, Gideon Sa'ar, the Israeli foreign minister, said Israel would stop participating in the council, accusing it of demonizing Israel. The United Nations is Hamas. The United Nations is anti-Semitic. That's what Israel told us, and we're going to tell you what they told us uncritically because the New York Times. The first time the word rape is used in this article isn't until 15 paragraphs in, and then when it's used, it's immediately followed with reporting that the accused were not ultimately indicted for any sexual offense, and that Israel says it doesn't do that actually, and that they follow the rules. I could scream. These people are fucking disgusting.
She was taken to Sedate Man, and she was nude searched over and over again and filmed, and then she was raped twice by Israeli male soldiers, 2 of them at a time, while videotaping her. We have also one testimony of a woman who was also taken. She says she was also raped by an inspection device by a female soldier more than once. They inserted the inspection device in her rectum. We have also one testimony of a woman saying that she was strip searched and they would beat her on her behind and they would humiliate her in front of each other. Most of the women also who were taken from Gaza, West Bank and Jerusalem said they were beaten on their genitals, which has made it to conclude that there must have been a directive that's been given to the Israeli army to treat women in such manner, because in Jerusalem you're treated by a completely different law enforcement than in Gaza or in the West Bank. But all these women said they were beaten on their genitals.
And I could just add on about the women who were forcibly disappeared in Gaza. Like I said before, it was usually as they were fleeing south through the safety corridor, they were abducted at the checkpoint. Many were taken to the Zakim detention center and then Negev detention center, and all together in one large hall, forced to strip completely naked and just sit in this hall, the women with amongst each other and the men amongst each other. And it's also been reported and known that Israeli civilians are invited to come to this detention center and mock the Palestinian prisoners while they're naked, photograph them, and watch them as if it's a zoo.
Just complete and utter depravity. Okay? So when you elevate erroneous claims without backing them with evidence and greatly over-exaggerating even the available limited evidence that exists, while simultaneously refusing to cover the real evidence of Israel's systematized versions of rape inside of its prisoner structure, inside of its prison systems, you're basically doing the most cowardly way of defending Israel possible. You're too fearful to openly recognize, you're too fearful to openly admit that you're pro-Israel unconditionally. So you just try to constantly fucking attack people who are against this depravity, and it's the coward's way out.
So that's something that we've seen.
Also, when it comes to checkpoints, like I said, it's where the sexual violence happens and it goes unreported. So we
stripping Palestinian women naked, prodding them.
Have a testimony of a teenage girl who.
They won't let their fans watch any of this and say, when did we support genocide? I mean, you have the capacity, if you fucking meet an Ethan Klein fan in the wild or whatever, or online, you can direct them to these videos and be like, look, man, make up your own mind. You know what I mean? That's what they do. They try to get everybody to watch the fucking context nuke all the time, and then they'll be like, see, you've changed my mind. I'm the dumbest person on the planet, and I was incredibly not knowledgeable on this issue. And now I've decided I was duped. I'm being duped in this moment.
Was made to undress a man because he refused to undress. They made her undress him, even though she's not related to him. She doesn't know who that man is. And while being searched and touched and molested on their breasts and on their genitals as well.
The media has largely downplayed this report and its findings, but it does conclude that Israel is guilty of the most prominent accusation made against Hamas on October 7th, which is that it weaponized sexual violence systematically. Israeli security forces do this in a coordinated, intentional manner with the goal of subjugating, humiliating, and collectively punishing the Palestinian population. Will the people in this smear campaign acknowledge the existence of this report? Will they acknowledge that their unverified accusations against Hamas are verified actually by this report against Israel? I personally doubt it, but who knows?
It's serious to say that the Israeli apparatus is using rape systemically to oppress the Palestinians.
The other piece of Zionist propaganda cited by Ethan in his video was his downplaying of the Nakba. He has participated in overt Nakba denial before.
1948, the War of Independence is called in Israel. Others know it as the Arab-Israeli War.
So I just want to note here that Ethan gave this supposed war two names there, but he missed one, the Nakba. And the Nakba is a very relevant and...
Peekaboo's Porsche, how does this justify what Hamas did? Both are wrong and you are still rape denying when it very much happened. I understand your perspective, but why do you have to go 100% of the way while also denying atrocities on the other side? I have not. The difference between you and I is that I critically examine the readily available information and the evidence. You, on the other hand, add a whole bunch of shit that you believe happened. There is no denial of the atrocities that took place on October 7. This is something that I've actually talked about quite a bit. I've seen the videos. I watched the same videos that you did. While I still consider Israel to be a depraved, fascist, apartheid state that is currently doing a genocide, for the fascist ideology of religious ethno-supremacy and expansionist for its expansionist territorial acquisitionist agenda, okay, I still can consider the actions of October 7 to be atrocities because they were shooting at random fucking civilians. Even if there is a music festival slammed to the fucking side of a concentration camp, the people that are there still don't deserve to get fucking sprayed on, okay, with bullets. That's my assessment of the situation, but it's not enough, okay? It's not enough for you to consider. It's not enough that I say that. You want me to say something I don't believe. You want me to say something that, concentration camp on occupied land, yes. You want me to say something beyond that. You want me to say that a old technique of colonialist enterprise, which is the resistance to said colonial violence, is always done by barbaric rapist monsters. You want me to basically operate on that framework without a critical examination of how that violence has begun, how that violence persisted, how that violence in tactics of resistance got to the point it got to now. You want me to just simply say these guys are fucking rapist barbaric monsters with no evidence to suggest that whatsoever. Okay? That's it. That's it. A lot of you, one, cannot comprehend when I talk about analysis. You think analysis is justification. That's number one. But beyond that, there are issues where I'll take a hardline stance on, right? If there's no fucking evidence, if there's not enough evidence or no evidence whatsoever for like the systematic rape claim, for example, I'm not going to fucking be like, yeah, that happened, I think. Why? Because it hurts your feelings, you know? That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. As an Israeli, people here need to understand that your take is the one that benefits both parties in the long run. If the Israeli people really cared about the hostages and terror attacks, they would want to free Palestine. This is the only way to guarantee safety of both nations. Yeah, I also personally think the only way out of this is not even a fucking two-state solution, because there's 750,000 settlers in the process of like the so-called peace process. 750,000 Jewish settlers moved into the West Bank. That number shot up from 80,000 pre-peace process, mostly in occupied East Jerusalem, to all the way to the West Bank, creating Bantustans for the Palestinian population. Israel has used the Israeli governments have used the so-called peace process as a way to continue its expansionist agenda. So the only long-term stability solution here is to ensure that there is a secular, singular nation, because it currently exists as a singular nation, just not a secular one, but a nation that is designed around ethno-religious supremacy. And I think people don't understand that. There needs to be a Truth and Reconciliation Committee. There needs to be a right to return. People need to address the crimes that were committed. And in the process, look at both sides on that instance as well, for the record. This doesn't mean that both sides are operating on the same fucking playing field. I'm not saying that at all. But if there are crimes on either side, and there's many on one side, overwhelmingly, if not damn near the entirety of it, they need to be addressed. Reparations need to be given to people. This is the only way to maintain long-term stability. Anyway, let's continue going.
Very apt name, because the fact of the matter is that when this supposed war happened, the Palestinians had no real organization, no real funding, no really significant armed groups or leadership to protect them to fight back against the Zionist colonists, while the Zionist colonists had, for a very long time, organized terrorist groups, militias, etc. among them, which were extremely well funded by international organizations that they had formed, which were dedicated to funding and fomenting the Zionist colonization of Palestine. Hence, what Ethan Klein calls a war here actually started out as mass killings and expulsions by an organized military against the people who did not have one. The Nakba, contrary to the narrative of Ethan and Hila here, began before the intervention of the nearby Middle Eastern Arab states. It was a reaction to it, in fact. By the time of the Israeli Declaration of Independence, more than half of the people...
This is bad empanada, and not worse empanada. Bad empanada when he's locked in and is like talking about, you know, important historical events is bad. He's bad empanada. Bad Empanada, when he's talking about fucking drama slop tube as a drama slop tuber himself, is worse Empanada. I heard that he's still fucking yelling about how he was right and I was wrong for being stupid enough to say that I would entertain the notion of going to Gaza, not realizing he's like, oh, he's so stupid. I didn't even bring up the fact that he said something like that he didn't even bring up the fact about the Rafah border crossing because, even on the Egyptian side, Israel controls it, not knowing that there was a petition made by some of the journalists that I was working with at the time to get the United Nations to force for journalists, Western journalists specifically, to fucking enter the Gaza Strip. Over 100 journalists signed a letter requesting Egyptian authorities to allow access to Gaza through the Rafah crossing, February 3rd, 2025. This was an initiative that was launched at the time. Of course, Bad Empanada, I think, doesn't want to come across like he's in the wrong, so he's just going to keep fucking saying that I was in the wrong for even maintaining this position. It's okay. Ultimately, the reasons as to why I don't, get too upset or offended over the shit that he does is because of this. This is the Bad Empanada. And when does Israel listen to the UN? It doesn't matter that Israel doesn't listen to the fucking UN. Whoa, a petition is definitely going to step over a genocidal state. Oh my God, dude. You guys are so unimaginably stupid and behaving in the same prideful way for someone else at this point. Dog, I know that it is not likely and it clearly didn't work. That doesn't mean that there weren't steps of trying to make it happen at the time. Oh my Lord. So many of you are just still. Oh my God. It's dead ass annoying stan behavior. Yeah, it's weird because that's what he says my fans are doing. They're just like he operates on a different playing field as a serious academic when he's doing drama YouTube videos. But then I have stans. If Bad Empanada and Worse Empanada had a fight, which one prevails? Bad Empanada prevails because Bad Empanada cares about doing research.
Who were expelled in the Nakba had already been expelled.
After the partition plan to split the Palestine.
Why the fuck are you two fighting? You should be kissing. No, I'm not even fighting him. I mean, he shits on me quite a bit, but it's okay. I don't really give a fuck. I ultimately don't care. I think as long as, he's never not going to be pro-Palestine and pro-Palestinian emancipation. I don't care if he's from the position that he's carved for himself attacking me. It's mostly one-sided.
Into a part Arab, part Jewish. As many of you probably know, every Arab country around Israel waged a war of annihilation.
Okay, so Ethan left the Nakba out of his narrative here entirely. That is absolutely inexcusable. It's like leaving the Holocaust out of World War II. It simply cannot be forgiven. It is abhorrent, honestly. It's the only way that his narrative can really hold up here as well.
But he does.
Yes, the Turk does not, at the end of the day, the Turk does not concern themselves with the opinion of the Greek, a Cyprus Greek from Australia. Okay? Bad Empanada suggests that he is not my Devshirme warrior. He is not my Janissary. When we all know the historical truth. As a Cypriot Greek living in Australia, he is my sleeper cell, Devshirme, Janissary warrior. Is there a good empanada? Maybe. I saw someone in my community saying Noah Samson is like if Bad Empanada took his meds, and it's like, yeah, this is the good empanada.
He does it again in the content nuke in a different way. He downplays the Nakba in the content nuke by equating it to Jewish expulsion from Muslim countries.
In fact, there was more Jews displaced than Palestinians during the Nakba. 1 million Jews.
That was so gross, dude. I could not believe that he said
This is done
that.
with misinformation, so he lies by omission regarding the nature of Jewish immigration to Israel. But even if he hadn't, this is on its face a piece of Zionist propaganda. Because being a refugee does not enshrine upon you some right to steal other people's land and make them refugees. That's what the settlement of Israel was, and any equivocation between that and other factors is a direct rhetorical justification for the crime.
The very premise behind it is obviously flawed, and presenting the partition plan as if it was not clearly a grave injustice is a rhetorical trick to then sort of implant this idea that what Israel did was legitimate. They were just abiding by the plan, apparently, even though they broke every single thing that was stipulated in it, and that it is the fault of the Palestinians for rejecting obviously untenable things like this, rather than just giving up more than half of their country to new arrivals for their own exclusive use. And it's especially ironic that Zionists love to cite the partition plan as somehow legitimizing when they reject, like, literally every other UN prescription or decision, binding or not, ever made on the subject of Israel-Palestine aside from it.
The last main point on Ethan's support.
I'm not clicking on the good point that he's made here. Okay, Hassan's poop sock, you can't get me that fast.
Of the genocide in Gaza is his effort to delegitimize resistance to that genocide. He spends a good deal of time in his video going after Hezbollah and Ansar Allah, literally calling them the bad guys.
All right, so these guys are clearly the bad guys.
I feel like I already touched on this a bit in this video and the last one, but what struck me about this section was just the brazen lies about these groups, spreading the ridiculous claim that Hezbollah is responsible for the entirety of the death toll of the Syrian civil war, while also changing all of those deaths, which included combatants, to civilians, and accusing them of genocide.
He has a poop sock pass. Does he want to use it right now? I caught him. Like, he wants to get me. It's going to be, he has a poop sock pass. But if I catch him, then it's not as funny. You know what I mean? He gets a freebie, but I'm doing this for him. I'm doing this for all of you. Okay, we're also talking about something super serious right now, and we're fucking talking about poop socks and shit, but basically, this is to preserve the integrity of the poop sock, the one poop sock that he has, you know what I mean? If he wants, I'll click on it right now, but he'll burn his one lifetime poop sock. Do you want me to click on it and burn the one lifetime poop sock? Wait, he tried when I had Bernie and AOC? That's insane. Ain't no way. That would have been good. That would have been good. You fucking psycho. Now that would have been a historic poop sock. That would have been a poop sock for the books. A record. I would have to explain to Bernie Sanders what poop sock is. You might have caused him to have an aneurysm. Like, think about that. You did not even think about the dangers of poop socking like this. With great power comes great responsibility. Thank God I didn't see your poop sock. You told me I could do it with Bernie, so I tried. God damn. The poop sock that changed the world. Also, we're getting botted again. Look at this. Ay, ay, ay. Look at this shit. Oh, thank you. That's great. Fucking so dumb. All right, let's keep going.
They participated in the slaughter of over...
Yeah, this was also an incredibly stupid argument that... Well, not even argument. Incredibly stupid statement that Ethan made, attributing all of the deaths in the Syrian civil war to Hezbollah.
500,000 Syrian civilians, and they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians.
Like, how did no one go, hey man, that seems a little untrue? If I recall, Russia was like, you know, the Russian Air Force was like bombing fucking entire buildings. Does Hezbollah have an air force? Like, how are you that fucking stupid? I'm serious. I know AB corrected him after the fucking context nuke, but like, how is no one in his fan base going, wait a minute, 500,000? Hezbollah killed 500,000 people, 500,000 people? It's so fucking stupid. It is such an incredibly stupid, like, they were dropping barrel bombs, dude. You think Hezbollah had barrel bombs and a fucking air force to drop barrel bombs with? Like, what are you, fucking crazy? Like, what an insane statement, dude. Pretty sure if Hezbollah had air force, they would not be using it in the Syrian civil war. They'd be fucking using it on Tel Aviv, okay?
What can only be described as a genocide.
No one does this. I don't know.
He fucking shows footage in the context puke.
Civilians.
Like, look at
what
this.
What can only be described.
Like, you think Hezbollah did this? Are you fucking that stupid? Are your fans that stupid? They didn't, at no point did they go like, well, that kind of looks like, you know, like an enemy with air superiority. Like, it seems like planes drop bombs. You know what it looks like? It looks like fucking Gaza, actually. So you should know what that looks like, because I'm sure, because you're so pro-Palestinian, you've seen it. We absolutely were not taught this. They definitely don't know. I mean, dude, critical thinking. It's not that difficult. You don't have to know all of the information. A lot of times I describe to chat ways of, like, I try to teach you how to think, okay? You don't have to have all of the information to be able to use a different part of your brain. Let's say you didn't do enough reading on the matter. You don't understand it. The Syrian civil war is too complicated. There are so many different belligerents. Almost all of them are funded by America in some ways, in some way, shape, or form. How the fuck did that happen, right? Like, it's complicated. It's a confusing situation. And on the one hand, you have an Iranian-backed resistance group, right? Hezbollah. This resistance group was born out of resisting against the Israeli bombing campaigns and the Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon. Now, that group is a paramilitary force. They don't have an air force, right? They don't have an air force. Fucking the Lebanese government barely has any sort of air defenses to begin with, because the American government won't let it happen, because that way Israel won't be able to blow Lebanon up freely. But that's besides the point. So they don't have an air force, right? Like, you can make that inference. So if they don't have an air force, how did they do this? Because this is the image he's presenting, saying Hezbollah did this. If they don't have an air force, how did they do this? How? That's critical thinking. Like, you can go, I don't think Hezbollah has an air force, because if they had an air force, they probably would use it on Tel Aviv, right? They probably wouldn't just, like, we would probably know about it. So we know that they don't have an air force. So if they don't have an air force, how did they actually do this? How did they do this bombing campaign? With, like, grenades? You think you can fucking hollow out an entire building with grenades like this? With car bombs? Because this is the evidence he's presenting.
Described as a genocide.
No one does this. I don't know where this came from, but it's just legitimately a bizarre claim to make. Or his false claims.
Also, to be fair, yes, if a Shia force came into Syria and predominantly ethnically cleansed, like, Sunni Muslim populations with air superiority and barrel bombs, yes, you could say that's a genocide. Except that's not what happened, and the closest analog to that is fucking Israel. Israel doing a genocide in Gaza. So, hey, guess what? If your evidence that you present there was true, you would be right. Except it's not true, and you're fucking wrong, while simultaneously wrong on the other front as well. Israel is doing a genocide. Oh.
About the Houthis, that the hostages taken from the Galaxy leader had not been seen or heard from since the genocide began.
I'd like to remind everybody that the crew that's kidnapped in this video has been missing for over a year now, with zero
wrong, not true. Again,
updates on their health, whereabouts, or anything. That lines up with leftist values.
That's not true. They were confirmed to be in good health by visits from humanitarian organizations, or just lying about the nature of their attacks, as if the Houthis are attacking these ships for any reason other than what they're doing it for, which is to stop Israel's genocide.
The Houthis have been extremely explicit and repeat on an almost daily basis. Their attacks on ships in the Red Sea will stop as soon as the Gaza war ends and humanitarian and other supplies are allowed into Gaza, and therefore the Palestinians.
And they did, and they stopped. That's the other thing. They fucking stopped. The only time they stopped was when Israel did a ceasefire, when Israel agreed to the ceasefire after months and months and months of bombing.
Palestinians will no longer be under the threat and the horrors that you've earlier described and that most of us have seen on our screens for many, many weeks. The important thing is that although the US and the UK claim that they're only defending free movement in the Red Sea and refuse to accept any connection between this and the war in Gaza, for the Houthis, it's absolutely straightforward and explicit that, number one, they're only targeting ships that have any connection with Israel, whether they're going to Israel, coming from Israel, delivering stuff owned by Israelis or whatever, any connection, whatever. And that other ships are not targeted, except, of course, now, since the US and UK strikes have started, they are also targeting US and UK ships.
Also evident in the fact that during the ceasefire, quote-unquote ceasefire, that Israel violated over 1,000 times, the Houthis stopped the attacks, and they only started them up again when Israel started completely starving out the Gaza Strip, fully restricting aid. And in defiance of the starvation blockade, the US and the Saudis started bombing in Yemen and killing children. So if you want to stop Israel from killing children, the U.S. will kill your children. That's basically...
That is precisely what has happened.
The conclusion of that sequence of events. It bears repeating here, Hezbollah and Ansar Allah are the only groups in the world that have provided aid to the Palestinian resistance against Israel's genocide. That's a
Also
fact.
true.
Citing their status as U.S. designated terrorist groups or historical examples of their violations of international law does not change that fact. If we acknowledge the fact that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza, which Ethan, or at least his fans, seem to believe he does, then it must also be recognized that the international community is legally obligated under the Genocide Convention to employ all means necessary to prevent.
Yes. This is precisely the reason why Israel so deliberately and so desperately tries to disparage anyone that correctly says what it's doing, genocide. This is at the heart of the problem. Just like, and the similar thing exists in the West Bank for the Israeli apartheid. If people start recognizing that Israel is an apartheid state and is also doing a genocide, then all of a sudden the legal justifications under international human rights change dramatically. This is precisely the reason why, as a matter of fact, since 2021, once a lot of the human rights organizations started openly branding Israel as an apartheid, a reality that everyone with fucking eyes were aware of well before 2021, the dynamic has shifted a lot. I have seen the dynamic shift a lot. I've seen the narrative shift a lot in the Western world. Obviously, if you go to the global South or any fucking developing nation that's like maybe in the periphery of Western empire, the populations there are very well aware of what the fuck Israel's been doing. But the relatively new momentum coming from younger generations in the Western world is different. And the difference there is because people understand Israel's an apartheid state and Israel is doing a fucking genocide. That's it.
Said genocide. When it comes to Israel's genocide in Gaza, these terrorists here are the only ones following.
Also, as far as like Hezbollah's terrorism designation goes, like I don't think every other let me see. Like there a lot of these countries don't even fucking designate Hezbollah or even Hamas. Some countries don't designate them as terror groups. This is like a American backed designation to begin with.
Following the law. The only one.
Yeah, more than 60 other countries and organizations, including the EU, the Arab League, and the Gulf Cooperation Council, also designated Hezbollah either in part or in its entirety as a terrorist group.
Ones operating with
AIPAC, Hezbollah, 100% terrorist organization.
any sort of moral compass.
All states are obliged to do everything in their power to stop this genocide from continuing. And
also, given the fact that they're Shias, for the record, there's not a lot of love for Hezbollah or Iran in the region. That's another thing, for the record. That is a fucking another reason. Like, the Turkish government loves Palestinians, right? They will welcome Hamas political envoys and things of that nature. But in terms of like Hezbollah, they see that as an entirely separate, like you won't hear them such a shill Lamau, anything to make the story stick. Wait, what? Who's shilling? Are you talking about me? What is the story? Is Israel doing a genocide or not? Like, what do you mean? That's not a story. That's just a fucking reality. Lol baited, holy shit. I mean, Iran would do dodgy things if Israel didn't exist. That's fucking ridiculous, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no, totally. Just like the Palestinians would do an actual genocide on Israel if the walls came down, you know? If there was a single state, then the Palestinians would actually do a genocide, which Israel's not doing to the Palestinians right now. But if it was, it's doing it as a defensive genocide, a pre-genocide genocide, if you will.
In Palestine. Who has actually done that? South Africa, when they brought Israel to trial in the International Court of Justice for genocide. I've said arguably Hezbollah, not a state, but it is a significant actor in that state because it has engaged Israeli forces militarily, initially in terror.
Yeah, that's why when slavery was abolished, every white man and woman and child became a slave to the newly freed black men in this country.
Territory illegally occupied by Israeli forces, the Shebaa farms in South Lebanon, to draw Israeli assets away from the genocide. And the third one that you mentioned very significantly, Yemen, under Houthi control. The Houthis, Ansar Allah, they announced in response to Israel's genocide in Palestine that it would block shipping into the Red Sea that was headed to resupply the Israeli regime as long as it continues the siege and the genocide in Gaza. And it's been using this choke point at the head of the Red Sea called Bab el-Mandeb which means the Gate of Tears, in this narrow strait between Yemen and Djibouti at the opening of the Red Sea.
Thank
And
you,
they
Hot Boys,
started
for the
this
10 gifted
targeted
subs.
partial blockade in November of 2023.
You too can support the stream at the top of the hour or at any other moment throughout the stream by subscribing for $6 or for free. That's right, $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can support the broadcast. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky.
When the genocide started, by boarding an Israeli ship, and then they sustained the blockade until the announcement of the most recent so-called ceasefire. At that moment, the Houthis lifted the blockade while the ceasefire was going on, demonstrating that they were doing this as a humanitarian intervention in order to meet what the International Court of Justice has said is the responsibility of all states, and what the General Assembly in its implementing resolution has confirmed is the responsibility of all states to do everything in their power to stop the genocide and the siege that was being imposed on Gaza. You know, some ships avoided the blockade by sailing around Africa, but most of them couldn't. So the major shipping companies stopped sailing to the Red Sea, and the port of Eilat in Israel went bankrupt, which means that this blockade was working. It was denying the Israeli regime many of the goods that it needed to continue the siege and to continue the genocide in Palestine.
The United States, aka the terrorist designators, meanwhile, are the ones doing the terrorism. They are aiding and abetting a genocide with billions of dollars in arms shipments to Israel. The liberal framework of thought is only able to conceptualize actors in conflict as being good and bad. Israel's far-right government is bad, Ethan says, but so are terrorists. Genocide is bad. I don't agree with genocide, of course, but hijacking ships is bad too. It's against the law, which is bad. Everybody should just stop doing bad stuff. Okay, well, Israel's not stopping. They're not stopping the genocide. The US is not stopping its arms shipments so that Israel can continue that genocide. That is the material reality. If you actually want that genocide to stop, you need to do something material to try to stop it. And so far in the world, the only people doing that outside of Gaza militarily are Hezbollah and Ansar Allah. If you spend all your time attacking these groups while sitting on the sidelines, idealistically opining on what forms of resistance are acceptable to you, then you're supporting the genocide. Full stop.
Yup. No, you don't understand. There's a proper way to resist the genocide, and that proper way is doing it only within the neat little confines that I have designed for you. You can't, for example, say from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, because that hurts my feelings, because I envision that being a genocidal statement, for example. So you can't do that. Okay. Sorry. You can't say Zionism is fascism, because that also hurts my feelings. You can't say that someone who is behaving in the exact same ways that a Zionist would is maybe potentially a Zionist, because then that hurts my feelings as well. All of that stuff is completely unacceptable. Why can't you protest in the way that I think, me personally, me? Why can't you do the things I want you to do? There's a proper way to do this, and that's my way. And if you don't do it my way, I'm going to fucking cry about it for 15 months in a row, okay? 15 months.
Stop. There's something to be said here about the basic attack on free speech evident.
Yeah, I guess you can say it's a war of two equal sides, and one side is dominating, but also they're dominating because of their technical and military superiority, and also their moral superiority, and the other side is really barbaric too, so they kind of deserve to be dominated. That's the only way that you can fucking talk about this. Yeah, get the fuck out of here, dude.
In this campaign, they want to deplatform Hasan for interviewing a Yemeni teenager on the grounds that they believe this teenager is a member of Ansar Allah, or the Houthis, a US designated terrorist group, and that Hasan didn't just...
Which it wasn't at the time, by the way. So even if he was, it wouldn't have mattered.
Just interview him, but he promoted him. Glazing is the legal term they use, I believe.
It started with Hasan platforming Houthi terrorists. This kid is a rampant anti-Semite and a violent Houthi terrorist.
But he literally had a terrorist on a stream. This wasn't really an interview. It was like a glorified promotion reel.
Glorifying a terrorist live on stream.
This man doesn't...
Dude, I love these guys because they're so fucking stupid. And it literally doesn't matter. Like, they could just be like, this man, I have no opinions on this Israel stuff, but I fucking hate this Hasan guy. Like, it's the same script. They're unironically in the same fucking Twitter text groups alongside fucking Keemstar. It's the same guy, the same ugly pieces of shit.
Does not critically apply any form of journalism.
Hasan did not ask him one critical question.
I did. I asked him if he was a Houthi. He said no. I asked him if he knew that there were anti-Zionist Jews in America. He was shocked by this revelation and then said, and I asked him if he hates Jews. He said, no. If you are anti-Israel, I love you. That's what he said. And it's a position that he's actually repeated quite frequently since then. Those are questions. You just don't like those questions because it doesn't go along with the fucking narrative that you want to present, that this guy is like a fucking violent, rabid terrorist who just wants to kill every Jew on the planet. Like, that's it. That's the reason why you're fucking upset.
In fact, the opposite. It was a complete puff piece where he sucked him off, elevated him, was uncritical.
None of this is true. Ethan provided no credible evidence to the claim that Rashid al-Haddad, or Tim Houthi Chalamet, the nickname of the Yemeni teenager, is a member of Ansar Allah. And in their interview, Hasan asked multiple questions that were critical of Rashid.
I don't know if he can answer this or not, but as far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible though.
طيب يعني بقول لك يعني أنا يمني يعني كيمني يعني أنا واقف إلى جانب فلسطين.
His answer is a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
In America, some of the like leading groups that are pro-Palestine are led by Jewish people who are anti-Israel. How does he feel about that?
والله يعني صراحة أي واحد يدعم فلسطين إحنا معه.
He's saying anyone that supports Palestine, we're with.
Hell yeah.
But even if that hadn't happened, and even if he were a member of the Houthis, calling for deplatforming on those grounds is a basic violation of free speech.
It quite literally is just like, it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid because like I have also maintained the position that if given the opportunity where I could talk to someone from the Ansar Allah administration, I would fucking do it. Like, I would absolutely do it. I don't give a fuck. What do you mean? Oh my God, you're talking to a terrorist. Like, yeah, suck my dick. Okay. Like it's so stupid. So like, I don't think people understand my position on this. I don't think people understand my position on this because it's not something that I am ashamed of. Like they'll try to do a gotcha. They'll be like, he thought he was a Houthi and now he got God. So now he's lying about him not being a Houthi. Yes, I thought he was a Houthi in the beginning. I did. When I interviewed him, I thought he was, which is why I asked him that question, right? But regardless of the fact that he is not, even if he was, I fucking 100% would have still interviewed him. Even if he was a Houthi, even if he was a Houthi militant, of course I would have fucking interviewed him. What are you talking about? Hey.
It was very frustrating to see that because like there is journalistic value to interviewing every single person. People have interviewed Osama bin Laden. I was trying to make him comfortable in that conversation because I didn't.
Yeah, these are the same people like Mudahar fucking was against deplatforming Andrew Tate, wasn't he? Someone in the chat said that. So many podcasts said the biggest terrorists in the world on to do puff pieces to help with this election last year, but no one's talking about that. Yeah, but you don't understand. That's Donald Trump. He's the president. No one thinks that the American president is a terrorist because they live in America, obviously.
Know if he was a Houthi or not. I thought he might be, right? So I wanted to make him as comfortable as possible. And then, yes, the conversation trajectory probably would have changed a little bit if he had said he was a Houthi. He said he was not. And I was inclined to believe him. There's no reason for me not to. But even in that process, they still asked him about like his thoughts on Jewish people, anti-Semitism and the like.
Remind that Mudahar was against deplatforming Andrew Tate, but now he's pro deplatforming you. I don't know if he's like fully... He's going to say I'm defaming him. I don't know if he's like pro deplatforming me, to be fair. So I don't know, but it doesn't fucking matter.
Like they wanted to deplatform Hasan for watching an Ansar Allah music video.
But this part is correct. They did literally say like, actually, you know what? He did. He implied that I should be deplatforming because I'm a fucking radical pro-terrorist person. So I guess that is true. They all did.
Claim that this
video's a bop. They're lying. Bring back the bops. I can't. And the only reason why I can't is because Twitch absolutely would fucking clap me. They would never clap me for watching like an Israeli video of this exact same sort. They would never clap me for watching an American video of this exact same sort. And I can keep watching videos like this on YouTube if I want to. That's not an issue either. Or on Twitter if I want to. That's not an issue either. It's just Twitch has a way more rigid application of its terms of service than anybody else. Yeah, I can't stop you from enjoying the music video by yourself if you choose to do so. This one in particular is directly about the Yemeni population's resilience against the American-backed Saudi genocide, by the way. Back when fucking woke libtards actually cared about that sort of thing because they thought Donald Trump was doing it. They quickly forgot about that when Joe Biden directly started bombing Yemen. But, you know, back then they were like, oh my God, why are we giving Saudi Arabia weapons, if you remember, you know? Crazy how regulations lead to credibility, by the way. I mean, yeah, when a platform moves in this direction, yes, it does offer cynical smears some semblance of credibility.
Terrorist promotion, watching unfettered
you hear
terrorist
catering?
propaganda.
No, you hear my
as they
mom
claimed.
in the
But the
background.
question here is, what
moving shit around. There's not catering, dummy.
level of denunciation and condemnation would be required during Hasan's viewing of that video in order for it to clear the bar of a valid viewing of a piece of political media. The mere existence on the screen of a video from the Houthis is enough to trigger that post-9/11 war on terror response in the American viewer, to the point that they're willing to just call for his banning for making such violent and evil threats like Yemeni people are a musical people, or these songs function as an act of resistance against the US-backed Saudi genocide.
Instead of terrorist.
Yeah, no, that's the most violent thing I could have ever done. That's the other thing. Like, I'm not embarrassed by these things. Like, I hate that these guys have like concocted in their fucking minds that like this is somehow embarrassing. You know what I mean? This is something that I should be scared about. And it's something that I'm like refusing to reckon with or whatever. And it's incredibly fucking stupid because I'm not embarrassed by any of this shit. I stand on it. I still make the same exact statements I did back then, even though many of it was clipped out of context. Like, my positions on this shit have not changed even a little bit. It's so fucking annoying. But it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter because it doesn't matter because these guys have invented their own version of events, their own version of reality, where they just exist in this fucking totally separate playing field where they just don't understand. They're like, oh, well, he actually is like sneakily embarrassed about the fact that he interviewed Timothy Chalamet. He thought he was a Houthi, but then now he lies about it. It's like, no, I've explained it a million times over. And I'm sure it gets really fucking boring after a while because like a lot of people just want black and white shit. They don't want any nuances. Your opinions literally have changed though. Stop lying. Okay, I know what you're going to say next. You're going to say you used to do gaming or you used to do fucking top of the hour ad breaks or something like that. Don't fucking start trying to bait me in the middle of this, okay? Yeah, there you go. Okay, fucking there. Classic. I know everything about you. I know your next move before you do it, okay? This is a parasocialist experience that goes in either direction. It's not just on one direction. I watch your every move closely and carefully. Make no mistake. I know you better than you know yourself. I know you better than your closest loved ones know you. I know your deep, dark secrets.
Propaganda, let's call it musicals.
They do musicals.
Instead of violent jihadists, let's call them...
Violent jihad. They're doing violent jihad.
Musically talented people.
They're very musical people.
It is precisely this line of argument that the US government and the Trump administration have taken when it comes to the illegal kidnapping and detention of Palestinian activist Mahmoud Khalil. He is not charged with a crime, he is being silenced for his speech, on the grounds that it constitutes terrorist promotion. As this sort of terrorism is a threat to US national security, according to the US, this is grounds for detention. The terrorism in question here is, of course, advocating against a genocide. Whether it's the US-backed genocide of Palestinians in Gaza or the US-backed genocide of the people of Yemen through its crippling blockade that has resulted in the starvation of hundreds of thousands of people, or its indiscriminate bombing campaign that has killed tens of thousands more. In both of these places, the justification is fighting terrorism. When the US-backed Saudi coalition blows up a school bus full of school children, the justification they use is that they were targeting the Houthis.
It was an attack which drew international condemnation and left the parents of 40 children crying over their graves. Initially, the Saudi-led coalition claimed the attack...
Yeah, by the way, that was an American bomb and an American targeting system that actually did that bombing. There are images. There are images of like fucking charred, burned, like school children's lunch boxes, like bags and shit. It's fucking
attack
disgusting.
was a justified military operation. It was targeting Houthi leaders. Now it says it made mistakes.
When Israel blows up a hospital, lighting medical tents on fire and burning Palestinians alive, the justification they're using is fighting terrorism. It's all part of this same system, and whether on the ground in Gaza or on the airwaves of media coverage of it, the premise itself of terrorism needs to be challenged, which is why
But that fear is actually at the core of the issue. The sex pestilent crowd is built on social taboo, and the entire community is built on finding acceptable opinions. They think what you did is socially unacceptable because they're mostly racist. The fact that what you did is taboo is logic enough for them, I guess, but they also violate taboo in incredibly racist ways all the time and actually masquerade that as like a virtue rather than a vice. They love advocating for insane shit that makes them look horrifying to normal people, like advocating for the morality of incest or finding new debate tactics to talk about ethical forms of child pornography or a white man's right to say the N-word. These are some of the things that they love arguing on behalf of on the wrong side. You know, the arbitrary nature of age of consent. These are the types of things that they fucking advocate for. So I would say that they love violating taboos of that sort. I don't know if that's entirely accurate.
when you release a video for 3 million people attacking resistance to genocide as terrorism,
Terrorist groups, terrorist propaganda, terrorism, terrorist organization.
you're sort of doing that same thing. The last point for today's video I want to bring up is the concept of deflecting criticism. Ethan implies that my decision to criticize him or character assassinate and horrifically lie about him, as he put it, is tied to Hasan being my idol, and my idol being criticized compelled me to defend him, seemingly against logic or reason or something like that. This was an accusation shared by many of the viewers of my video. Hasan Glazer detected, opinion rejected. Now what's interesting is that this response simply reinforces my point about the Hasan bad online media ecosystem. To these people, responding to my arguments on their own merit is unnecessary because they can simply write me off as de facto wrong because
Yep. That is the incredibly important role that years and years of Hassan derangement syndrome has played. If you can't fucking argue against the things that I'm saying, well, then you can just disparage the messenger. And if you disparage the messenger long enough, then fucking even dumb normies who don't want to think about these sorts of things will get on board with it. Perhaps they've actually encountered my commentary at one point or another, and that's made them feel bad. You know what I mean? That's made them like question everything that they know. And in that process, they had this like violent reaction to it. And then they desperately sought out anyone and everyone that would say, fuck this guy, this guy's bad. Why is he bad? Not because of the arguments that he's presenting, but actually he's bad because I've decided he's a hypocrite. Is he a hypocrite because of his own established moral boundaries? No, he's a hypocrite because I have established a false moral boundary for him, and now I believe he's violating it. Is he actually violating the false established boundary that I've given him? No, but I'm lying about it, and you should believe me because he's bad. And enough people say that, and enough people just recycle that same fucking garbage, then yeah, some people are going to get on with it. That's why so many people will turn around and be like, yeah, he's kind of a controversial guy, right? Like some normies that are at least online enough to know who the fuck I am might have this attitude. A lot of the phase boys and their fan bases initially were like, I thought this guy was a real piece of shit. Seems like he's a totally fucking chill dude. I don't know why the fuck everyone calls him a piece of shit at all. The reason why is because people have dedicated a good deal of their time and effort into making others feel that way. That's it. But the secondary notion of that, the perhaps unintentional notion of that is that now you don't have to actually entertain the arguments whatsoever. You can just simply go, you're fucking bad. You're a bad guy. I know it.
I am defending Hasan, who is de facto wrong because Hasan bad. It is not the actual political issue I am defending him on that they're able to challenge. The issue, of course, being opposing Israel's genocide in Gaza and informing viewers about the resistance to that genocide without screaming, I condemn terrorism into the microphone for every second of that coverage. No, it's not that. It is the mere fact that Hasan is on the screen while I make these points that seems to trigger this response. The response of completely ignoring the valid connections between.
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that, like, if they were to approach the subject matter with even a fraction of charitability, okay? If they were to approach subject matter with a little bit of charitability, they would just be like, okay, I don't know why people think he's an asshole. That's why I always tell people, like, just come in and watch me, okay? Just come in and make up your own mind. Even if you come in with a negative attitude, even if you come in here with the idea that you're going to confirm your biases, I promise you, you're going to very quickly realize that maybe you were duped. Maybe you were lied to. That is perhaps the biggest reason why, regardless of the endless sea of fucking attacks, this community keeps growing every single fucking day. And all my haters are like, I don't understand why it keeps growing. I guess it's because he's really good at lying. Or maybe it's because the things that they're telling about me are just so objectively untrue that when people do come in to confirm that suspicion, they go, okay, yeah, this guy isn't the piece of shit that I thought he was. That's it. The replies to the interaction in the 5-star Twitter comment is a perfect example of what you described. Yeah, fucking he's a Nazi. Why does everyone hate this guy? I only see him when he streams with Jason. He low-key seems kind of chill. He's a Nazi. Hope this helps. Any proof? I don't even know who the son is, but why does everyone hate him? Any proof? Tier 3 sub for sure. So you call me a dick rider because I won't prove of him being a Nazi? Yeah, that's the issue. Like, that's the issue. It's like, no, I'm pointing out the obvious. You know who he is. Bust a cap. R word. Bro has a sports PFP. This is it. He's at Hope This Helps. That's so funny. Read the bio. Conservative Christian. Probably funded by AIPAC, Big Pharma, Military Industrial Complex, Rupert Murdoch, and Coca-Cola. Ethnically Pastafarian, Italian. Jesus Christ, dude. So good. Let's finish the fucking video.
Hasan's arguments and my own, it's cowardly but expected and only serves to strengthen my resolve in the notion that these people are not serious in their politics and therefore should not be taken seriously. The other major example of this sort of deflection is in regards to my citation of the YouTuber Bad Empanada. I can't tell you how many comments I received from people that decided to throw out all of the points made in my hour-long video in their entirety because at the start of it,
I remember someone tried to accuse you of approving rape. I tried to find any evidence, and of course they couldn't produce anything. While the comment had like 14K likes. Yeah, I know. It's the fucking clip chimp off of the pro-rape college that rich people choose to send their children to. I was responding to that. It's crazy. It's crazy that a right-wing, me reacting to a fucking right-wing college that is like above Title IX restrictions, that is a pro-rape university, like a right-wing Christian pro-rape university, where I said, hey, at least like you contain the rapists who are self-selecting to go to this fucking pro-rape university. Like at least they're not out there raping fucking random people in the wild. And people literally still to this fucking day go, Hasan wants rich women to be raped. It's like, I never said that. You just made that up. Pro-rape college, yes, Liberty University does not want to get, or at the time didn't get public funding, specifically so that they did not have any Title IX restrictions, so they didn't have to investigate matters of rape, as in a pro-rape college. It's not even a pancake waffle tweet. It's like, it's literally, I'm talking about pancakes. You're talking about, I don't know, you're talking about empanadas. It's a different, entirely different thing. That's what it is. To this day, they still fucking talk about this. And it's funny because it's in my video. Like, it's in the video. It's in the video that HasanAbi Productions posted. It's in my video as well. Let's continue.
I cited Bad Empanada's prior responses. None of these comments, and I mean not a single one out of the seemingly thousands of them, took the time to respond to, let alone debunk Bad Empanada's points about Ethan's video. So far, I haven't seen anyone do that or even try. Regardless of how you feel about Bad Empanada or what you think of his posts online, the facts are the facts. If you can't dispute them, then just say that and move on. Embrace your ignorance and your blind fandom, because at least then you're not being a coward. You're just saying, yeah, I'm dumb. I'm a dumb idiot baby. I don't like Bad Empanada because he's mean to my favorite streamer. Okay, that's fine. That's the truth. There's a claim going around that Hasan being pro-Palestine does not make him immune from criticism.
One of the most cynical methods Hasan deploys to sidestep any criticism is to deflect to the ongoing genocide in Gaza. I've seen him do this so many times. He frames it like you are selfish for trying to criticize him, no matter what the reason is, because there's a genocide happening, man. How can you criticize me at a time like this?
In one way, this is true. Like, let's say Hasan walked up to you and stepped on your foot and you said, hey man, don't do that, ow. And he responded by saying, You're going to criticize me while there's an active genocide going on right now? Seriously? That would be an example of an invalid deflection from criticism. However, when the criticism in question is related to Hasan's support of Palestinians and advocacy against their genocide, and the criticism is coming from people who do not support that cause, then yes, it makes him immune. He doesn't have to take...
Yes, thank you. The entire point of why I say, what the fuck are you talking about? There's a literal genocide going on is not because I'm infallible to criticism, okay? It's because your criticism is not real criticism. Your criticism is just fucking smearing anti-genocide advocates as though they're fucking anti-Semitic. That's it. And my point is, if you claim to be anti-genocide, if you claim to be pro-Palestinian, then how the fuck do you spend all your time shitting on the fucking loudest pro-Palestinian voices out there? You're using the genocide as a backdrop to enforce your own fucking narcissistic, selfish campaign because you can't comprehend how your progressive fan base turned on you because you're pro-Israel. Oh man, it's anybody but me. It's a literal zero accountability situation for a fucking 40-year-old man with 3 children. Holy fuck. Surrounded by people who, if he was a little bit more open-minded, would correct him and have tried to correct him. And yet he just does not listen. He's just like, I don't care. I only want to hear people agreeing with me. You hurt my feelings by trying to course correct, by trying to help me initially. And I'm never going to do introspection, and I'm just mad. I'm mad. This man is willing to burn his entire fucking media empire to the goddamn ground and his fucking fashion franchise to the goddamn ground specifically so he can get one off. So he can just be like, no, I was right in the end and you were wrong. Even if tomorrow I went away, even if tomorrow I no longer had a platform or I fucking died or something, anything, right? Like I said, all right, I'm done. I'm not fucking streaming anymore. Your advocacy is not going to change. You're not going to magically be seen as a pro-Palestine guy, okay? It's not going to change the reality. And it's certainly not going to change the reality on the ground for the fucking Palestinians that are being slaughtered mercilessly by the state that you're defending. Oh, fuck. The genocide card was always insane to me. Like, it rung to me like a leftover saying you're pulling the race card to minorities in the right-wing past. Yeah, no, literally. It's just like in the conversation of pro-Palestinian sentiment, they keep saying, oh, you're pulling the fucking genocide card. No, you are pulling the fucking genocide card by belittling the term, by saying the only... Look, my point was kind of not dissimilar to what Sean the Black said. If you're mentioning of Israel's genocide, compilations on its own are shorter than you using the genocide card, then you're not fucking anti-genocide. You're pro-genocide. If your advocacy on Israel-Palestine heavily is just shitting on fucking pro-Palestinian content creators rather than shitting on the apartheid genocidal state that is murdering Palestinian civilians at a rapid clip, then you're not fucking pro-Palestinian. I feel like I'm losing my mind. It's crazy.
That criticism seriously because it's coming in bad faith from people who are not allies to his cause. If criticism is coming from parties who have no stake in or solidarity with the mission of Palestinian liberation, these criticisms are irrelevant. They are beneath consideration. The people who levy these criticisms do not talk about politics until it's time to make a Hasan bad video. This is the case with all of the slop tubers who shared the smear campaign. Ethan here might argue
the only people that are politically knowledgeable that make videos that actually pertain to the arguments that I present are unironically right-wingers. That's not an accident. It's because they understand that I'm ideologically their enemy. I have no issue with them being ideologically my enemy. Okay? My ideological enemies are my enemies, and that's good. You know, they present a line of demarcation between myself and them. I'm fine with them being my ideological enemies. These fucking assholes, on the other hand, are literally presenting themselves and masquerading themselves as though they're liberals, as though they're pro-Palestinian. And that shit pisses me off because they're not. It's a coward's way of presenting a pro-Israel argument by attacking one of the largest fucking pro-Palestinian voices without ever even like presenting an alternative. The only alternative that Ethan has ever presented is Bonerbox, who fucking isn't even pro-Palestine. Like, what the fuck are we doing? He's a liberal Zionist.
argue that he does have a stake in the pro-Palestine movement, as he has referred to himself as a stalwart ally to this cause.
I've been a stalwart supporter of the Palestinians.
Like, the dude he's presenting as a pro-Palestinian voice went to Israel alongside Sex Pestany and Elon Levy, dude. Like, the former fucking propaganda minister of Israel. What are we doing? He's like the foreign minister. And he got fired from his job because it's crazy.
Palestinian cause for many years.
This raises some questions, to my mind, namely, how? What did he do to be able to bestow upon himself the label of stalwart ally? Calling yourself an ally is already, what are you doing? But in this case, especially, what are you do? What did you do? What did he do? He donated to a fundraiser. Okay, but what if I...
Whose fundraiser? Noah, whose fundraiser was it? Some asshole reported my username as harassment Hassan's poop sock. Wait, what? Hold on. No way. That's fucked up. God, we are surrounded by enemies, dude. We are surrounded by enemies, friends. I apologize. Hassan's poop sock, I'm sorry that happened to you. That's messed up. Did you report that name as harassment? No, dude, what the fuck? Why would I ever do that? Also, how would I have done that? I've been streaming this whole time.
If I told you that this donation was a one-time donation of what is likely less than 1% of his yearly income to a fundraiser that Hassan ran, and that this was followed by total silence on Gaza over the course of the genocide until it was time to attack Hassan with smears that originate from genocidal Zionists. And then in order to justify these actions, he would hold that donation of what is likely 1% of his yearly income over people's heads.
I've donated $6,500 to a Palestinian charity after the war started.
Hey, Ethan Klein, thank you for the dono. Ethan Klein gave $6,500. My goat.
And when I say silence, I do mean that. A search through every episode of the H3 podcast, which is Ethan's most significant form of content creation in the span between October 7th of 2023 and the release date of his content nuke, you can count the number of times Gaza is mentioned on one hand. Most of the time, it's not even brought up by Ethan. It's brought up by his producers, and then when they bring it up, barely a breath is spent on the topic. I'm not interested in handing out or revoking allyship badges, but I do think if someone is using that label on themselves while actively working against the cause, this needs to be exposed and understood so that we can stop including them in the conversation. I realize that for those of you who are already aware of how he's doing this, I'm just doing that now by talking about him, and you're welcome to criticize me for that. That's who I'm willing to listen to criticism from, people that actually care about this issue. But I do think there are a good amount of people, in his audience especially, that just can't really see what he's doing. People who might otherwise be allies to the cause are being misdirected into liberal Zionism. And I do think that's worth exploring, at least for a certain amount of time. Now, while all of this vitally important influencer discourse was going on, somewhere else in the world, there were other developments. On March 17th, Israel carpet-bombed sleeping Palestinians in Gaza at 2 a.m. in one of the most bloody massacres since the genocidal onslaught began 17 months ago. Over 400 Palestinians are confirmed to have been killed by this act of Israeli terrorism, and over 1,000 more injured. They killed more children in a single day than in any day in Israel's history. This came after 17 straight days of a complete siege on any humanitarian aid from entering Gaza. They had already been breaking the ceasefire repeatedly over 1,000 times, something which the US media continually whitewashed, but this attack was Israel's formal unilateral destruction of the ceasefire, slaughtering hundreds of starving children in their sleep. This record-breaking child-killing event was celebrated in Israeli Telegram channels with hundreds of thousands of members. In response to a video of a Palestinian girl mourning her mother that was slain by Israel, the Israelis wrote, "Cry, you whore, 1,000 whores. Cry as long as you can until we get to you too and eliminate you together with your ugly girl." To a video of a child in Gaza collecting his parents' remains, someone replied, "A young piglet vigorously collects hot and fresh litter to break the fast." The very next day after this massacre, Israel blew up a cancer hospital, the Turkish Friendship Hospital, the only hospital in Gaza specializing in treating cancer patients. They just blew the entire building up. It's rubble now. The IDF said that the hospital was a Hamas compound, but it was actually an IDF compound. They raided it at the start of the genocide, kicked everyone out, and have been using it as a military base for the past 16 months. If we're gonna make this about good and bad, generally speaking, the people blowing up cancer hospitals are not the good guys. So if this is what's gone on in the first 3 days of Israel's full breaking of the ceasefire, why am I, instead of talking about that, talking about what some idiot Zionist influencer thinks? And there's a few reasons, but first, look, the last time I framed a video about Gaza around a YouTube drama, it got over 700,000 views. That's 700,000 people that came in expecting me to talk shit about a YouTuber and left with a video that was mostly about Gaza. But when I released a video the following week with an explicitly political topic, media coverage of Israel's ceasefire violations, it barely broke 100,000 views. My perspective...
Yeah, he's farming. He's actively using drama as a way to drive home how, in this video, liberal Zionism manifests and how liberal Zionists oftentimes will propagandize through drama slop bait. Many of those people don't even have a real association with Israel or care about it. Like, I don't think, what's that dude? The one of the Destiny Orbiters who's like another one of those like, ooh, so edgy content creators, Turkey Tom. Like, I don't think Mudahar himself has like opinions on Israel Palestine that are like Willie Mack, Turkey Tom. Like, I don't think those guys give a fuck about Israel. Okay, they just care about clout. I don't think Mudahar actually is pro-Israel. He most likely is just agnostic on the genocide itself. He's probably like, oh, it's really fucked up that it's happening, right? But many of them, like almost all of them, obviously demonstrate their disinterest by covering this issue, not on political terms, not by addressing any fucking points of view, but by simply trying to disparage what I'm doing by, farming fucking Hassan hater bait. It's disgusting. They're turning a real fucking genocide that's happening into drama slop. It is evil. At least Michael Rappaport has a well-established fucking point of view. You know what I mean? Yeah, Michael Rappaport fucking hates Muslims, okay? He hates Arabs. He loves Israel. He's not shy about it, right? But a lot of these guys, they don't give a fuck. They don't give a fuck about anything. They just care about clout. And for them, they can maintain this like edgy nihilistic brand by simply taking a position that's like, yeah, fuck Hassan. Turkey Tom makes a quarterly fuck Hassan video for the last 4 or 5 years. Of course, he doesn't care about Palestine. He's just jumping at the opportunity and a new talking point. I know. And one of the more annoying aspects of this is that these fucking dumbass chuds do have like apolitical fan bases who also want to sound smart. So they just like listen to that and go, yeah, fuck this guy. You're right. That's it. And they never think about it again. I don't even fault them for that, to be fair. You got busy days. You know what I mean? You got busy days. You can't be making up your mind by actually, going to the subject source material and making up your own mind on whether or not this person is good or this person is bad. Tom has gone dark after being credibly accused of plagiarism from other Kiwi Farm YouTube drama slop people. So odd. Yeah, they all source that shit. They all use Reddit mostly, or Kiwi Farms, which is like a watered down version of the Kiwi Farm stuff from different subreddits, oftentimes from Destiny's subreddit, to make their videos. But why wouldn't you? It's the easiest fucking way. It's the easiest way to make money. You make like $15,000 a pop for literally like 3, 4, maximum 5 hours of work. It's that simple. And if you don't care about the subject matter at all, if you don't care about the politics of it at all, then it's great. Just cook. New H-bomb video incoming. Wait, really? About what? I'm surprised Sunny V2 hasn't hopped on this bandwagon. Yeah, I don't know why Sunny V2 hasn't done a downfall of Hassan video. Perhaps it's because the downfall is still on pause. It will happen eventually, and then he'll make it. I don't know.
Right now is that over everything else, we need reach. We need people to know about what Israel is doing, people that don't already know, or at least aren't seeing updates on Israel's genocide, which is a lot of people. The media is not covering it. They weren't covering it a lot before, but over the past 17 months, that coverage has dwindled down to almost nothing. And as we've seen, the majority of it is just straight up manufacturing consent. This includes that record-breaking child-killing massacre from Israel. How many of you heard about that, described in those terms, the terms
Watching you fall off from 30K to 40K has been rough. I know. It's been really fucked up, dude. I've been suffering quite a bit.
what actually happened and not just another new, quote, Israeli Gaza offensive with some catastrophic record-breaking death toll that doesn't even make it into the headline. The best way, I think, to get more people to know about this stuff is by using the algorithm for what it's meant to be used, which is views. And in this case, what that looks like is farming drama. I could be wrong about this approach, and if you think there's better ways to go about this, then feel free to let me know in the comments. I've been thinking about lately doing something like scaling up and running the channel as a platform, but a non-profit, so that I can just cover more things more consistently and not have to choose between, you know, a US-backed child massacre and Ethan Klein. But until then, it's going to be a bit of a mixed bag. Regardless, it doesn't matter what you think of these creators. It's not about them. It's not about anyone being good or bad or what your YouTube subscription feed says about your morals. It's about a genocide that's happening right now, that's unfolding in front of our eyes, and that most of our countries are actively supporting. If these creators are giving people rhetoric to support the genocide that's happening, then we need to talk about that. That's something we need to discuss, especially if that person is claiming to be an ally to the cause. And if other creators are fighting against it, then that's worth talking about too. If they're providing historical analysis and breaking down propaganda that's being used for the genocide, or giving an honest voice to its resistance, then that content is important and should be shared and supported regardless of how you feel about the individuals involved. Unfortunately, we're sort of stuck in a media ecosystem that cares far more about influencer drama than it does about Palestinian lives. Part of the effort here is an attempt to steer that media ecosystem and the consumers existing inside of it towards being more aware of their plight, towards caring about it, and hopefully doing something to try and stop it. So anyways, yes, I will keep using influencer drama to grab your heads and slam them against the screen to show you what Israel is doing. And if you don't like that, tell your favorite influencers to stop using their massive platforms to back a genocide. Tell them to stop spreading genocidal propaganda, lying about the resistance to it, and silencing and deplatforming advocates against the genocide. Do that, and then I'll leave you all to your slop. It's very simple. Okay, that's all for today's video. Thanks for watching. I've linked some fundraisers below. Support them.
Also here, I tweeted this just now because I saw this. Apparently, Ethan lied about why he left Twitter. Hasan is such a chicken shit R word that he blocked me. Meanwhile, Hasan spends all day on Elon's app. Meanwhile, great people, me. Dude, I can't tell if he's like trying to make a joke about himself or if he's just being sincere. I don't want to be the guy who's like, you know, in the most neurodivergent fashion, not understanding when he's like trying to crack a joke. But like, it can't be, there's no way that he's just being serious, right? Like he's joking, I think. I'm a great person. No, dog, you didn't fucking leave Twitter because Elon Musk sig-heiled. You've been sig-heiling ever since Elon Musk sig-heiled. You and Elon are also directly aligned on this issue, the issue of Israel, the issue of deplatforming me, all of that stuff you agree with. Just another example of Hasan being unwilling to make any material sacrifice for his cause. Yeah. So, Psychedelic Socialist post, Ethan Klein didn't leave Twitter to protest Elon Musk. He left the app because he exposed himself as the racist Zionist that he is and got rightfully bullied off the platform. He's also completely aligned with Elon Musk on Israel and Hasan. Elon literally loves his content nuke. To which I responded, I reposted this and said, Ethan left this platform because he's terrified of people correcting him. That's why he won't have any of the countless content creators who smears anti-Semites on his stream. He's worried his audience will learn the truth, that he's lying about everyone from his hug box. The full conversation is worse. Yeah, I remember this. Yeah. I'm the freaking ghoul. Here you are still refusing to criticize Hamas. I haven't killed any children or families or burned anyone alive lately. Well, who is the freak and the ghoul? Why do you have harsher words for me than Hamas? Was it hard to type that bullshit with one hand jerking off to the thought of queer Muslims being murdered? Bro, what the fuck? I'm fully in your corner. What was wrong about it? What was I wrong about? This is the revolution you're supporting, right? Just don't ever go anywhere near Hamas because your life would be 100% in danger. Am I wrong, genuinely? Yes. Yes, you are wrong. And also, now he's doing the Free Palestine from Hamas. The only time Ethan Klein says something like, may God protect these brave Gazans when they're demonstrating against Hamas. May God protect these brave... Only these guys, though. Don't worry. Israel will blow them up, too. Okay? Palestinians demonstrated against Hamas in northern Gaza on Tuesday in what appeared to be the largest protest against the militant group since attacks on Israel on October 7th. Video obtained by CNN showed large crowds, estimated to be thousands of people by a CNN journalist on the ground, marching through the streets of Beit Lahia in northern Gaza, chanting, for God's sake, Hamas out, Hamas terrorists, and we want an end to the war. A message shared on social media appeared to call for 9 anti-Hamas demonstrations across Gaza on Wednesday with the protest organizers. Yeah. Yeah, he says Gaza instead of Palestinians on purpose. I mean, no, I don't think he's thinking about it that deeply. Yeah. May God protect these good Palestinians, the good ones. I haven't seen the footage, but I suspect, not gonna lie, I don't really see what's wrong with him saying this. No, it's what he doesn't say, chatter. Do you not understand? The only time he cares about Palestinians is when they're fucking saying free Palestine from Hamas. Hello? The fuck? Like the good ones. Yeah, I haven't seen this, and I haven't seen anybody write about it. We can take a look at it, but you know, it's understandable. Protests erupted across Gaza, including in Beit Lahia, Jabalia, and Khan Yunis, as Palestinians voiced their growing despair and rage towards Israel's continued indiscriminate tactics. The Israeli killing machine, a spokesman for Central Gaza Relief Group who spoke to Drop Site News, explained. The demonstrations focused on demands to end Israel's genocide in Gaza and the immediate lifting of Israel's 3-week blockade. Protesters call for urgent action to stop the mass killing of civilians, the destruction of homes, schools, and hospitals. Chants such as "Stop the War" and "We Want to Live" filled the streets. Some protesters denounced Hamas and chanted against the group's rule in the Gaza Strip, where it has been the official governing authority since the 2005 elections. Call for Hamas to step down were heard through the group, though the group is already committed to doing so if Israeli forces withdraw as required under the previously agreed ceasefire deal and national unity government is formed. A statement from elders and muhtars of Beit Lahia. Muhtars are like mayors, like smaller than a mayor, I guess. A northern Gaza town where protests were particularly strong, echoed the widespread demand for an end to Israel's aggression. They reaffirmed their unwavering support for the Palestinian resistance while rejecting any political exploitation of the protests. We affirm that these demands for basic rights, freedom for genocide, access. They clip-chimped the protest? That's crazy. One Gazan, more neutral signs that oppose the continuation of the war. In rare protests, Gazans voiced frustration with Hamas. Videos verified by the New York Times show groups of Gaza in the half-ruined streets of northern town of Beit Lahia. Some carried more neutral signs that opposed the continuation of the war, while others chanted slogans calling for Hamas to get out. This was not a random development, but orchestrated online by the Fatah Security Media Unit with the Palestinian Intelligence Service in Ramallah, a unit that has been inciting against the resistance and its liberation efforts since the beginning of the aggression. Oh, look at the subheading. Wait, hold on. What is it? Oh, one Gazan who attended the rallies of the protesters wanted Hamas to end the war. By the way, for the record, I'm sure there's plenty of people who don't like fucking Hamas. There are plenty of people in Gaza that don't like Hamas, okay? It's not just one person, for the record. Ironically enough, Ethan said, may God protect these brave Gazans, because he thinks that they were all, this was an anti-Hamas protest, when it seems like it was a little bit more complicated than that. It was more so an anti-occupation protest, which is understandable. Having said that, CNN wasn't able to verify the original source of this video. This is the source that Ethan is quoting. God protect that one Palestinian and one Palestinian only. Yeah. Look, I talked to people in Gaza. I talked to Palestinians. The attitude is that the number one evil, understandably, in the region is always and forever Israel. Of course it is. And that they are seemingly stuck in a bind in this circumstance where it doesn't matter what the domestic affairs of Hamas looks like, because ultimately that is the only game in town that is resisting with militancy against the Israeli occupation. This is precisely the reason why the support for Hamas as a political faction has grown both in the West Bank and even in Gaza throughout time. We affirm that these demands for basic rights, freedom from genocide, access to humanitarian aid, and protection of our people are not luxuries, the statement read. Beit Lahia will always stand with our broader Palestinian struggle and will not allow our people's legitimate demands to be manipulated. The statement also rejected any attempts to undermine national unity, stressing the need for collective resistance against Israel's brutal actions, which are backed by the U.S. administration. Their full statement and some footage from the protests are shared below. Video 1. A protester speaks into the microphone. We want life, the least a human being can hope for. A child holds a sign reading, we want to live in peace and security. At the end, another man is heard saying, Hamas, enough is enough. An elderly protester explains, we refuse to be ruled with an iron fist. We reject wars. We will decide who governs us. We demand that everyone stand against any external agendas manipulating our nation's fate. We've endured harsh conditions. We want peace. This is our message. This is our demand. We want peace, enough war, enough destruction. We want to live. Anyone for the record that attributes Israel's actions to the militant resistance is wrong. I don't care if they're Palestinian. I don't care if they're Israeli. I don't care if they're American. I don't care if they're Chinese. Okay? It is there is an objective way to look at the situation. And the objective way to look at the situation is that it is entirely in the hands of Israel. Israel is the apartheid state. Israel is the genocidal state in this circumstance. And if Israel were to remove this occupation, allow Palestinians to live free, they would have the choice for democracy to vote for whoever they see fit. That is a future that I envision. Okay? There is no additional loyalty that I have specifically to Hamas or any sort of militant group at whatsoever. I want Palestinians to be able to have self-determination. I want Palestinians to be able to have autonomy. That's it. Their propaganda campaign follows a singular strategy, blaming the resistance for the occupation's crimes. They do this by spreading false narratives such as refusing to surrender will cause more bloodshed, relinquishing power will preserve Palestinian existence. Continuing resistance is not steadfastness, but rather a lack of options. Fatah tried to infiltrate the Palestinian political debate by slogans like, I am not against resistance, I am against Hamas. But eventually they show their true colors. One of their chants on protest was Hamas is terrorist, which mirrors the occupation's narrative. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's really interesting because the tens of thousands of people pouring in the fucking streets of Israel being like, we're done with this shit, is not enough to overthrow the Benjamin Netanyahu administration. But you get 10, 20, maybe 1,000 people on board while an ethnic cleansing campaign is happening. And it's like, well, it's time. I agree. It is time. The time for a ceasefire, permanent cessation of hostilities is now, and a time for autonomy for the Palestinians is the day after that. Fatah will not bring about self-determination, just the opposite, submission to Israel. Well, it's ironic because the West Bank Palestinians love Hamas even more than the Gazan Palestinians do, partially because they have to exist under Hamas leadership in Gaza. And also, the West Bank is operated by the Palestinian Authority. And yet, for some reason, there's no fucking peace there. As I talked about, the library is open today. What do you mean? Yeah, I posted this you tough guy. Why did these guys always post me in a fucking maid outfit? Dude, I'd fuck your mom in that maid outfit. She'd have her first orgasm for the first time in her life, dude. What do you mean? Wait, is this the same guy that always posts my maid outfit? I'm the only Armenian watching you, comrade? You are not the only Armenian watching me. Are you kidding me? I have a big Californian audience. There's a shit ton of Armenians here. Oh, he is that guy. I think that guy is Ethan Klein's alt account, honestly. Wait, this is the media. Twitter's most infamous and controversial reply guy? Oh, no, this is not him. Yeah, he switched it up. This is a different reply guy that utilizes the maid outfit regularly. But he uses the maid outfit from time to time, but he switched it up. Either this is a new guy that also likes using the maid outfit, or it's the same guy, but he switched it up now. Why do all Hasan haters have this picture saved on their phones? Yeah. The weird ones aren't the ones sharing this. You are simping. Yeah, I saw Jeff Nippert who had my back on this. He said bench press content on stream to see who is the more manly man. Yeah, I don't know why they think it's like an own. It's like it's something that I did on my own. The AC tweet is doing LeBron numbers. Yeah. They're projecting their own insecurities onto you. Yeah, we're going to get back to the news. And Andre throwing you under the bus. Yeah, I saw. I liked it. It was very funny. I power leveled Hasan in Diablo 4 hardcore, and I'm tired of being quiet about it. Yeah. Funnily enough, Reddit is on your side because of Elon's dumbass. Elon calls out Hasan. The head of the Department of Government Efficiency is really spending his time efficiently beefing with a streamer. Streamers, he beefed with Quinn for exposing that Elon's a fake gamer and Asmongold for not bootlicking him enough. Yeah. Damn, look at that. Even LSF is on my side now. That's crazy. What is this? Hasan moderator sends chatter spicy message on unban request form. Just jump already. What the fuck? Why is this? Is this like a pinned tweet or something? This is from fucking 5 days ago. What the fuck? Dude, I never go on this goddamn subreddit, but holy fuck. It's like XUC calls out conservative video game tourists. Forsen finally lands this shot. Like, this is what it's supposed to be about, isn't it? Live stream fell off. Oh, yeah. Sorted by best. Oh. Asmongold covered. Elon Musk's biggest crash out yet. Hasan calling someone a narcissistic man-child is peak irony. No, what would be peak cinema is Elon acquiring Twitch and banning Hasan. Picks a fight, blocks Elon, acts like a tough guy. Same person that got a restraining order. Wait, what? On Sam Hyde for a wrestling shoot? Wait. I did not do any of these things. I had blocked Elon prior, and it's very obvious why I blocked him. I said why I blocked him. These people don't care about anything, dude. It's like, I feel like these guys just believe increasingly silly things, like increasingly easy to correct nonsense. Bro, his YouTube comments, what were you expecting? I don't know. It's not the size of his house that matters. The fact that it's worth 2.7 million. He's a multimillionaire, but sure, eat the rich. Jake's nephew calling anyone an narcissistic man-child is the biggest irony. Hasan's the kind of guy who has to stare at himself in the mirror to come up with a good diss for someone else. Hasan is like, I like that none of the comments have anything to do with like the situation at all. And it's just like people being like, I bet Hasan fucking loves himself. I think he probably stares at himself in a mirror. Yeah, the Assassin's Creed account, by the way, has been absolutely cumstering and dumpstering people, for the record. Absolutely blistering people. First and foremost, oh my God, 156,000 likes. Oh my Lord. On the sellout tweet, Hasan is a fraud. Sellout would be more accurate. Objectively, he's promoting a terrible game for the money. Oh my God. Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? 157,000 likes. Jesus Christ. But they didn't stop there. But there's more. Okay? Hold on. There is more. Assassin's Creed Shadows isn't the hit Ubisoft desperately needs, analyst says. To which Assassin's Creed's account responded with, our game is out. And then they quote retweeted their initial burn against Elon and said, where other men blindly follow the truth, remember, nothing is true. Another 50K. Just fucking absolutely daggering. It is pretty funny because look, the social media manager that got in on the fun here unironically saw an incredible opportunity to drive discourse around their new video game that just came out and basically quintupled down on organic marketing. Everyone cool is realizing you can reverse farm Hasan for engagement. Yes. People don't understand that for as many Hasan haters that are out there, there are 10 times more Hasan lovers. And as a matter of fact, many of my enemies are stinky. And therefore, especially if you catch someone who is a designated HasanAbi enemy and you dunk on them, you will find tremendous bounty there. This is what the dumb slop tubers don't fucking understand. If they were cutting anti-Elon videos defending me instead of doing like the 700th Hasan is bad because he's rich and a socialist, they probably would reach way newer fucking lengths. AC got your back like Russia had South Ossetia when Georgia attacked them? What? Okay, dude. That's an insane reference. Yeah. Journalists loved Elon coming after me because they also hate Elon and don't hate me. I've been doing that shit for years. Yeah. There you go. Gotta look at this cope from Grums. Gotta admit, Assassin's Creed social media poster is funny and knows how to get views. Keep that one when you downsize Ubisoft. Oh no, he's waving the flag, dude. He's just like, he's admitting defeat, waving the flag of defeat. Did any mainstream media reach out to you for an interview about this? No, I mean, or if they did, I wouldn't know because they don't reach out to me directly. Worst reply guys are coming out. The intern really thought they did something with this. Tell me, intern, does Ubisoft officially support Hamas now? That's awesome. Yeah. Ubisoft is Hamas now. So there's also more. This was a more insane fold. What is this? Oh yeah, we saw this before. This was amazing. I covered this before. Tropic Thunder is one of the greatest films ever made. Thank you, sir. Oh my God, you noticed me, Ben Stiller. Yeah, Jake Sucky's tweet, I retweeted as well. That shit popped off too. 127,000 likes. God damn. Hasan, unblock this fraud and roast this fraud. I have been. We're cooking all the slop tubers in that thread. What? No, I don't know who the fuck this person is. I dislike Hasan like everyone else, but damn, AC admin is bringing the heat. What is this? I dislike Hasan like everyone else, but also follows me. Anyway, blocking him was a mistake. I already unblocked him because if he wants to fucking offer a fig leaf and come on the stream to show how big of a man he is, you know, then he can do that. I'm fine with that, you know? I'm happy to entertain it. Like I said, right here. If Elon isn't chicken shit, he'll come on the stream. We all know he won't. He ducked Mark Zuckerberg. He ran away from Jon Stewart, and now he's ducking a Twitch streamer. Olive branch. Fig leaf. Where's Kai? She's right behind me, laying down. Anyway. Okay, the social media team has been cooking. Assassin's morning routine. Yeah, they're doing a lot of ads. Okay. Yeah, but thank you, Elon, for giving me this gift today by being fucking annoying and hated by all who have a brain cell. Here's the Noah Samson post from 4 hours ago. Ethan Klein responded to my video on his Instagram story today by calling on his fans to compile potentially defamatory clips of me on his subreddit. He offered no response to any of my actual points. Sort of saying the quiet part out loud here, aren't we, Ethan? Love to see it. 9,000 likes. Holy shit. All right. Where were we? We have more news to cover. Here are the screenshots of Ethan Klein. Oh, Elon Musk supporting Ethan Klein's content nuke against Hassan. As well as screenshots of Ethan Klein and Elon Musk both criticizing Hassan for playing and being sponsored by Assassin's Creed. They're allies. Is Elon Musk Ethan Klein's strongest soldier? I mean, it is. Yeah. The double standard is not just unreal, it's surreal. Ethan Klein live reacts to 30-day Twitch ban. Ethan Klein gets a 30-day Twitch ban for playing the Hassan content nuke. Seems like a lot of people need to be fired at Twitch. 100%. Any response to the points being made by leftist TikTokers and Redditors to say you were letting AOC and Bernie off easy regarding Palestine? Yes. My response is I am a Zionist. I love Israel. My response is am Israel Chai. That's what we said. In the 10-minute video, in the 10 minutes that I had to talk to both of them, I briefly brought up Palestine from the perspective of like defending free speech. And of course, they had to go and do their speeches in the rally because they were late. But luckily, we were able to all say "Am Israel Chai" in that process. So that was cool. Actually, we did it. I said Israel. That TikTokers are fed. They ramped up anti-Assam posting after the giant Detroit rally. Who's the Fed? I don't even know which TikToker you guys are talking about. And I'm on TikTok all the time, but luckily my timeline is completely fucking cleansed from all of that dumb noise. The one who looks like a fucking cop? I don't know who that is. They were calling you controlled opposition in that interview? That's true. I am controlled opposition. Is correct. Who is this?
I just talked about how there is no major left-wing media source online. There's no socialist platform.
What? I don't think this guy is a cop, dude. You guys are silly. I think we just have a difference in opinion. Like, I don't know. No, it's fine. This guy's a fucking Fed? Really? What did he say?
And people got at me about Hassan. But I'm sorry, if you're using your socialist platform to co-sign genocide apologists who not only deny the genocide in Palestine is happening, but endorse the perpetuators of it, you're a bad socialist. If you're using your platform to funnel support towards the Democratic Party rather than telling them to join their own socialist party, you're a bad socialist. If you're using your platform to co-sign someone who is constantly...
By the way, like, AOC, I think, gets more heat, surprisingly enough. Well, not so surprisingly, but like she literally is more pro-Palestine than Bernie is. Okay? Ocasio-Cortez defends accusing Israel of genocide in floor speech. Literally from fucking like, March 24th. Oh, 2024, from a year ago. 1 year ago. Okay? I was like, what the fuck? This happened a long time ago. Yeah, from one exact year ago. Okay? So here's the thing. My point on this is clear, right? Can they do more? Absolutely. Should they do more? Absolutely. And I want them to do more. And I want to have these conversations with them. Having said that, if, let's say, I don't know, fucking 50% of Congress had this opinion, Israel would perish. Okay? Like, that's why people being like, dude, you don't understand. Like, these guys are genocidal monsters. Like, their entire job is to funnel you back into the Democratic Party. Like, first of all, my job is not that, okay? If there is a Democratic Party worth funneling into, I'll be its most loyal soldier. You'll know. The signs will be there, okay? The Hamas gift baskets and the DNC gift baskets will be opened on the unboxing stream that I do right here, okay? I'll be opening the Hamas gift basket right after I open the Ayatollah gift basket, and then I'll go on and open the DNC gift basket. Okay, there's no reason to hide that. I've said this before. I said it on Pod Johns. I said on Pod Save America, I want to be regime pilled. I want to be its most loyal servant. I want to be the propaganda minister. Give me something to do propaganda for. Okay, so that's number one. It's not happening, and I don't know if it ever will happen, but if it did, you would know. Okay, there's no reason for me to shelter you from my opinion. I have never shied away from saying my opinion. Having said that, with respect to AOC and Bernie, even if it was not even AOC's position, even if it was fucking Bernie Sanders' position, he's advocated in the Senate. You can say it's just symbolic, but he has straightforwardly advocated for a denial of weapons transfers, right, to Israel. Now, we can go over the language of that where he'll say like offensive weapons, but not defensive weapons, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That is currently, as it stands, minutia. Why? Because every other fucking congressperson, with the exception of like 17 senators that signed off on that bill, are literally going, what are you, insane? We're going to deny Israel $7 trillion worth of weapons? Suck my dick. You love Hamas. I'm going to start calling you Palestinian as a pejorative. That's my point. My point is, these are not perfect vessels. And your expectation in a fucking bourgeois capitalist country's duopoly that like one party member is going to be a perfect vehicle for a revolutionary sentiment is idiotic. Use the opportunities you have. What the fuck? Use the platform that you have, use the opportunities you have, wield them as a weapon, okay? Instill class consciousness amongst the American public that is inherently aggressively anti anything that is even remotely cast aside as socialist. And you guys, on the other hand, don't want to do that. You just want to fucking chirp, blah, 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 blah. This is what you want to do. That's it. And so when I see someone who says like, Hasan, you're funneling people back to the Democratic Party, you're controlled opposition or this or that, I'm like, oh, all right, sure, that's me. I think people call you a hypocrite on this because you move like a politician. I move like a politician. Dog, I'm slated to be pulled in front of Congress for a potential anti-Semitism task force hearing for my radical pro-Hamas and anti-Israel, anti-Semitic tendencies. And you're over here being like, you're moving like a politician. If any politician spoke like me, we would be living in a very different country. If any politician believed the things I believed, okay, we would be living in a dramatically different country. Potentially. I said potentially for the anti-Semitism task force. Potentially. Okay? Potentially. We don't know. My point is, I said slated. And then I said potentially. Slated to appear. Potentially. Chatters are so dumb. They're like, will you stream it? If I have the opportunity, sure. In any case, I think you're wrong. I don't know how else to respond to this. No, I don't think I move like a politician. Or I think maybe your understanding of, I don't know where we go from here. They're killing those kids. What other pressure points do we have? Wait, what? Also, wait. If we were to be able to get AOC and Bernie Sanders to actively rail against, with all the broad public momentum that they have, actively rail against the current administration's anti-Palestinian actions, like implementing McCarthy trials and doing mass deportations. Don't you think that would be an overwhelming benefit to, one, bring about more awareness to both the domestic brutality against anti-Israel sentiment and also potentially open up the floodgates of protests once again, something that the current administration, just as the previous administration, feared, which is why they are engaging in these acts of political repression. Ooh, these things not only take time, and I know that Palestinians don't have time, but unfortunately, in terms of working within the confines of the American political movement, these things do take time and initiative and effort. I will do everything in my power, as I have, to bring about both awareness, to also fucking fundraise, while also simultaneously trying to stamp out domestic forms of oppression to the best of my ability within the legal means that are in front of me. Okay? That's it. This does not mean that the American political movement is the end all be all. It's not. But use any and every opportunity you have to your advantage. I don't know what else to say about this. Otherwise, we might have a difference in opinion, a difference in methods. That's it.
Distanced themselves from Marxist theory and even suggested that it's an extremist understanding, you're a bad socialist. And I feel like it should go without saying, if you do any of these things, you're probably not a socialist at all. And if you're a fan who's got a problem...
Like, for me, here's the thing, okay? If this motherfucker was an elected representative that's able to bring 32,000 people, 34,000 people to come listen to him talk about how healthcare is a human right, you know, I'd be glazing him too, all right? And until you have political motion like that and broad acceptance like that, you ain't shit. I'm sorry. You're just going to fucking sit in your car and chirp, and that's it. And if it's the overall output, you know, you're not going to get anywhere. I'm trying to do something, okay? You can be more pure than me. If you want to call me a capitalist or a hypocrite, go right ahead. Plenty of people do, okay? This guy won't be the first. He will not be the last, okay? That's it. Someone said all of this is self-soothing. Yep, it is. Now, this does not mean that, like, a lot of the people that have criticisms are coming at it from, like, a cynical perspective, or all the people that are criticizing me are coming at it from a cynical perspective. I'm not saying that, okay? I mostly agree with Lex as an organizer. Bro, this is the other thing. This is the other side of this, man. I'm sorry, okay? That doesn't, like, that's not like a fucking shield, all right? Okay, great. Then he should know better. Like, what do you mean? People do this to me in my chat too. You know how many fucking organizers are in this goddamn community? It's filled to the brim with organizers, okay? There's hella organizers in here that would look at this and go, you're behaving in a wrecker. You're doing wrecker behavior. This is not like instilling solidarity at all, you know? So shut the fuck up, chatters who say, oh, well, this person's an organizer. Okay, I'm not. I'm a fucking capitalist charlatan, okay? Like, I'm not even disparaging his capacity to organize. I'm just simply saying that I have a different method. It's okay. You might not agree with it. Maybe one day you'll see it. Hopefully, inshallah, if I'm successful, then you'll understand. If I'm not, then you can keep saying I'm a fucking, you know, capitalist. And don't dunk on this person and say like, oh, he's not a good organizer. Like, shut up. I hate that too. You don't have to fucking defend me like that. Is the Zoran collab happening this week? Potentially. March, unfortunately, is not going to be here this weekend, so I that kind of put a damper on the plans. But yeah, I was planning on going to into New York this weekend. And even then, you're not 100% sure efforts will be worthwhile, but you're holding out for the chance that it might. So even if it doesn't work, it doesn't mean it wasn't worth it. Yeah. Overall, yeah, this is a fucking really funny take, but you know, this is why I always say be fucking normal. Like, don't be immediately antagonistic, right? Look, I like leftist politics, but struggling with leftist people. Ideologically, I'm extremely leftist. I abhor capitalism and want it dismantled. I'm extremely involved in social activism, intense protests for Palestine, anti-Trump, women's rights, etc. I do a lot to unlearn the white supremacy and patriarchal propaganda fed to me as a kid. However, reflecting on my years of associating with people with my same ideologies, I feel conflicted. Maybe I'm having bad luck finding the right group, but it feels like in leftist circles, I'm never good enough. If I say one wrong thing or word something poorly, I'm jumped on. I'm ND. I don't know what that means. Oh, neurodivergent. So sometimes things I say don't come out the right way and require further clarification. It feels like there's a lack of compassion, curiosity, etc. in leftist circles. Leftist pick me leftist. I don't think this person is a pick me leftist. What the fuck? No, this is an experience shared by a lot of people, I think. As a matter of fact, I go so far as to say this is one of the only fucking communities because I have to actively yell at you. Literally. This is one of the very few like large leftist communities out there that's kind of chill about people engaging in the act of microaggressions on their pathway to learning. And God forbid, like I have tried for a very long fucking time to make sure that this space is not inherently hostile to those with differences in opinion. Now, there's obviously there's an arbitrary line somewhere where if you go beyond it, if you're like just actively if you actively go beyond the line, like I don't care about the designation between like trots or something, okay, even though a lot of left book has like a no trots rule. That's not even what I'm talking about. I mean like there are areas within organizing, you're supposed to look for areas of agreement. You're not supposed to constantly seek out areas of disagreement, because constantly looking for areas of disagreement, like I love my brother, okay? I love my brother. That is my blood, okay? I love my family. There's a shit ton that I disagree with them on that, okay? On sometimes the way they see the world or the things that they do. It's fine. It's okay. I have plenty of friends that are not fucking anti-capitalist, okay? There's just not, and they're not. And I don't spend a whole amount of time trying to convert them to preach the gospel of anti-capitalism. It's just stupid and irrelevant and infantile, I think, to just only focus your efforts on that. You don't, so you're regressive. Yes, I'm regressive. I'm not like other leftists, so you're regressive. No, dude, I'm just not fucking that autistic, okay? I am, but not that autistic. That's the difference. Like, that's the point. And I try to tell you all the time. I feel like sometimes I like pull chatters and I shake them like a baby, okay? I'm like, stop doing this. And you're like, no! My point is, you have to find areas of agreement. You have to come across as agreeable. And there are plenty of issues where you can, no matter what someone's political perspective is, there are plenty of issues where you can find agreement, even with like some of the most reactionary morons on the planet, okay? The goal is to actively get them on your side on those issues and slowly but surely get them to see the world from your perspective, because you're a charitable, because you can instill charitability amongst them, okay? If you are constantly seeking out political purity amongst your peers, you're just going to be a person that's impossible to comprehend in the real world. You're not going to be able to have a normal conversation with people. This is why it's important to be normal. This is why I always say, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, be normal, okay? You're not helping when you mention your autistic status in one sentence and then deny in other places and leave a lot of us feeling like you'll roll with the tag at convenience. If you need to process your autistic status, this way I can at least understand that. But yeah, you do get false with discriminatory view. A little too much red meat sometimes. Yes, I'm an inherently ableist, anti-autistic person. Sounds like a guy doing good work, but the reverse purity argument is a miss for me. What? No, I mean, it might be a miss for you, but notice how you feel safe in this community. Here, I'll give you the greatest example. You want to know why you get to be in a fucking community with like 32,000 like-minded people, as opposed to your Splinter Discord that you occupy otherwise, where you guys do fake reading, reading seminars or whatever? Because of this perspective that I have. Many people in here did not start off as like card-carrying Marxist-Leninists, okay? As a matter of fact, no one does. It's crazy. That's it. That's why I always... she knows. What? Trump's anti-Semitism chief shares Jew card post from white supremacists. Leo Terrell, who runs the DOJ's anti-Semitism task force, shared a post from the former leader of an organization that promoted the Nazification of America. What? Leo Terrell, the civil rights attorney in charge of President Donald Trump's anti-Semitism task force, shared a post on the social media platform X on Friday from a notorious white supremacist leader. Trump has the ability to revoke someone's Jew card, said the post, which included the video of the president saying that the Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer is not Jewish anymore, he's Palestinian. The author of the post was Patrick Casey, who led Identity Europa, a now defunct organization founded in 2016 to promote the Nazification of America. The group called on Trump supporters to become racially aware Jew-wise. Casey was part of his presence at the deadly 2017 far-right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. This is the guy that's going to put me in jail, dog. This is the guy that's going to be like, you're going to jail for not saying Am Israel High. You get 10 floggings. You get 30 Am Israel Highs and 20 floggings for the crime of criticizing Israel. Also, here's this Nazi who I like. Oh, God. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, my God. Oh, that's crazy. What? Oh. You try to distance Identity Europa from its reputation for racism and instead focused on white identitarianism, according to the Southern Poverty Law Center, renaming it as the American Identity Movement. Casey has since launched a podcast featuring guests like Nick Fuentes, one of the country's most prominent white nationalists and a Holocaust denier. Terrell did not respond to a text message asking why he shared Casey's post. He appears to have unshared it. Trump tapped Terrell, a black civil rights lawyer, to run the Department of Justice Anti-Semitism Task Force last month. He has since told the conservative podcast of Charlie Kirk he would consider creating a new committee on anti-white bias. Bro, if you are a Jew in America and you hear the Anti-Semitism Task Force guy saying, we're going to do an anti-white bias committee, if that doesn't ring alarm bells in your mind because you're so invested in the pro-Israel stuff, I don't know what to tell you, okay? They're just, dude, they're saying it out loud. They're doing it. They're doing it in broad daylight. Like, the Anti-Semitism Task Force turns into the Anti-Semitic Task Force so quick. You know who we got to pack out first? These anti-Zionist Jews. Come on, put them on a list. Put their names up there on a list. What are we doing? Oh my God. Terrell also invited Kirk, who has accused Jews of financing anti-white causes, to join him on a tour of colleges and universities accused of fostering anti-Semitic environments. Amy Spitalnik, chief of the Jewish Council for Public Affairs, which helps sue Identity Europa for its role in the Charlottesville rally, criticized Terrell on social media Monday. This admin doesn't care about countering anti-Semitism, Spitalnik said. They care about exploiting it to attack democracy. What is this? Executive Order 14188? How the fuck? Okay. No, I don't want to sign in. Fuck. What the hell is WikiWand? The order's language focuses on additional measures to combat anti-Semitism as an executive order signed. Yeah. Order's language focuses on anti-Semitism education, K-12, and higher education, referencing October 7 Hamas attacks. It also directs Secretary of Homeland Security and Attorney General action. Alien students and staff are named as targets for monitoring. Yeah, they're already doing it. By the way, this number is kind of crazy. What the fuck? Executive Order 1488? What? Is that? That's a real weird number to make this the executive order. Huh. You just realized? No, I didn't know this. Bro, if I go to a concentration camp and Michael Rappaport is there, I'm killing myself, okay? I can't stand this motherfucker, all right? Like, I'm going to be in there first. He's going to be championing to throw me in there. And then next week they throw him in there because he's Jewish. And then I have to fucking sit there and listen to him. No shot, okay? I'm sorry. We're not sharing space like that. We're not. It's not happening. Sorry. That is crazy. That's a crazy thing. That's a crazy death sentence that's worse than death in and of itself. First week, they put the student protesters in there. Next week, they put the American naysayers in there. Okay, student protesters who are foreigners. Then they put the American citizens in there. And then, of course, inevitably, they're going to be like, all right, let's just put the Jews in there for good measure. And then, then I have to sit there and listen to fucking Michael Rappaport and like Rabbi Shmuley. No fucking way, dude. No fucking shot. Nope, not happening. All right? It's just not. Nope. Chat, what does 14188 mean? 1488 is a call sign for Nazis, okay? 14 is Adolf Hitler, 88 or 14 is fucking 14 words, and 88 is Heil Hitler. It's an Aryan call sign. I guess technically 18 could be Adolf Hitler as well, but normally it's not. Normally I've never seen it like this. It's just usually 1488. Apparently the number of EOs are sequential, so it's probably just a crazy coincidence, but only maybe they did reorder some executive orders to make it line up. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's fucking so sus. I can see that being a Stephen Miller meme. Yeah, 14/88 is the most commonly way of seeing it. Also, they're only showing this in like Russia, which is funny because it's universal. 14 words, also abbreviated as 14 or 1488, is a reference to two slogans originated by the American domestic terrorist David Eden Lane, one of the 9 founding members of the defunct white supremacist terrorist organization, The Order, and are accompanied by the Lane's 88 precepts. The slogans have served as a rallying cry. The primary slogan for the 14 words is, "We must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children," followed by the secondary slogan, "Because the beauty of the white Aryan woman must not perish from the earth." 88 is also shorthand for Heil Hitler because 8 is the code for, it's the 8th letter in the alphabet. And it's funny because Lane viewed Nazism along with America as being part of the Zionist conspiracy. I mean, this is weird, dude. It is weird. Protecting children from chemical and surgical mutilation. Additional measures to combat anti-Semitism as the 1488. That is, come on. That's just, what? No, that's intentional. There's a fucking like groiper. I mean, there's many groipers in the Trump administration, but one of the fucking groipers absolutely did that. There's no way. They know what they're doing. There's no way. I'm usually not like Mr. Symbolism, okay? I do know the dog whistles. I do talk to you about that stuff, but god damn, that shit is crazy. HasanAbi becomes a numerologist today? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Really? The order to combat anti-Semitism, which is to just like fucking do the new McCarthyist trials. I click on the stream and immediately hear you say 1488 shameless. You will never be Asman, bro. That's true. Yeah, like Michael Pillow didn't sell his pillows for $14.88 for no reason. Like that was deliberate. You know what I mean? It's okay. Some of them are deliberate. Oh, I haven't talked about the Korean student yet. It's fucking insane. That's another story I wanted to talk about, but god damn it, we got stuck on this was a huge this was a bar. The judge that said Nazis got better treatment than Venezuelan migrants under Alien Enemies Act. We're going to start off there, and we're going to talk about deportations. I'm going to pee real quick.
Appeals Court is weighing the legal showdown over the Trump administration's deportation of suspected gang members to El Salvador. You remember this case? One of the judges said that even Nazis or suspected Nazis during World War II in America got better treatment than the Venezuelans flown to a notorious prison there earlier this month. Scott McFarland's with us. Scott, you've been following this. Good morning.
Yeah, this dispute has been simmering for days now. It could boil over all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court. And in the appeals court on Monday, the arguments got heated. The legal fight over the Trump administration's deportation of Venezuelan migrants to an El Salvador prison played out in a D.C. appeals court Monday. And one of the three judges, Patricia Millett, made a blistering accusation about how the operation was carried out.
There were no procedures in place to notify people. Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act.
That act is a wartime authority that doesn't require due process. Its use by the Trump administration has sparked a major battle after District Judge James Boasberg temporarily blocked such deportations. The Department of Justice is trying to get that decision overturned and pushed back yesterday.
The district court's order represents an unprecedented and enormous intrusion upon the powers of the executive branch.
At the White House, after the court hearing, Trump border czar Tom Homan blasted Judge Millett's argument.
First of all, it's ridiculous. It's just another example of a radical judge saying something that's just disgusting. To compare anything to the Nazis, the Holocaust, we follow the law.
The stakes here are immeasurable.
Tom Dupree is a former Justice Department official in the Bush.
He's like, don't compare us to the Nazis. We're so much better at doing mass deportation than the Nazis. I mean, we're gonna. Excuse me. I'm not a Nazi. I'm a super Nazi. I don't like to be called a Nazi. This is the next evolution you're looking at. Excuse me, sir. You know who else also famously followed orders or were just following the orders? Nazis. Also, the judge's statement is objectively correct because the Nazis in the United States of America got better treatment than Venezuelan migrants under the Alien Enemies Act is an objectively correct statement because they also got due process. This is not like the judge wasn't. I think people misunderstood the quote. The judge is not saying that like the American government is worse than the Nazis. The judge is saying in the United States of America during World War II, we gave Nazis better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act than we are currently giving random Venezuelans, which is correct. That is a correct statement. There's nothing objectionable there. How can you get mad at that? It is a historical fact and a historical shame, really. You should really think about that and go, wow, perhaps everyone deserves due process extended to even fucking Nazis. And this isn't even about Operation Paperclip. Like this judge is not like being woke and saying, this judge is not being woke and saying like, we hired them. That's not what she's saying. She's simply talking about like, she's simply talking about, sorry, the due process that we extended under the Alien Enemies Act during World War II to Nazis.
There were no procedures in place to notify people. Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act.
That act is a wartime authority that doesn't require due process. Its use by the Trump administration has sparked a major battle after District Judge James Boasberg temporarily blocked such deportations. The Department of Justice is trying to get that decision overturned and pushed back yesterday.
The district court's order represents an unprecedented and enormous intrusion upon the powers of the executive branch.
At the White House, after the court hearing, Trump border czar Tom Homan blasted Judge Billet's argument.
First of all, it's ridiculous. It's just another example of a radical judge saying something that's just disgusting. To compare anything to the Nazis, the Holocaust, we follow the law.
The stakes here are immeasurable.
Tom Dupree is a former Justice Department official in the Bush administration.
These are fundamental questions that really get to the balance of power under our Constitution. And so the way this case is resolved is going to set a very important.
I mean, what do you do with a guy like fucking Thomas Homan? Like, he is genuinely just too stupid. He is objectively too stupid to understand the statement that was being made there. It's crazy.
Precedent for what happens in the United States over the next few years.
The judges on the appeals court say they'll issue a ruling within days, but that may not be the last word in this case. It has far-reaching implications that could be headed down the road to the Supreme Court.
Wow. All right.
Easy court.
Yes, indeed. Scott, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And we have more now on Mahmoud Khalil, who is under even more legal pressure this morning. Some of the families of hostages kidnapped by Hamas during the October 7th attack are now suing the...
Oh, this was really funny. Sorry, you are never going to get me to take this seriously, okay? This is what I wanted to talk about as well. Incredibly funny situation. So one of the hostages apparently overheard a Hamas militant while they were in captivity in the Gaza Strip say that the college campus protesters were directly linked back to them, that they were actually communicating with Columbia SJP. Okay, this is, and then the hostage went back to Israel, and now they're suing alongside. They're suing Columbia alongside a bunch of like Jewish advocacy groups that are just like pro-Israel advocacy groups. Let's be real, okay? And it's fucking hilarious. Okay, it is one of the funniest things that has happened so far. I'm going to read a part of the litigation to you, because especially this part, that all the Zionist accounts that love doing Hasbara were running with yesterday and all the way into today. Here, let's read this. On information and belief, association defendants had prior knowledge of the October 7th attack. They're talking about Columbia SJP. They're talking about Columbia Students for Justice for Palestine. Knew in advance of the October 7 attacks. The basis for that belief includes the timing of the NSJP toolkit's distribution and the signing of the Tofan Al-Aqsa statement. The basis also includes the toolkit's inclusion of the paraglider graphics. And to Columbia SJP, the bases also include a highly suggestive social media post published moments before the October 7 attack began. 3 minutes before Hamas began its attacks on October 7, Columbia SJP posted on Instagram, "We are back," and announced in the first meeting of the semester would be announced and that viewers should stay tuned. Before the post, Columbia SJP's account had been dormant for months. To which I responded with, if you think Yahya Sinwar chose to inform the Columbia SJP chapter over Hezbollah and Iran before doing October 7, you have to be institutionalized. Being pro-Israel is literally a mental illness. I'm sorry. There's no way that I can have a normal conversation with you if this is something that you truly believe. This is a litmus test. I think no matter how pro-Israel you are, okay, you got it. When you hear this, you have to go, a little bit silly, don't you think? Maybe we're being a little bit silly. Are we being a little bit silly about this? Like I say, am Israel high as the next guy. You know what I mean? I am Israel high. Okay, but this is a bridge too far. Like this is the test of whether or not you have caused yourself irreparable brain damage, Fetterman style, or if you can still be a normal human being after all is said and done. Maybe still a genocidal human being, but at least like one that is living on this plane of existence. Okay? Because if you, once again, I'm going to repeat it, if you personally think that the Palestinian resistance groups that did not inform Iran, that did not inform Hezbollah, that did not inform the Palestinian political branch that they were going to take action on October 7th, but instead, after months of, or almost a year of meticulous planning, organizing, training, they got together and they were like, oh shit, we forgot to inform the Columbia campus students. Like, if you think Yahya was dialing up the Columbia campus student protesters being like, hey, by the way, heads up, we're going to do October 7, okay, as the date implies. And I just want to make sure that you're ready to do propaganda for us. You are literally the stupidest. You are unironically doing the Jews did 9/11 shit. You're doing the Jews did 9/11 shit, but even funnier, okay? Like, it's the Nick Mullen bit. It's like, ooh, we set up this plan. We set up this plan. Now it's time to call every Jewish person to make sure that they're not there on 9/11. Now it's time for the clues. It's just, I'm sorry. It's so fucking stupid. Oh, that's funny. That's good. This gave me a really funny laugh. Now, of course, given the state of affairs right now and how insane people have gotten, maybe they will successfully prosecute this. Who knows? I don't know. Oh my God. Just fantastic stuff. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Very cool. Oh, SJP, better intel than Mossad. Surprise, surprise. Damning evidence that Columbia Students for Justice for Palestine SJP chapter knew what Hamas was about to attack on October 7th. Balaji coined it perfectly when he called American universities woke madrasas, but now with more emphasis on madrasa. 3 minutes before Hamas began his October 7th attack, Columbia SJP posted on Instagram, "We are back," and announced in the first meeting of the semester would be announced. Then viewers should stay tuned. Before the post, Columbia SJP's account had been dormant for months. Yeah, weird how they were inactive for months before the semester started, by the way. Very suspicious that student-run Instagram accounts for student organizing were dormant for months. You know, the time period when students aren't at school. Yes! Yeah. And when they posted, "We are back," they meant, we are back to do the Intifada, comrades. We are back to do October 7. That's what they meant. And not that, like, we're back from summer break and now we are going to do activism on campus. Perhaps if you are someone who is in charge of the Students for Justice for Palestine account pre-October 7, I'm sure that that is an issue that you're very knowledgeable on and perhaps have been doing awareness campaigns on that fucking Instagram account every semester that you've gone to school. Yeah. Remember when Alicia Keys posted, "I've had my eyes on paragliding on October 7th? Oh my God, true. What did she know? What did she know? That's not, you don't understand. The college student was using the collective we as in Hamas, and the 19-year-old Jewish kid from New York running the Insta page. Hope this helps." Yes. How far do you think people are before they start saying you were the mastermind behind October 7? They already have. Sex Pestiny and Dan Salty Man have unironically inferred that I am responsible for October 7 and I'm responsible for future hypothetical October 7s. They already have done that. Also, I wasn't streaming on October 7 and I stream every day. Very suspicious. I was offline. On October 7. Someone on Reddit told me you're funded by Iran. No joke. Yes. Every single person that subscribed to me is Iranian. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. I'm glad that this is what we're doing.
Anti-Israel activists and several student groups. Let's get an update from Alexis McAdams. She's live at Columbia. Hi, Alexis.
Hi, Dana. So we've been watching these campus protests for months, and now we know people all across the country and around the world were watching them too, including the family of some of those hostages who were held against their will. Some of them did not make it. Now they're suing here, specifically suing Mahmoud Halil and other campus protesters, saying they are an arm of Hamas and are aiding and abetting that terrorist organization. So the new lawsuit was just filed in New York. It says the protesters on Columbia's campus are spreading hateful rhetoric, saying Mahmoud Halil and the groups that have been protesting on this Ivy League campus are all part of the Hamas propaganda arm of New York. Families of some of these hostages, okay, many who were killed at the hands of Hamas, we want to look at their pictures. They all had stories. They want their families, the families want them to be held accountable, these protesters. They don't understand why this has been going on in these college campuses. They want to push.
Bro, it is unironically the craziest thing. Like you get held at gunpoint by Hamas. You get fucking bombs rained on you by the American and the Israeli government. And then you get out of there and you're like, you know who I fucking hate? Columbia students. Like, dude, you are insane. You're an insane person. I'm sorry. Holy fuck, dude. Like that is truly like, what is going on? What the fuck? Like student activists at Columbia campus are my enemy is a wild thing.
For punishments here. More protests on campus yesterday, even though that the school cracked down. Students were masked up anyway, even though they're not supposed to be now. The Department of Education says Columbia needs to do more to get their funding back, and some teachers and students are angry.
Trump and Linda McMahon get to command universities to arrest and expel students. No! Free Mahmoud!
I have to mention this. So the crackdown on college campuses does continue as more students, Dana, are filing lawsuits, including a junior here at Columbia who just filed a lawsuit. She's from South Korea. She's a permanent resident, but she said she's not going anywhere, even though she was just arrested at a protest. Dana.
All right, Alexis McAdams, thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. ICE agents moved to deport this student after she was arrested while protesting at the Ivy League earlier this month.
And Fox 5's Linda Schmidt joins us live from Lower Manhattan with more on what just unfolded in court. Linda.
Well, the student we're talking about here tonight, her name is Yunsa Jung, and she had a major victory in federal court.
Yeah, ICE tried to fucking deport a random Korean student who's been in the United States of America since she was like 6. By the way, I'm in a group chat with my managers, and yes, you guys were right. Mainstream press is reaching out about the Elon Musk shit. Of course they are. Yeah. A judge has issued a temporary restraining order stopping the Trump administration from detaining Youngseo Chung, a 21-year-old Columbia student and a legal permanent resident who the Trump administration is trying to deport for participating in pro-Palestine protests. It is crazy. And no, Atlantic Magazine is not in the same group chat. We have better OPSEC than the American government and the principals committee. The South Korean student knows going back means she'll have to deal with the sexist Korean man. I need more historical context. Okay, stop. What is this goated QRT of AC? Oh yeah, I saw this. Yeah, Mighty Keef is great. This is Phineas's friend who asked the question. Thank you. Sketching these things. Oh, hell yeah. It's a good question. I know you never would, but could you write a Twitter beef with Elon all the way to the House of Representatives? No. Everybody remember, when you subscribe, you are Iranian. When you subscribe, you are subscribing as a part of the Ayatollah. And if you gift subs, you're extra Ayatollah. Okay? Something to consider. Your editor's cooking you on Blue Sky.
Came on stream. Elon Musk at this point has been forced into buying Twitter, so I DM him a clip compilation of all the time.
What is this?
Grime. Elon Musk at this point has been forced into buying Twitter, so I DM him a clip compilation of all the times Hasan made Grimes laugh when she came on stream. This sets him on a course that will eventually lead him to ban every progressive journalist off the website, unbanning Trump and Kanye, thus allowing Kanye to announce his 2024 run as a Nazi. B tier. This one's still paying dividends that might extend out of Hasan negativity year and have major ramifications for the 2024 election, in which case I do apologize. Elon.
Think Exist and Haploids, thank you for the 10. Think Exist, thank you for the 5. Will Neff, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. The Ayatollah thanks you. The Ayatollah thanks you. And Zuril, the Iraqi in the chat, is extra Iranian and extra in support of the Ayatollah. As someone who has been in here for 61 months, he's been a 61-month Ayatollah supporter. Bro, seriously, I'm Iraqi. We don't like Iranians. Don't say that. Motherfuckers colonize our country. Fuck the Iranian regime. Extra in support of the Ayatollah specifically. Zuril basically partook in the Iranian Revolution. That's what that means. If you're a 61-month subscriber, you basically did the Iranian Revolution, dude. That's right. Yep. Time Travelers, thank you. Haploids with 25 bones. God damn. Did you know that Phineas's uncle was Brian Baird, a U.S. rep that visited Gaza 3 times? I did not know that. Rank Control Ryan, thank you for the 5 gifted. Anyway, we have an insane situation in front of us. On the one hand, people are getting increasingly more insane about like on the basis of claims like this, Trump is trying to deport a Korean American student who has been in the country since she was 7. Bananas. A legal permanent resident. And here are the claims. Plaintiff John Doe was among those who fought Hamas in Gaza. Doe left his studies at Columbia Law School to serve in the Israeli military and spent 100 days fighting against Hamas. As a result of his combat experience, Doe suffered mental anguish, pain, and suffering. He continues to suffer from the effects of these injuries and continues to suffer ongoing mental and emotional trauma. Aw. Oh no, you did 100 days of fucking genocide and then you came back to Columbia Law and now your feelings are hurt when people say you're a war criminal, which is correct. Your feelings being hurt. And that's like, if your biggest repercussion for doing a fucking genocide like a Nazi stormtrooper is that your feelings get hurt when someone calls you a Nazi stormtrooper, you should be the luckiest man on the planet. You should be like, oh my God, I can't believe I got away with doing a fucking genocide as a Nazi stormtrooper. And the worst thing that happened to me is my feelings get hurt sometimes by some queer English major. That's incredible. You should go to prison. Like, am I crazy? I feel like you should be in jail. You should not be going to Columbia Law. You should be going to jail. Okay? It's fucking nuts that these guys are like, you know, my feelings were fucking hurt. My feelings were hurt. Yeah, you did a genocide, dude. What the fuck do you mean? Your feelings will be hurt forever, actually. You probably will suffer severe repercussions for the horrifying crimes that you did to random civilians, dude. Yeah, there's still a side of all of us. There's a side of humanity inside of all of us that like says, hey man, maybe the mass murder that I engaged in was kind of fucked up, and that you will carry that pain with you for the rest of your fucking life. Okay? Holy shit. Plaintiff Richard Rowe paused his studies at Columbia University to return to service with the IDF following October 7. Again, within 24 hours of landing, he was deployed to Gaza envelope, where he was repeatedly shot at by Hamas terrorists. As a result of his combat experience, Rowe suffered mental anguish, pain, and suffering. He continues to suffer from the effects of these injuries and continues to suffer ongoing mental and emotional trauma. Oh my God. Oh my God. I am so sad. I can't believe that you felt, I cannot believe that it hurt your feelings to do fucking Nazi terror, dude. What the fuck? On October 7th, the younger brother of plaintiff Jane Moe, a Columbia student, was deployed to Gaza, where he fought against Hamas for over a year and sustained injuries in battle. As a result, Moe has experienced severe emotional distress exacerbated by the demonstrations on Columbia's campus. He's like, I was doing a genocide, okay? And while I was in the process of doing a genocide, the fucking dudes wearing Adidas would shoot at me and kill people in my battalion because they loved smoking cigarettes in front of exposed brick, okay? They loved smoking bogues directly on the fucking window, not thinking that, you know, everyone is a 4-year-old that we can just easily butcher. Turns out some of the fucking 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds have weapons, and they shot and killed my fucking platoon commander, who was a 18-year-old rear brigadier admiral general. And it's really fucked up that these guys keep saying that what we did was wrong. The fuck? Once again, I have to repeat to people, the median age in Gaza is 18, okay? 40% of the population is under the age of 14. So, like, most of the people that they're killing are going to be children, teenagers, you know, women, elderly. That's the numbers bear itself out. When you look at the fucking casualty statistics, you look at the casualty data, and it's like 70% women, children, and the fucking elderly. Oh my God. Wait, this person didn't even go to Gaza. This person's brother was the fucking Nazi war criminal, and she feels distress. Bro, if that fucking cheese dick is in here, I'm gonna fucking lose it. You know the one I'm talking about? The one who was like, I had to get off cheese. Like I relapsed on my cheese addiction because of the fucking pro-Palestinian protesters. Like, she's in this lawsuit. This is how unserious this entire process is. It's like, you can't get secondhand PTSD, dumbass. Each of the crimes discussed above was an individual act of international terrorism and viewed collectively. All the foregoing, I'm an international terrorist, dude. I am a radical international terrorist. If you think saying the truth about Israel's fucking conduct is international terrorism, I'm an international terrorist. Like, what are we talking about? What the fuck are you saying? How you should be embarrassed to fucking put this in a lawsuit, dude. Holy fuck. Jesus Christ. These acts of international terrorism were intended to prevent Israel from normalizing its relationship with the Arab neighbors. Hamas and its puppet masters, the IRGC, are threatened by their success of the Abraham Accords our beautiful president put together. A landmark peace deal between Israel and several of its Arab neighbors, including, for example, the United Arab... Okay. That chick went to NYU, not Columbia. My bad. The Gouda, bad and ugly. New York City law student addicted to cheese went to nearly $6,000 per week rehab. Yo, I can't believe she did this. I can't believe she admitted this. Bro, if this happened to me, I would literally kill myself before revealing this, let alone to a news publication. I'm not telling this. This is my closely safeguarded secret, okay? I am never revealing this to another human being. If I had to go to cheese rehab that costs $6,000 a week over pro-Palestinian protests on campus, you wouldn't get that information out of me in a fucking CIA black site. You could clamp my nipples to a car battery and rev the fucking engine. You could literally take away my nails piece by piece, and I would not reveal this information to you. And this dumbass literally thought this is a great puff piece to put on New York Post. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, yeah. If you go to rehab, you have to lie. If you go to rehab, there's like $6,000 a week. You have to lie and be like, I relapsed. I was doing new versions of meth I was doing crocodile, okay? My skin was fucking melting. That's why I had to go to rehab. Not cheese. No, why would you bring up cheese? What? Cheese? No one would be addicted to cheese to that degree. No, it was crocodile. It was a different kind of heroin that I concoct in my bathtub. I was doing meth heroin. Not cheese, of course. Why would you bring that up? Who would ever go to rehab for cheese? Fuck you, stupid. You're anti-Semitic for suggesting that. It's crazy. Yeah, look, a lot of people try to say like, being a Zionist to this degree is not a mental disorder, but I'm only seeing examples that prove the contrary, okay? It kind of feels like being pro-Israel at this point is a unique and debilitating mental illness that constantly reveals itself, where you just think that like the entire world is against you. For example, stub my toe, anti-Semitism, anything and everything that actively shows the truth about Israel, well, that's extra anti-Semitism, and people that make me feel bad should go to prison. They should be deported and then sent to an El Salvadoran slave camp. That's right.
Right here behind me in Lower Manhattan, being able to block ICE from detaining her. Now, the Trump administration wants to deport Young for her involvement at the beginning of this month in a pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel protest at Barnard College, which is located right across the street from Columbia University. Now, protesters took over the library at that time at Barnard, and Young was among those arrested.
Yeah, look at these scary terrorists, dude.
By the NYPD. The Trump administration wants to deport students they say are supporting Hamas, which the government has designated as a terrorist organization. But Jung and her family, they came to the U.S. from South Korea when she was 7 years old. She sued to prevent ICE from detaining her.
Ms. Chung has won. The court did the sensible thing. It is a temporary restraining order. Until further order of the court, ICE will not be able to take further steps to detain her, and we will continue to fight as hard as we need to vindicate her constitutional rights. The only reason that the government is seeking to detain a 21-year-old college junior at Columbia, high school valedictorian with no criminal priors, is simply because her viewpoint, her speech, her First Amendment protected speech, it happens to be something that they disagree with.
And by the way, Jung, like I said, she and her family came here from South Korea when she was just 7 years old. She is a legal permanent resident of the United States. Now, on top of this, of course, you know the story of Mahmoud Khalil, the former Columbia University grad student who was arrested earlier this month by ICE agents, and he is currently being held at an ICE facility in Louisiana. Back inside to you.
All right, Linda, thank you for the update on that.
At Columbia University today.
Your favorite elected rep spoke on the SJP story. Damn, I thought this was a joke, but it looks like they all got the same marching orders from AIPAC and are actually leaning into it. Dude, I'm sorry. I fucking love Israel and how desperate they are, okay? Like, Israel defenders have reached new levels of depravity to defend Israel, and it gets increasingly stupider. It is so pathetic. Like, this is the line. This is the meta. I can't wait for John Fetterman to come out and be like, everyone knows Hamas, October 7, and the students did it. October 7. $150 million for Hasbro operations in the West, and this is the best you got? God damn, dude. This shit sucks ass, brother. You don't got no marketing guys out there? Like, what the fuck's happening? Another glaringly obvious example of fascism killing the creative part of people's brains, okay? Who are some of the funniest dudes in Hollywood? Jews. Not a single creative fucking brain capacity in Israel. They can't even put anything together. How the fuck? How is that? How is your output so bad? How is your output so fucking bad, dude? It's insane. This, dude, the whole, like, listen, dude, okay? People who say, like, Jews control the media, listen, big dog, you wouldn't watch a single television show, okay, if the pro-Israeli Jews were controlling the media. Nothing would be watchable. Everything would be like that fucking SNL skit, okay? Everything would be like the Israeli SNL. Colombia anti-Semite. It is crazy. It is crazy. Are you joking? This is crazy. Like, this is so embarrassing, dude. Like, Richie Torres, the families of the hostages are suing pro-Hamas organizations operating here in the U.S. The lawsuit contains a bombshell revelation 3 minutes before Hamas began its act. I can't believe this is unironically, this is their banger. Like, they thought this was the fucking real smoking gun, you know? We're really going to win the propaganda war with this. Don't make me play the Columbia anti-Semite video again. No one needs to see this, okay? I'm not going to torture you guys with that shit. I won't do that to you. SJP posted on Instagram, we are back. Before 10/7 posting, Columbia SJP's account had been inactive for months, only to be suspiciously reactivated minutes before the 10/7 terror attacks. The timing seems too coincidental to be a coincidence. If there are organizations here in the U.S. that had advanced knowledge of the 10/7 attacks, which led to the murder of American citizens, the American people have a right to know the full truth. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. What is this? Using an old picture of you? He does not do the praxis. Shut the fuck up. You think they care about how stupid it is and how insane and unbelievable it is? Or do they only care about the weakest excuse to possibly justify the next phase of rounding people up? No, they're already doing the rounding people up, regardless of whether or not Richie Torres posts this or whether or not this is like the next line of attack to be like, the Columbia students actually knew about October 7. They're going to do it regardless. I feel like there probably would have been a better way to creatively massage the narrative here instead of literally saying Columbia did Hamas, like Columbia University students did October 7. It's fucking insane. I mean, I guess I should be excited that they're just fucking horrible at doing propaganda. Yeah, if there's one group of people that knew about October 7 beforehand, it was Israel, okay? They were informed by the Egyptian authorities over and over again. And also even by Unit 8200, where they just kept saying like, hey, they're fucking, I don't know, training on paragliders? That's kind of weird. And Israel was like, no, that's fine. No, they're just hobbyists. It's cool, I think. Let's move more units to the West Bank. I can't tell if the website is broken or always, or Elon turned off replies since you can't load the replies on the mega viral Ubisoft Hassan defense. Wait, what do you mean? No, it's just the website is broken, dude. Holy fuck, there's 4,000 replies to this. 216,000 likes. Jesus Christ, dude. I'm genuinely curious. What was the response on your tweet? What? Everybody loved it. Everyone fucking hates Elon Musk. What? It made it to r/all? Hasan is a fraud. Sellout would be more accurate. Is that what the guy playing your Path of Exile 2 account told you? Facepalm 4 hours ago. Damn, he cooked hard here. Oh my lord. Yeah. It's over 200,000 likes on Elon Musk's own fucking platform. Jesus Christ. And you know his ass personally hates that shit too. His ass hates being hated. He is such a baby. I'm reminded of that every time something like this happens. Every time something like this happens, I'm reminded of that one time when they almost 5150'd Elon Musk because everybody booed him at the Dave Chappelle concert or Dave Chappelle stand-up show when he went up and everyone was like, boo, fuck you, you suck. And then they were like even booing Dave Chappelle. And he trapped himself into a room. He trapped himself into a room where he was just like, I'm going to kill myself. I'm so sad. Why does everybody hate me? And I think you also kind of notice that he just like doesn't post as much when he gets fucking dunked on. Like he was tweeting at a rapid clip and then all this shit happened. And then, nope, not so much. Just a little, one awesome 6 hours ago and one response to the Federalist and one retweet. And that's it. It's okay. I won't use my platform anymore. It's all right. Nobody likes me on my own platform. This year's been crazy for you? Yeah, maybe he saw the Grimes videos again and it really fucking broke him somehow. What is this? You don't think he'll reach with his powers to retaliate? Dude, I think at this point, if I were to constantly worry about whatever powerful figure that can retaliate against me, I would have to never do anything. Who at this stage? The only guy who hasn't actively come after me at this point is fucking Donald Trump. Like, what do you mean? How does it feel that you have the world's richest guy? Sad that you blocked him on his own platform. It doesn't feel like anything. It just feels expected. He is a fucking loser, you know? JD Pondon would never. I don't know. I came after the real president. That's probably not great for him. The first Oval mention is going to go crazy. Yeah, I hope not. I hope I never get a fucking mention. All right, I'm done for the day, folks. That's 8 hours and 30 minutes of me and all of me and nothing but me. I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. What a fucking day. What a goddamn day it's been, huh? What a freaking day it's been. I'm going to figure out what to do with the Zoran interview on the weekend. I'm going to have Ested on this week as well as Ested Herndon. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I'm going to hit him up, see if he's available tomorrow. Love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. As always. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate. The Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this. Plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction. A mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.